Part 3. Divination. 1686. 1. They took up residence in Manhattan on a street called Maiden Lane, not far from Minetta Creek, where the surrounding land was farmed by free men who had once been slaves. Originally called Markt de Page by the Dutch, the street began as a footpath near a stream, where lovers often met and women gathered in the mornings to do laundry. At the most southern end stood the fly market, where fish and vegetables and fruit were sold, a crowded, filthy place where housewives could find anything they might need, and witches could find rare ingredients, such as the bark and berries of the Dracaena Draco, the red resin tree of Morocco and the Canary Islands, if they knew where to look. The house on Maiden Lane was well furnished, with hand-knotted rugs from Persia dyed with indigo, and satin curtains. There was white tableware from France, and expensive cutlery that had immediately blackened as soon as Maria unpacked it, though every knife and spoon had been marked by the stamp of a fine silversmith in London. There was a yard in which to grow herbs, including tall plumy sage and aromatic rosemary, along with feverfew and wormwood, and currant bushes whose young leaves made a fragrant mixture when lemon zest and rosemary were added, for Maria's travel-well tea that helped to prevent scurvy. In the rear of the garden, there was a spiky fence to ensure that children from the neighborhood would not stumble upon certain plants and mistakenly ingest herbs that would make them ill. The darker ingredients such as bittersweet nightshade, foxglove, laurel, castor beans. Samuel's father, Abraham, often sat in the garden on fine days, wishing he were at sea alongside his son. He still had on his leather hat that he'd always worn when sailing. The old fellow was a charming man with 1,000 stories, more even than his son. But he had been ailing, and Samuel had purchased the house so that his father could comfortably live out his final years in Manhattan. He'd bought the small manor from the first Jewish resident of New York, Jacob Barseman, who had arrived in the city in 1654, traveling from Amsterdam with the Dutch West India Company. Although Samuel bought the house for his father, he'd chosen it with Maria in mind. Right away, he had a team of workers come to stake out the garden plot and cut down the weeds and nettles that grew wild. And he made certain there was a chamber for Faith, ready when she was found. When they first arrived, Maria had locked herself in her chamber with the grimoire. She attempted every spell that might bring a missing person home. She lit candles, laid out stones and bird feathers on the wooden floor, slit the palms of her hands so that her blood could call out to Faith. She cut up one of Faith's dresses and dropped the fabric into a flame, then added pine needles and marigold flowers, a spell meant to call a person to arrive on your doorstep in less than 24 hours. None of it worked. Try as she might, she could not use the sight to find her daughter. When she gazed into the black mirror, all she saw was a land that seemed to stretch on forever, where hundreds of rabbits gathered, nothing more. During her first weeks in New York, Maria didn't eat or drink or sleep, and she didn't answer when Samuel knocked at the door. Her loss was too enormous. She could not bear to speak to another person. Early in the morning she sneaked out to search the city streets, hoping that luck would allow her to spy a girl with red hair. In time she found several, but none were her daughter, and she came home exhausted. After a while she seemed to give up, and she took to her bed and slept for days, until Diaz woke her and said if nothing else she must drink water, or she would make herself ill. When she does come back, she will need you alive, he told her. He made adafina, a chicken stew his mother had often served, consisting of chicken, fava beans, onions, chickpeas, garlic, and cumin, and a sponge cake called pan de España, that had been baked by Jews in Spain since the year 1000, often using potatoes instead of flour. When Maria sat down at the table, she realized she was starving. She was still eating her supper long after Abraham had gone up to bed. "Do you think this will win me over?" she asked Samuel Diaz when she was done. The food had been delicious, and he had spent hours making it. He also baked a chocolate cake, using his mother's recipe, a sweet so drenched in rum a single slice could make a person tipsy. For some reason, Maria felt alive again, and guilty that her heart still managed to beat, though it was broken in two. "I don't have to win you over," Diaz shrugged. "I already won." Maria couldn't help but laugh at his arrogance. "That was before. Now there's a curse." "I don't care," Diaz said. "I loved you before there was a curse." They were both stunned by this admission, so they said nothing and ate more, tearing apart oranges from Spain that were fragrant and sweet. Then they discussed their situation and the terms of their living arrangement, including the fact that he must not love her. It was too dangerous to do so. She thought back to the gallows, how she had looked at John Hathorne and said a curse upon anyone who might fall in love with a member of the Owens family. She'd sought to protect herself and her daughter and any of their descendants from the grief she'd known. "You can't be in love with me," Maria told Samuel. "If you insist, I will say that I'm not." The butter in a dish on the table had already begun to melt, a sign that someone in the house was in love. "Why is that happening?" Maria asked when she saw how it melted. "When it's hot, things melt." "I see." Maria was burning as well. "What's love?" Samuel shrugged. "You can't hold it in your hand. You can't see it. It's something you feel. Perhaps it's not even real." He thought his argument was excellent, until Maria laughed at him. "How many women have you told this story to?" she wanted to know. Then Samuel was serious. "Only you." With that, he won the argument, and they went up to bed. Maria insisted they make no vows to each other, no contracts of love, no promises, nothing that could call down the curse. Of course, he agreed. He would have agreed to anything in order to have her. When Maria woke the next morning, she gazed at Samuel's broad back as he slept, and she felt something that she couldn't name in the pit of her stomach. Perhaps it was desire, or affection, or perhaps it was more. The thing you couldn't hold in your hand or see with your own eyes, but was there all the same. Whatever it was a mistake. At the age of 10, Maria had vowed never to be in love. She had seen what it had done to Hannah and Rebecca, and the women who arrived late at night, desperate for spells. She'd only been infatuated with John Hathorne, the flirtations of a girl, and there had been disastrous results. She set stricter limits for herself with Samuel. She would sleep in his bed when he was at home, and she would care for his father when he was at sea, but he must never ask her for more. The problem was they couldn't keep to the rules, and they couldn't keep their hands off each other. They lived like this for nearly a year, their life at night a secret, so that Maria often entirely ignored Samuel during the daylight hours. And then one morning, Maria saw a beetle in the yard and she felt a chill. Upon examination, she found it was not the wretched Death Watch beetle. All the same, she feared for Samuel's safety. She was grieving over Faith, and she didn't think she could survive losing someone else. From then on, she locked her door and didn't answer when she heard Samuel at night. One morning, she found that he had slept in the hall. When she woke him, Samuel stood to face her. It was clear that he was stung by her rejection. "If you want me to leave, say so," he told Maria. "I'll go now. Today." "This is your house. Are you sure you want me?" He did. Too much. But he didn't respond. That night she recited an incantation to send love away. The next morning, he packed to leave. "You shouldn't go away," Abraham told his son. "Life is short and getting shorter. I know you want Maria. Stay with her." "She won't let me," Samuel continued, packing his bag. "She says we're cursed." "Everyone is cursed," the old man assured him. "That's life." He shook his head and thought that young people were fools. "You might as well do as you please." Samuel did one thing he knew Maria wouldn't wish him to do. He left a leather pouch on the table. Inside was a sapphire on a silver chain. "This one is real," he'd written in the note he left behind. "Você não pode fingir algo real não existe." You can't pretend something real doesn't exist. After Samuel left, Maria and Abraham Diaz settled into the routine of two people in mourning. They comforted each other, for each knew sorrow. Men who were sailors rarely became accustomed to living on land, and Abraham Diaz longed for the life he'd once had. He spent his days waiting for his son, even though Samuel might be gone for months at a time. The old man's memory had begun to fail more each day. Still, he knew that he was in New York, and that he lived in his son's house with a beautiful woman whose name he sometimes forgot, especially in the evenings when Maria returned from searching for faith and poured him a glass of port. All the same, Abraham shared his stories with her as he sipped his nightly drink. He always remembered these stories, even though he'd often forgotten what he'd had for his supper that very day. He told her about the joy of riding on the back of a whale, the salt spray filling his mouth, and about a land where all the bears were white, and it was so cold the earth was covered with ice even in the heart of August, and about the Barbary coast, where the leopards and lions would eat beef from the palm of your hand if you had the nerve to reach out to them, and where diamonds glittered up through holes in the earth, as if there were stars not only above, but below. The stories that she loved best were when Abraham recounted his son's early days at sea, when the young Samuel was so captivated by the starry heavens above he didn't sleep at night, but instead lay on his back on the deck, memorizing the position of the stars, so that he might chart the sky. Abraham Diaz tired easily, and went to bed directly after he had his nightly meal, which was just as well. He would have been confused by the women who came to the door in search of remedies once darkness had fallen. He likely would have looked among them for his wife, who had been gone for so long. She had been young and beautiful when he first met her, and he had loved her too much, so much that she still appeared in his dreams, although she had been burned to ash long ago. Her name was Regina, but she was called Reina, for to Abraham she was a queen. Maria had a deep affection for the old man, who had taught her how to make chocolate tipsy cake, and she hated to leave him on his own when she left the house, for he was prone to wander, often finding his way to the rough area of the docks. Once he'd been tied to a post by a gang of unruly boys and left there in the rain, unable to escape from the ropes that bound him until Keeper at last tracked him down and Maria cut him free. From then on, whenever she went to search for her daughter, which was her daily habit, she employed a hired girl named Evelyn to watch him, even though he was annoyed when left in another's care. "She doesn't give a damn about stories," he would complain about his caretaker, a dull girl who often fell asleep when she was supposed to be watching him. "She's not like you." "Pretend she's me, and before you know it, I'll be back," Maria said to soothe him. Maria continued to search for Faith, and each time she came home unsuccessful, she turned to the grimoire, also to no effect. She had no idea what thwarted her, making it impossible to locate Faith. She'd begun to think she'd lost the sight. By now she was known in the neighborhood as the woman with the stolen child, for she'd gone door to door asking if anyone had seen her daughter. The other mothers pitied her when they saw her in the short black veil she wore when she was in public. She paid informants. But those who said they had seen a red-haired girl in the care of a tall, thin woman were either out of date or inventing sightings in order to collect some silver. Keeper was always beside Maria as she searched farther northward, in the wild area beyond the wall built by the Dutch to keep out native people and pirates and the British. Wall Street, built in 1685, ran beside the ramparts and crossed the old Indian path now called Broadway. Maria trailed the river on the west side, taking the road called Love Lane, a nighttime trysting place, hiking into the highlands where there were still large Dutch farms, and making her way through the woods where some Lenape people remained, hidden in the old forest where the trees were so big it would take 10 men to circle the trunk of a single one. People grew accustomed to seeing Maria and Keeper. Some of those they passed called out a greeting to the purposeful black dog and the woman wearing a veil. But there were those, such as the old farmers who had been among those who settled New York more than 60 years earlier, who recognized the wolf for what it was. The Lenape people did as well, but they called him brother, for they knew that when the Dutch and the English claimed the land, they'd treated Keeper's kind as they had the original people, with the intent to own and destroy. Nothing helped Maria Owens, not even the back pages of the grimoire, which contained those spells from Agrippa and the Key of Solomon, only to be used in the most dire of times. At last she performed an act of desperation. She lay on her back, naked on the floor, inside a pentagram she had drawn with charcoal. She was surrounded by burning candles, a brass bowl of blood and fingernail clippings and strands of hair on fire. She had made a small wax figure of Martha that twisted in the heat. This was left-handed magic, dangerous to one and all. Use only when you must, Hannah Owens had written in her perfect handwriting, and know you will pay a price for doing so. There was always a price when magic was used selfishly, for the practitioner's own benefit. But Maria no longer cared. The wax figure was stabbed with a single sharp pin, and the wax shuddered as it dissolved. This was sympathetic magic. Do unto an object what you would wish on an individual. One becomes the other. Ut omnia quae tibi. Take all that you want. Quid enim mihi est meum. Give me what is mine. Maria sat by the window in the early morning light before she went out to search. Perhaps one day Faith would walk up the gravel path. She might return on an ordinary day, whether it be a blue morning in May or a snowy afternoon in the midst of winter. One day Martha would be the one to disappear. Maria's spell would see to it, and once she did, Faith would find her way to the house on Maiden Lane, where Maria had planted lilacs by the back door. For where there are lilacs, there will always be luck. In the spring of the 3rd year after their departure from Salem, Samuel Diaz returned to Manhattan beset by his old illness. He came back every few months to sleep in the barn, doing his best to ignore Maria. By now they barely spoke, and she missed the man who could not stop talking. This time he said nothing at all. Breakbone fever was the devil inside him, but the disease was his teacher as well. For it reminded him of his own mortality and instructed him in the ways in which men were powerless over their own fates. He arrived in a rented carriage and was helped out by the driver, for he was too weak to navigate the street. Maria had insisted she wanted nothing from him. All the same, she wore the sapphire hidden beneath her collar. She often thought of the other gift he had given her, the magnolia tree in Essex County, that had predicted her freedom. It was a tree of fortune, blooming not in season, but whenever it chose to do so. Even now, in the bitter and austere Massachusetts Bay Colony, where women were being jailed every time a neighbor accused them of hexing sheep and cows or setting a pox on their children with the devil's help, often from miles away while the accused was asleep in her own bed, the magnolia tree had bloomed all winter long. Some people said that it, too, was the work of the devil, but others went to sit beside its flowering boughs, even when there was snow on the ground. No other specimen could compare to this miracle tree, and yet Samuel brought back other trees for Maria every time he returned. Each time he did so, he gave her his heart. The trees did his talking for him now, if only she would listen to what he had to say. He'd given her date palms and bridal bloom, jujube trees called zufzuf, tamarisk, thuja trees, monkey puzzle trees, floss trees, some of which were too delicate for the climate, and needed to be kept in pots in the parlor through the winter. Maria never said she was pleased, but he could tell that she was from the look on her face. This time he'd found a specimen on St. Thomas called the Tree of Heaven. He'd gone hiking with some local men to find it, and they'd mocked him for being so love-struck he had been willing to hack through the weeds to get to the perfect sapling. In the spring, the hillsides on St. Thomas turned red as blood, and birds came from northern lands 1,000 miles away to build nests in its branches. Even if it wasn't a miracle tree, it would be one of a kind on the island of Manhattan. Diaz appeared more hardened than he had in past years. Now that he commanded the Queen Esther, he was often put in a position where cruelty was the only choice, even for a fair man. There were strands of gray in his coarse black hair, but when he grinned, he still looked like a young man in his 20s, as he was when Maria first met him. As time went on, he discovered that it wasn't that he merely enjoyed talking. He wanted someone to talk to, not the strangers he encountered in foreign lands that he would never see again, not the sailors who drank enough so that they forgot his stories as he was telling them. He wanted someone who truly knew him. He wanted her. When Maria spied him through an open window on the day of his return, she knew something was wrong. She went to meet him without bothering to pull on her boots or close the door behind her. No matter how much she wanted him to stay away, he was the man who had saved her life with a rope trick and had been beside her as her heart broke apart in the 2nd Essex County. She quickly paid the driver and helped Diaz into the house. As always, he'd arrived without notice and had no idea how long he would stay. "We weren't expecting you," Maria said to reproach him, worrying over the state he was in. Usually he cared about his appearance, but now his clothes were in disrepair and hung on his frame. He'd lost a good deal of weight, and some of his strength was gone. Still, he was the handsome man whose stories Maria could listen to again and again. His dark hair was tied back with a leather band, and his boots hadn't been cleaned for months. Maria, too, was not at her best. "I'm not at all prepared." She had dirt from the garden under her fingernails, and her hair was in knots. Samuel's fever was raging, and he was still a man who either said too much or said nothing at all. When they went inside, he immediately felt at home, a comfort he experienced only when he visited New York. But it was all too much on this day. Samuel found he needed to take a moment to sit and catch his breath before greeting anyone properly. "What do we have here?" Abraham Diaz said, his voice trembling. There was a handsome man with dark eyes who seemed exhausted and wore a familiar black coat. "You look like my son." "He should," Maria assured the old man. "That's exactly who he is." Samuel gathered his strength and went to embrace his father. The two men were not afraid to show their raw emotions when they were together. They had seen and done terrible things and had worked side by side for a lifetime, until Abraham could no longer stand upright for more than a few minutes at a time without the pain in his back and legs overwhelming him. Age had come upon him quickly, like a thief, and an injury he'd suffered when they first took their ship from a royal merchant and renamed it the Queen Esther had worsened with the years so that he limped and could no longer walk very far. On this day, neither man could stand for long. Abraham could deal with his own failing body, but to see his son in such bad health caused him to weep. "It's that damn fever," Abraham declared. "It won't leave you alone." He turned to Maria, frustrated. "I thought you had cured him." "I cure him every time. That is the only way to treat this disease. Some things return no matter what, and we must deal with it when it does." "I'm fine," Samuel insisted. "I can stay in the barn." But Maria insisted he must take the chamber being saved for Faith's return. Samuel was mortified that she had to help him up the stairs, and yet he wondered if perhaps he had willed the illness to return, if he wanted nothing more than to have her arms around him, despite the price. Everything inside of him hurt, as if his bones were made of glass once more. A single touch was agony, and yet he yearned for Maria's embrace, for glass could burn as well as break. Once in bed, he moaned and turned his face to the wall. He hated to show his weakness. All the same, he hadn't enough strength to take off his boots. "You should have come home before this," Maria told him. "I can tell you've been ill for a while." Abraham had a right to fault her, but breakbone was a tricky disease that lurked inside a person's body. You chased it away, only to have it return unexpectedly. Samuel found he was comforted by Faith's belongings that were stored in this room: the blanket with the blue stitching, the puppet doll he had made. "There it is," he said, happy to spy the doll. "You've kept it safe." "Of course I have," Maria answered. "Didn't you tell me I must?" She went to collect the dried tawa-tawa leaves that were stored in her herb cabinet, so that she might fix a pot of the curative tea. And when she returned, Samuel was already asleep. He was talking as he dreamed, this time about the burning of his mother. The prisoners had been dressed in sackcloth, with dragons and flames painted upon their shirts and hats. They had ropes around their necks, and were forced to carry rosary beads and green and yellow candles. Dias was haunted by the shocking scene he had witnessed as a boy, and in his dreams he often revisited the square where it had occurred. The smoke that arose from the burning bodies was bloody and bitter. He could hear his mother's voice ringing through a crowd of 1,000. Maria removed his boots and slipped into bed beside him so that she might hold a cold, wet cloth to his head. She reached under his shirt to find that he was burning, his heart red hot. "Don't leave me," he said, convinced it was she who was the true remedy, not the bitter tea she insisted he drink, or the broth she made for him out of fish bones to keep him strong. At first Maria thought he was speaking to his mother in his dreams, until he embraced her and called her by her name. This was what happened every time he was home. If she kissed him once, she would not stop. It was wrong, and she knew it. It was dangerous as well. She spoke both to him and to the curse. "Don't say any more, and do not speak of love. This is not love. This is something else. It's my life twined together with yours. You are only home because you are ill, not because you look at me the way you do. You must go away as soon as you can, far across the sea, where you will be safe. This is a dream. It isn't real. It won't affect you. I will never be yours." Samuel Dias tore at his clothes, and Maria helped him. He was burning, and so was she. The broth on the bedside table would wait. The world could wait as well. Outside, rain had begun to fall. Maiden Lane was silent and green, but nothing outside this chamber mattered. Soon the quilt began to burn, and they tossed it away. The city had grown so small it only included one room. Samuel kept his eyes open so that he could see Maria at all times. The world was her, and her alone. He remembered the way she had leapt from the gallows, her eyes meeting his as he waited in the trees with his heart in his mouth, praying the rope was frayed properly so that the jute would split apart. The world ended and began when it did. Do you know how much I wanted you, still want you, will always want you? In the small bed, in the room under the eaves, she told him he must not love her. If you want to live, Maria said, you must stay away from me. That's why I always tell you to leave. That's the only reason? You're very annoying. It's true. They both laughed. As are you, he said, his arms around her. He was convinced what they did didn't matter. He was ruined already. What sort of curse could be worse than the way he'd been cursed on that burning day in Portugal? Let his life be over, if it must be. Let the last thing he see be the rain on the window glass, the white plaster walls, Maria's black hair falling over her shoulders, the line of daybreak over Manhattan, a sky that was the purest cobalt blue, the blue of heaven, which no matter what they might wish or what they might do, signified the end of a night of love. The old man knew about them. He often didn't remember what year it was or what country he was in, but certain things were unmistakable and unforgettable. The sounds of love, for instance, were obvious. He heard them at night, and was glad that his son could find pleasure in this cruel world. Now Maria was late to breakfast, and Abraham chuckled to think of the reason. He was sitting at the table, having managed to get himself down the stairs. The black dog and he were both waiting to be fed. They were patient, even though the hour for breakfast had long passed and their stomachs grumbled. On most days, Maria was awake long before the old man rose from bed, while the morning was still dark. But today the sun had been up for hours, and the old man and the wolf were still waiting. When Maria finally came downstairs, she was wearing her black dress, neatly buttoned. She had taken the time to comb the tangles from her hair, and she had washed her face with black soap. She looked refreshed, even though she'd barely slept. "I thought I heard something last night," Abraham said when Maria finally came downstairs. "Very late, when people should be asleep." "You heard nothing," Maria insisted as she boiled water for Abraham's tea. Abraham Diaz liked his tea strong, with a slice of lemon, when Maria managed to find one of those precious citrus fruits at the market stands. "I know what I heard. Maybe now he'll stay." The old man always had bread and butter in the morning, which Maria set before him. Keeper was fed a portion of meat and bones. "He won't." "New York would be good for him," the old man insisted. By now, Samuel Diaz was a wealthy man, and could easily turn his attentions to another line of work, one that was within the realm of the law. He could import rum from Curaçao, or bolts of silk from France. He could find himself a warehouse and an office nearby if he lived on Maiden Lane. "If he were here, you'd know when he was coming down with the fever. He'd be in your care." Maria threw Abraham a look. "That won't happen," she assured him, brewing herself a cup of release-me tea, a mixture that loosened love's hold on a person, especially when combined with bitters and fresh radish root. "He could be convinced," Abraham said, "especially if you help me do so." In Abraham Diaz's opinion, if a man had to live on land, there was no better choice than Manhattan. Portuguese Jews from Brazil had come in 1654, when Portugal reclaimed Brazil from the Dutch, bringing the Inquisition with them. These original Portugals were greeted by Governor Peter Stuyvesant, who had been unwilling to accept the group of 23 souls with no country and no home, until he was pressured to do so by the original owner of the house on Maiden Lane, Jacob Barsaman, who had worked for the Dutch West India Company. The new immigrants were not allowed to build a synagogue, but the men met daily, and Abraham Diaz had gone to these gatherings on Friday evenings in a small house near the harbor. In 1655, Jewish taxpayers had paid for nearly 10% of the price to build the wall, later the site of Wall Street, to separate the city from the wilderness beyond. Although they were outsiders, Jews were watchmakers, tailors, butchers, importers of rum and chocolate and cocoa. Manhattan was a tolerant city, and if you didn't provoke your neighbors or call attention to yourself, you could do as you pleased and worship as you liked. "Let your son be who he is," Maria told Abraham. "A man who lives at sea." "A man can change," Abraham Diaz assured her. After all, he was about to plant vegetables in the garden, his hands deep in the earth, which, at this late date, he found to be an unexpected pleasure. Maria went to the North River on the west side of the city to buy haddock and cod so she might simmer a broth of fish bones for Samuel's supper to strengthen his constitution. He had been healing all through the month of his recovery and was much improved. In the afternoons, he sat in the garden with his father in the pale green sunlight, listening to stories he'd heard dozens of times before and enjoying each one. He'd recently helped his father put in a row of lettuce, which distressed Maria. Why would Samuel bother with planting vegetables when he wouldn't be there to see them grow? She predicted he would be gone by the end of the week, and once away from her, he would be safe. The Queen Esther was docked, and it was likely most of the crew had begun to run out of funds and would soon be ready to be back at sea. If Maria wasn't mistaken, she could see a flicker of longing for the sea in Samuel's eyes when the wind picked up and the sea chilled the air, a hunger for his old life in which he didn't have to sit at the dinner table at an appointed hour, here where the stars weren't half as bright as they were out at sea. He was drawn to the harbor, where he stared out beyond Hell Gate. New York was blue and gray, a city surrounded by water, which called to him even though he wished to stay. The broad North River, later to be renamed the Hudson, ran two ways. Seawater rushed to the north, fresh water flowed into the ocean. It was a river that couldn't make up its mind, and Samuel appreciated that. He was born under the sign of water, and was himself often of two minds. He yearned to leave, and he didn't want to go. He had recently constructed a boat out of parchment by folding it this way and that for Maria's amusement. Men on ships found all sorts of entertainments to while away the hours at sea. How to make a valentine out of shells, how to turn paper into cranes and birds and fish and boats, how to tell stories, how to be completely silent. When Maria set the paper boat in the river, it had turned one way and then the other. In the end, it did not set forth on either tide, north or south, but instead continued on in a circle until Samuel plucked it from the sea. It was a sign of his own indecision. On some mornings he packed his bag, on others he could not imagine ever leaving New York. At the fly market, on the far end of Maiden Lane, Maria noticed a person of interest farther down the row of stalls, buying lemons at the fruit stand. The shopper was an elegant woman who wore an embroidered mauve dress stitched in France. Her pale hair was caught up with small combs, all of which were blackened silver. A small white dog followed at her feet, devoted beyond all reason. If Maria wasn't mistaken, the woman wore red boots. "I wouldn't look at Miss Durant for too long," the fishmonger warned Maria as he weighed out haddock. "It wouldn't be wise." "Why is that?" Maria wore a black veil over her face whenever she was in public. On the day when she finally found her daughter, she would throw the veil away, or burn it over a pile of sticks, or tear it to shreds. For now, it had its desired effect. People steered clear and avoided her, for no one wished to step too close to tragedy. And yet, there were still those who took pity on her. The fishmonger among them, for she was unmistakably a woman in mourning. "Catherine Durant is an enchantress," the fishmonger confided in a low tone as he nodded to the other shopper. "You might call her a witch." "Is she?" Maria craned her neck to see, for the woman they spoke of was already leaving, her back turned to them. Her little dog gazed at Maria with bright eyes before hurrying after his mistress. "I sold her fish she said wasn't fresh, and for the next 2 months I didn't sell another thing," the fishmonger went on. "Not a scrap or an ounce. People walked by as if I was invisible, and those who saw me held their noses as if my wares stank. So I had a bushel of mussels delivered to her house, and after that, it was business as usual. Now I send a gift of mussels or clams to her on the 1st of every month. It's worked out well for both of us." Maria soon made her way to the fruit vendor, but before she could choose any of the produce, he handed her a satchel. "Sir," Maria said, surprised by his forwardness, "I don't yet know what I want." "It doesn't matter, she knows." He nodded in the direction of which the woman had disappeared. The vendor looked sheepish, but when a witch suggested you do something, it was best to comply. Inside the satchel were 10 apples, already paid for, shiny red. "She said to bake a pie." "Did she?" Despite herself, Maria smiled. Someone had seen her for who she was, most likely a sister in the nameless art. "She said you wouldn't regret it, and to bake one every week and set it on your windowsill." If this was magic, it was made of simple, practical stuff. All the same, Maria went home and cut up the apples, then made a crust. She rolled out the dough, and when she added the apples to the mix, the white slices turned crimson. Perhaps the fruit was not as ordinary as she had first thought. She felt her hopes rise as the pie baked in the brick oven beside the fireplace, as she sent a message to Faith, wherever she might be. "Do what you must until we are together again, but never believe a word she tells you. Believe only in yourself. You are my daughter, and mine alone, whether we are together or apart." When the pie was done, Maria let it cool on the windowsill. It sat there, red as a heart, the crust brown, perfectly done. From then on, she baked a pie each and every week, with apples that turned from white to red. People passing by sniffed the fragrant air and were reminded of home, and many longed to find their way back to their loved ones. That was all Maria wished for. That was all she wanted in the world, to look out her window and see her darling girl, to have her walk up the stone path and fling open the door. Two. In a place called Kings County, originally called Breukelen by the first Dutch settlers, newcomers arrived to find a land of marshes dotted by snow-white clouds, where the horizon reached out in bands of blue until at last it met with the sea. This lowland had reminded the Dutch of home, and many had sunk to their knees and wept upon their arrival in this wild place, where the sky was filled with ducks and geese, and fish jumped in the streams. Rough working men, both farmers and fishermen, established the original villages on land, where the native Lenape people had once lived, before they were slaughtered and driven out, first by the Dutch, then by the British who replaced the original invaders. In a world that had begun with murder, there was always cruelty, despite the beauty of the shore and the sea. There were 5 towns originated by the Dutch in the county, and the 6th, Gravesend, was populated by those who wished to disappear from their previous lives. It was built in 1645 on a parcel of land originally belonging to Lady Deborah Moody and her son, Sir Henry, both of whom had fled from the Puritans of the Massachusetts Bay Colony in search of religious freedom. Lady Moody had been fortunate enough to have the Crown grant her a small wedge of Kings County. She'd begun her life in England, close to royal life, and had happily ended her time on earth in Brooklyn, where she'd been free to do as she pleased, and had been buried in the one cemetery at the end of an Indian path. Her son had disappeared. Some people said he'd been buried beside his mother. Others vowed he'd left for the unknown territories in the West, and that he preferred native people to Englishmen. The original settlement had been destroyed by the war-ravaged native population, who had lost more than 1,000 to the Dutch aggression and hundreds more to the British, though they did their best to fight back. In the end, they were defeated, and their population had all but vanished. When Faith was brought to Gravesend, it was the farthest outpost of what was called the Flat Country, by detractors and admirers alike, populated by hardy souls who did not fear isolation. Martha Chase paid a pittance to the village elders for the use of an abandoned house overgrown by weeds and vines. She wished to be in a place that was on very few maps, and the farther she was from the crowds of Manhattan, the better. For all the previous year, there had been an epidemic of yellow fever which had killed 10% of the population. Gravesend was cold in the dead of winter, with ice coating the cattails and reeds. And it was equally hot in the blazing summer when the sun beat down. Their house was far enough from the village so that hundreds of gulls and terns wheeled across the sky all through the day, and not another sound was heard. It was a worthwhile spot, for they could fish in the streams and have a garden, though the sandy soil was a trial. It was easy enough to hide away in this desolate location, where there would be few questions asked concerning the girl, and her hair dyed pitch black from a tint of crushed inkberries and the boiled bark of a black walnut tree, a quiet, thoughtful child who didn't resemble the pale, nervous woman who insisted Faith call her mother. When Faith repeatedly told her she already had a mother, Martha Chase calmly said that Maria hadn't wanted her, and had given her to Martha. Otherwise, she would have been in a workhouse. Faith wept at night. When she looked at the inky sky, she wished for a sign that her mother still loved her, in her dreams or in her waking life, which would let her know her mother was still thinking of her. By the time they had arrived, Brooklyn was populated by 2,000 souls, and although it was set just across the river from Manhattan, it was a world away. When they'd first left Massachusetts, Faith had been told there were evil people who were chasing after her, and that they must escape or the devil would have them. Faith's mother would approve of their move to New York, the girl was told. After all, she had given her only child to Martha for her protection. And wasn't that proof of her wishes? Faith might be in disguise, but she was who she was, and her natural inclinations arose time and time again. When she closed her eyes and sang a song in a language Martha had never before heard, a soft green rain would begin. When she whistled, sparrows came to sit in the palm of her hand. She could foretell storms and sunny weather, light a candle with her breath, find drinking water merely by following its scent. And Martha once heard her speaking to her mother, asking Maria to please come and find her. Martha had heard that there were ways of curbing magic, and that witches had an aversion to iron, for it took away the sight and was the element that decreased their powers. After Faith picked a flower that bloomed in the palm of her hand out of season as she stood in the snow, Martha had a blacksmith come to solder iron bracelets around Faith's wrists. It was costly, but worth it as far as Martha was concerned. In a proper, pious household, any form of blasphemy could not be allowed. "This is so I can always find you," Martha had said, to comfort Faith when the torch stung, but the truth was she wanted to make certain that Faith would not escape. After the bracelets had been locked onto her wrists, Faith felt a pale dullness inside of her. She could no longer call birds to her, or see what was to come. She could not make the clouds move or ask the sky to rain. When she dipped her hands in the streams, the fish swam away from her. She was a prisoner, without talent, without hope. But at night, she was free to dream, and in her dreams she saw her mother crying as she stood beside a flowering tree. That was how Faith knew that her mother was still alive. She hadn't been forgotten. They had traveled constantly at first, living in Lower Manhattan, then on a farm in the settlement of Bergen in New Jersey, a place plagued by mosquitoes and lawlessness. Wherever they went, the door was always kept bolted to ensure that none of the bad people from Massachusetts would snatch the child. Who these bad people were, Faith had no idea, for all she could remember was a loving mother, a man who told stories when she was little more than a babe, and a black dog that followed her faithfully. And yet she was told they must always remain in disguise to protect themselves. Martha called herself Olive Porter, and Faith had a new name each time they moved, even though changing a person's name was known to bring bad luck. She had been called Temperance, Charity, Patience, Thankful, and Verity. When she was alone, she wrote down these names in black ink, then crossed them out with thick, blotchy lines, as if doing so could block out her false identities. At last they had come to Kings County, where the blue air tasted like salt and seabirds dropped clams onto the dirt roads to crack them open to feast upon. It was the last outpost and the place where they would stay. As always, Faith was made to call the lady who took care of her, Mother. The word continued to stick in her throat. She was certain that if she waited long enough, her true mother would find her, and that one bright morning when she opened her eyes, Maria Owens would be there. Faith had turned 9 when they first came to settle in Gravesend, the land of seabirds and outcasts. There were few outsiders who passed through this place, and most residents who abided here had reasons to be in a town that seemed to be perched at the end of the earth. There were husbands who had quit their wives, and women who'd been cast out, and robbers who were tired of running from the law. "We'll be safe here," Martha told Faith, although safe from what, Faith wasn't quite sure. She was now called Comfort, a name she despised, not that there were many to call her by name. Quiet was a certainty here, and it was possible to be alone for weeks on end, whether one was walking along the dirt roads or through the sandy fields. Other than the changes in the weather, each day was the same as the one before, and the one to come. People in town waited for the peddler, who appeared on the last Friday of the month, and all were excited to see an outsider. They went to him for bolts of fabric or nails or pots and pans, and would have to go without until he appeared, for no storekeeper had found the courage to open shop in this remote location. Faith Owens could spy the sea from her room in the attic, where the previous tenant had died of the fevers, for in this low-lying land there were clouds of mosquitoes drifting by on summer nights. 1 out of every 3 children born out here would be dead before a first birthday was celebrated, and several of the women in town wore mourning black no matter the year or the season. As the years passed, Faith had more questions all the time, but because she dared not ask, they went unanswered. If Maria was alive, why hadn't she come after her? Where was her loyal wolf dog? who would never leave her side of his own volition. Why must Faith not show the true color of her hair? Ever since that day when the constables came to call in Essex County, her life had been torn in two. There was the before, when she'd lived with her mother, and the after, the time that had accrued ever since Martha had taken her aboard the ship bound for New York, leading to these years in Brooklyn. Faith often walked to the end of the old Indian path, which led past the cemetery. She left seashells to decorate Lady Moody's grave, for she felt this Englishwoman who had made her way in this wilderness to be a kindred spirit. On the shortest night of the year, she left the house after dark, when there were only patches of silvery light slipping through the clouds. She brought along a white candle to honor the town's founder. Never hide who you are inside, she'd always been told. But all that she was had been hidden, even from herself. By now, Faith understood that she was living a lie. Over the years, she had slowly gained her foster mother's trust. She was always well behaved, and did as she was told without complaint. She didn't talk back, and when they went into town on the day the peddler came, she knew well enough not to talk to strangers. Martha Chase told Faith that she was the perfect child, and if being perfect meant she could see into Martha's bitter heart and know she was deceitful, then perfect was what she was. By the time she turned 11, Martha agreed to let Faith be called Jane, a simple name Faith far preferred over Comfort, which made her feel as if she were a blanket or an old dog. In time, Faith was allowed to wander the beaches, and even to go into the village on the last Friday of the month, when the wagon came to town. She stole pennies from Martha and bought a hand mirror from the peddler, an affable English fellow named Jack Finney, a modest individual who had few attachments in the world and wore a shabby blue jacket and boots that were too large for his feet. Faith asked if she might have a bit of black paint, which she used to coat the glass. And when the paint dried, she peered into the dark mirror. There was her mother, in a black dress, crying in the night. There was her dog, standing at the gate. She dreamed that her mother spoke to her. Do what you must until we are together again, but never believe a word she tells you. Believe only in yourself. You are my daughter, and mine alone, whether we are together or apart. Whenever she could, Faith did as she pleased. She bought old water-stained volumes from the peddler, and she could often be spied with her parcels, walking the lanes while reading a book, which she made sure to hide before Martha Chase could catch her. As far as Martha was concerned, one learned to read only to have access to the scriptures. All other reading was the devil's work, inflaming men's imaginations with stories that weren't true, and ideas that could lead a reader to a path of rebellion. A streak of independence and a curious mind meant trouble. In Martha's opinion, a woman who spent her time reading was no better than a witch. Martha Chase believed in evil. She was absolutely certain that it walked alongside them every day, on the road and in the fields, tempting them to leave the grace of the Lord. Witchery was a brand of wickedness Martha had hoped they'd escaped when they left Massachusetts, for in that colony witches were born and bred. She would have been stunned to know that Faith climbed out her window at night to go to the graveyard. Faith had set up a kettle in order to make the black soap her mother had been known for. She bought or pilfered ingredients that she remembered as useful from the time that she'd watched Maria practice the nameless art. Ginger, lemon, salt, the bark of the elm, chokeberries, cherry pits, white candles and black candles, black fabric, red thread, blue beads, feathers, wild belladonna, which was dangerous and agitated the spirit, bright yellow-green ferns, for lightning never strikes where ferns grow. She'd begun to trade her soap for books and herbs, and Finney, the peddler, said every woman who bought a bar of the fragrant black soap had returned to beg for more. On Saturdays, Faith sat with Martha to read from the Geneva Bible, the scriptures that formed all Puritan beliefs. She always washed her hands and face before they read, so as not to smudge the pages. In Martha's eyes, Brooklyn was a land of disbelievers, where all denominations other than Quakers were welcome to own land. There were Dutch Reformed Protestants, and some Catholics, and even, some people said, a few Jewish families from Amsterdam. It was a free and wild place compared to the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and one had to keep watch at all times to remain on the narrow path. Faith looked unnatural with her black-dyed hair and the oversized gray dress her foster mother insisted she wear at all times, along with a pair of heavy black boots that she kicked off whenever she walked to town, preferring to go barefoot. People considered her to be the oddest of creatures. A well-mannered girl, sure enough, with unnatural raven hair and pale eyebrows, who always had her nose in a book. When she wasn't reading, she was talking to herself, reciting recipes to make certain she wouldn't forget them. Be true to me tea, a boon for lovers. Travel well tea, a tonic for good health on a journey. Frustration tea, which granted good humor and cheer even on the outskirts of Kings County. Clairvoyant tea, concocted from mugwort and rosemary and anise, which helped the drinker see beyond the curtain of the here and now. And Faith's favorite, courage tea, which provided bravery and grit, and was made of vanilla and currants and thyme. Every time Faith recited a remedy, she felt a thrill, as if she were unlocking a door to her true self. Whenever she did so, the iron bracelets burned and chafed. But she had learned to ignore them, as a dog ignores its collar, and a horse its reins. Faith was walking through town one afternoon on her way home from seeing the peddler, a treasured new book of Shakespeare's sonnets in hand, when she heard sobbing. A woman stood outside a small cottage with a tilted roof, convinced that her child would die of the racking coughs that plagued him. In that instant, Faith remembered a cure for this affliction. She'd only been 6 when she was taken from her mother, but she had always paid attention when the nameless art had been called upon. She ran back to the peddler and asked him for quince seeds and honey, which she heated on a stove in his wagon. "What is that supposed to be?" the peddler asked. Jack Finney had grown fond of this odd girl through his dealings with her, for she had an endearing sort of charm. In his travels, he always looked for editions of books she might favor. He was a Cornishman who'd come to this country with nothing, after his wife and child had died of the pox. He'd wanted to be as far away from England as possible, but now he felt lost in this vast, flat land of Brooklyn, and it was a pleasure to speak to someone with whom he felt at ease. As far as he could tell, the girl was an outcast just as he was, a loner by nature or by design. Though she was now 11, and had lived at the end of the world for nearly 3 years, she was less a child than anyone of her age the peddler had ever seen. She spoke with assurance and without the vanity and self-centeredness of childhood. Faith bit her lip when she was thinking and narrowed her eyes, and now she paid strict attention to the concoction on the stove. "It's a remedy," she told Jack Finney. "If you let me have one of your glass jars, I'll tell you the secret." She went on to teach him how to cure a cough. He wished he'd been aware of this cure when he'd had a child of his own who'd been ill with a similar disease, heartbreaking to watch when at the very last his daughter could not draw a single breath. Finney gave Faith a jar with a cork top for her mixture. "How did you learn all this?" he asked. Faith shrugged. She remembered bits and pieces, and sometimes whole spells, but the truth was, she'd been born with the knowledge. She returned to the house where she'd seen the crying woman, then knocked at the door and told the distraught mother that a spoonful of the tonic given twice a day would stave off the boy's coughs. The woman was suspicious, But after Faith went on her way, she tested the cure by tasting a spoonful herself. There were no ill effects, so she gave a dose to her son. His coughing stopped that very night, and before long he was out and about, healthy as anyone. The women in Gravesend took note of the child's healing. Though Faith was only a girl, they began to seek her out. Perhaps she was too young to be a proper witch, but she seemed to have a natural talent for the nameless art. In time, people in need knew where to find her, within the cemetery gates on Friday evenings, the traditional time for working love spells, mirror magic, health tonics, and potions for reconciliation. Faith often suggested castor oil, milk, and sugar, a children's tonic her mother had fixed in Boston, along with summer savory for colic. She made most use of the recipe for fever tea, to nip high temperatures in the bud, made of cinnamon, bayberry, ginger, thyme, and marjoram. Faith climbed out her window, no matter the weather, as soon as Martha Chase was in bed, for she hated to disappoint one of her clients, some of whom waited hours for her to appear, and came from the far-off towns of Bushwick and Flatlands. Faith had recently bought a black book from the peddler to use as a journal. Finney had added a small bottle of ink and a pen, and she'd written down all she could remember from the nights when women in need came to her mother's door. How to end toothache, and insomnia, and skin rashes. How to cast away bad dreams and regret. How to make amends. How to find happiness. For her services, Faith was paid whatever a client might have. A bag of apples, forks and spoons, coins, pies, and once she was granted a pair of heavy black stockings. The payment didn't matter. What mattered most was that Faith was still herself, even though the iron bracelets kept her from using her full talents. She had to trust in what her clients told her, for she was unable to read the lines on their right or left hands, the first of which, she remembered, revealed the future you are given, the other, which allowed you to view the future you made for yourself. By now, Faith Owens had grown into a gawky, tall girl, and the iron cuffs dug into her flesh. She wondered if without them she might be able to fly far from here and find her mother. She knew the map of the sky, and could chart the world, north and south. She'd once known a man called Goat, who could divine the stars and had pointed them out to her. Faith considered running away, but she didn't know the name of the place they had come from, so that she might return, only that there had been a bottomless lake nearby, and a water serpent who ate bread from her hands, and a wild black dog she'd found in the woods who never left her side. Most of those who came in search of Faith were illiterate, and the fact that she could not only read and write, but could recite passages in Latin and Greek that she'd taught herself, amazed the women of Gravesend. As it turned out, Faith had a prodigious memory, and could recall the charms of Agrippa and Solomon that had been written down in Maria's grimoire. It was clear that sorcery was second nature to her. In New York, magic was not outlawed, and magic books were sold on the streets, hidden inside black covers, available at a high price for those willing to pay. It was possible to find copies of the greater keys of King Solomon, the conjurations and curses and spells written out by hand, explaining the knowledge and wisdom of that ancient king. The mystical alphabet, the mystical seal of Solomon, the pentacles of Solomon, along with the lesser key, a grimoire written by Cornelius Agrippa, a most secret explanation of the mysteries of mankind and nature, all could be found, if one knew where to look. Finney had managed to get his hands on a few of these books, but the prices he quoted to Faith were too dear. She had to depend on her memory and the notes she jotted down in bits and pieces in her black notebook. I am with the all, and the all is within me. The letters flickered on the page and then disappeared, but when she ran her hand over the parchment she could feel them. In this way, alone and abandoned, shackled by metal cuffs she could not remove and pretending to be someone she was not, she began her practice of the nameless art. For one does not have to have the talents of a witch to be called to the art. She simply has to have the desire to see beyond what is right in front of her. Martha Chase had planted 30 raspberry bushes when they came to Gravesend, but the soil was too sandy, and one by one the plants had withered until there was only one spindly specimen left. Faith had been given her own patch of land, and despite the soil, her garden grew so well it would not keep within the bounds of the fence that kept the rabbits away. Rabbits were everywhere in Brooklyn, and there was a place near the sea where there were so many of the creatures that the land there was called Rabbit Island. There were deer and turkeys and all manner of wading birds and ducks in the marshes, but the land itself was fairly barren. It was a miracle that Faith's garden was such a marvel. She grew feverfew for health, rosehips and skullcap for healing, lavender for luck. She'd plucked wild black nightshade to start from seed. Martha spied it snaking out of the ground, its black flowers already in bloom. She saw Faith standing among the blossoms, her dyed hair blue-black in the harsh light, her lips moving as she recited an incantation to Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic, who held power over heaven and earth and sea. Martha watched and grasped at her chest. Despite all her efforts, she'd come to believe that Faith was permanently infected by her mother's blood, and even the iron cuffs were not enough to change who she was. The older the girl became, the more convinced Martha became that it was her duty to cure the child of her heritage. The daughter of a witch must be carefully watched. Once she planted nightshade, anything might happen. 3. In the month of June, Abraham Diaz went to bed, and he didn't get up again. At first he tried. Samuel and Maria held him under his arms and lifted him up. But he soon sank back down, shaking his head. Abraham had no strength and no appetite for life. He knew this weakness, for he had seen it in others. It came at the end of life. It appeared that a person was giving up, but it was an acceptance of the end. He stopped eating, even refusing a bite of his favorite chocolate cake, and what was even more telling for a man of the Diaz family, he stopped talking. That was when Maria heard the death watch beetle. She got down on her hands and knees to search beneath the furniture, then investigated the attic and every inch of the damp brick cellar, but she couldn't find the wretched insect. It continued with its clacking call, for once begun, the sound could only be ended by a death in the house. Samuel hadn't stopped the death watch beetle by stepping on it outside the jail in Salem. Rather, the beetle's death had foretold that Maria would not hang. This was not the case now, for the beetle didn't show itself, always a dark sign. She remembered Hannah searching the cottage at Devotion Field when she heard it, never managing to get it out of the walls no matter how she might try, for it predicted the day of fire and destruction, when she was nailed to her own front door and her house was burned to the ground. Maria turned to the book, reading the grimoire for hours, trying every remedy that might help the old man regain his vitality. Vervain, feverfew, nightshade, horehound syrup, none of it worked. As Abraham's condition worsened, Maria was willing to delve into the darker magic that practitioners of the nameless art were taught to avoid, though she could find no death spells in the grimoire. That is not our business, Hannah had told her. When you go inside darkness, the darkness goes inside you. She found the spell she was searching for at the very end of the book, on a page she had never noticed before. It was invisible without bodily fluid, but Maria could feel it there on the page, writhing, ready to be called up. She licked her thumb, then ran her damp finger across the page. The The letters appeared in small, perfect script. Do not use unless you must. When Samuel entered his father's chamber that evening, the scene he witnessed stunned him. They had never discussed where Maria had come from, or more importantly, what she was. Now it was clear. There was no mistaking witchery. Black candles were lit around the old man's bed, so many that the smoke scorched the ceiling and billowed into the corners of the room. A line of salt had been poured along the walls so that no evil could enter, and herbs were strewn over the bed. Maria sat before the old man, naked, slick with sweat, as she chanted an ancient spell so dangerous and powerful the words turned to ash as she spoke them, and her mouth burned as she called to Hecate, the goddess of magic and sorcery and light. Abracadabra, I will create as I speak. I will force into being that which is impossible and illogical, all that is against the rules of men. A shield to prevent death, no matter how dark the results might be. Enough! Samuel Diaz seized Maria from the bed and covered her with a blanket. He stomped on the candles as if they were bugs, extinguishing the flames, then opened the window and waved the smoke out. At last Samuel turned back to her. He wasn't often angry, but when he was, he burned. Is my father an experiment for your art? It's a cure. When I cured you, your father was happy that I did. Why can't you be? This is not the same. The only cure for old age is death. There are things you cannot change, that you should not change. We'll let him go, as he should. Samuel was right, and she knew it. What was forcibly brought back from death never came back as it was. One lived or died as fate saw fit. It was possible to shift one's destiny, depending on choices that had been made. But some things were meant to be. They had been written and could not be unwritten. Abraham Diaz's time had come. On both hands his lifelines had reached the ends of his palms. Maria stopped fighting a war she couldn't win. She washed and dressed, then watched Samuel from the window as he sat alone in the garden, waiting to lose the last member of his family. When it was clear that Abraham was about to die, Maria intended to call Samuel to his bedside, but the old man stopped her. He placed a hand on her arm and managed to speak. The man who could talk for hours at a time, and had taught his son to do the same, still had some breath left. When a person was about to die, nothing could prevent him from talking if he had something to say. I need you alone, he told her. So you understand, Samuel. Maria sat beside Abraham to listen to his last story, and she wasn't surprised to hear it was about his love for his son. My boy was 11 years old when it happened, he began. While he spoke, he appeared younger, as if he'd gone back to that time. I will not begin to tell you how clever he was. Every father will tell you that about a son. But I will tell you that no one has as big a heart. The midwife told us so when he was born. She said it filled up his chest, and even before his birth, I could put my ear to my wife's stomach and hear it beat. It was so loud. I knew he would not be like anyone else. We were not home when the terrible thing happened. We had gone into the forest to meet with the owner of a ship, a man who swore he would take us far from the perils of Portugal. Everyone wanted to go to Amsterdam, and we were willing to pay whatever was asked. It turned out the man we met was a liar, and took our most precious belongings. A strand of gold that belonged to my wife, a silver prayer cup, and 2 strands of pearls my daughters were meant to wear on their wedding days. We rushed back home, expecting to fetch my wife and the girl so they could join us in the woods, but it was too late. My wife was taken, my daughters were gone. I told Samuel not to leave the house, but as you know, he will never do as he's told. He went out into the square searching for his sisters and mother. Our family had come to Portugal from the city of Toledo in Castile, Spain, then known by its Arabic name, Tulay Tula. We thought we would be safe in this new country. We had paid a high price to enter Portugal. Our family had been forcibly converted, but we practiced our religion in secret. The madness continued, with auto da fe, mass murders of conversos. It was a world of black and gold, and then a world of blood. Samuel saw everything that day. The hoods they made our people wear, the lashings they gave them, the fires that burned. Flesh became ash, body became soul. Afterward he did not speak, not a word. We stole the ship we were promised with the help of our neighbors who were to travel with us. I murdered the ship owner and his captain. I kept the crew who would be loyal to us and killed the rest. I made them jump into the sea and had no compassion when they drowned. That was what my life had done to me. Samuel sat in silence with the navigator, a Jew named Lazarus, and that was how he learned to follow the stars. I thought he might never speak again, but he did, almost 2 years later, soon after his 13th birthday. He had become a man while we were searching for a place where we might be safe. We went to Brazil, but the Inquisition had followed the Portuguese to the new land they had claimed. At last we made our way to Curaçao, where people such as ourselves were allowed to live. We were in shallow seas when Samuel jumped off the bow. He yelled out, "Look, Papa." I didn't even recognize his voice because it had changed. He was a man with a man's voice, but he still had a boy's joy. For on this day he recognized the beauty of the world. There he was, riding on a dolphin's back. I could hear him laughing. It was the day I had hoped for. I knew that as long as he kept talking, he would be all right. That is why I'm telling you this, Maria. Don't let him be silent. The old man had taken her hand in his. He still wore his wedding ring, for Jews had given such tokens to one another since the 10th century as a declaration of love and faith. His was decorated with Hebrew symbols for luck, fashioned out of gold filigree and blue enamel. It was his greatest treasure. He had worn it for so long he could barely move it past his swollen knuckle. Now when he did, there was a deep indentation around his finger, the mark of his married life. He asked Maria to give the ring to Samuel, then told her that after his death he wished to be wrapped in white cloth and placed into the ground without a coffin, so that he might become one with the earth. He was accustomed to living on land. He had come to love New York, and the sea was only a memory. You never know what you want or need until you are old, for old age is a mystery that is impossible to unwind until you step into its maze. Thorn, blood, earth, love. That was the riddle that Abraham Diaz held in his hand. Maria wept as he was dying. Her tears burned her and left red marks on her face, and Abraham asked her not to cry. Instead, he asked for something else, a last wish that could not be denied, one he had been thinking about every minute of every day during his last months. He wished for her to take care of his son. Of course, Maria assured him. I mean in every way, the old man urged. The way a man needs to be cared for, with all your heart. Maria laughed. That is none of your business, she told Abraham in a firm, gentle voice. Love is my business, he insisted. Long ago I was an artist. You didn't know that, and why should you? You don't know everything about me. That was what I did before I went to sea. I made the most beautiful marriage contracts that could be had. A bride-to-be would have her family pay any price for my work. I constructed them from a single piece of parchment that I cut into shapes and words with a small pair of shears. When the brides-to-be saw the documents, they wept. The grooms fell to their knees, grateful to be alive in the world. Believe what I say. I know about love. Maria was forced to lean close, for she could hardly hear him. His voice was a whisper. It was leaving him now. The light inside him was rising up. She opened the window so his spirit would be free once it left his body. We are birds, Hannah had once told her. They sit inside of us waiting to fly away. No one can fall in love with me, Maria told Abraham. Don't wish that on your son. I know love when I see it, Abraham Diaz insisted. I see it in you. He gave her his ring and told her the secret that he had learned about love during his time on Earth. Then he closed his eyes. He had nothing more to say. He wasn't even in the room anymore, not in Manhattan, not in the year of 1691, not in a house on Maiden Lane. He was with his wife when he first met her. How beautiful she was, with her straight black hair that was so long she could sit on it, or wear it wound atop her head so that she looked like a queen who wore a dark crown. When you fall in love like that, time doesn't matter. This was the secret he told Maria, the last words he ever said. What belonged to you once will always belong to you. Be grateful if you have walked through the world with another's heart in your hand. Abraham Diaz was buried in the First Sherith Israel graveyard near Chatham Square, wound in white linen as he'd wished to be, placed into his grave without a coffin, so that he might become a part of the earth without delay. He had belonged to a congregation of Sephardic Jews who had wandered the globe, searching for a safe place in which to live and die. They had found what they were searching for in Manhattan. The burial took place on a blue June day, and the achingly beautiful weather made the loss cut more deeply. It would have been more fitting had there been rain or hail or black storms blowing in from the sea, a world from which a man wished to escape. Not this perfect day. The women stood on the fringes of the gathering, their heads covered, and the men wore prayer shawls that their wives and daughters had stitched. The men joined in the mourners' Kaddish, the ancient Aramaic prayer Jews recited to honor the dead. Samuel Diaz did not practice his religion, but with a borrowed prayer shawl over his shoulders, he too recited the Kaddish and sang laments in Portuguese, as his father had done on the night of their family's murder. Then he got down on his knees at the gravesite and wept. He had refused to shave, and his hair fell to his shoulders. He looked rough, but he cried more than any man the congregation had seen before. The unmarried women watched him, so moved by his raw emotion they felt their feet lift off the ground. How could a man feel so much? What else was inside of him? If only they could find out. If only they knew, a great mystery would be revealed to them. The married women gazed at their own husbands with disapproval, for the men looked away from Samuel's passionate display. It was too much for them. It was a story they had forgotten a long time ago, when they were 13 and became men and locked their emotions away so they might navigate the cruelty of the world. That night, the house on Maiden Lane felt much too empty. Samuel had torn his clothes, as mourners are commanded to do. For 7 days he sat outside, even when it rained. He wept until his dark, handsome face was swollen. He had stopped talking, as his father feared he might. Instead, he began to drink rum, and he didn't stop, growing more silent and moody with every drink. When he finally came inside, Maria brought him his father's wedding ring, hoping it would start him talking. Samuel held it up to the firelight, squinting to see it more clearly. "There's a reason my father left this with you," he said. "Because he wanted you to have it." Samuel Diaz shook his head. He knew the way his father approached the world, and he knew the meaning of the gift. This ring was a message, one he was grateful to receive, one he hoped Maria would accept. "No, he wanted you to have it." Maria shook her head. "It's a family treasure. I couldn't possibly." "If he wanted to give it to me, he would have placed it on my hand," Samuel said. "No, it should belong to you. We should do as he wished." Diaz knelt before Maria and slipped the ring onto her finger. This is what he wanted, for you to be mine. She didn't wish to hurt him. It cannot happen if I don't agree to it, and you know I can't. But you have agreed. See? It won't come off. We're married in my father's eyes, Samuel insisted. He was making a fool of himself, but he didn't care. That's why he gave you the ring. That's our tradition. Maria attempted to slide the ring off, but it was stuck. Even when she took a bar of soap to the band, the ring would not move past her knuckle. It seemed impossible. Her hand was so much smaller than Abraham's. The ring fits the person it should belong to, Samuel told her. Are you trying to annoy me? Maria said. Samuel shrugged. He didn't care if he was annoying. He'd certainly been called worse. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Rather than argue, they went upstairs. The bed was small, but it didn't matter. Rain began in the middle of the night, but they didn't care. Once more and then never again. That's what she told herself. But it was a lie, and her mouth burned even though she didn't say the words aloud. He saw that she wore the sapphire, and he laughed out loud. She was his. He was sure of it. Certainly she was his in bed when she told him never to stop. But in the morning, as they sat across from one another at the table, Samuel took Maria's hand and she drew away. She thought they had a tacit understanding. No love, no commitment, and certainly no marriage. He, of all people, should understand, for he'd been with her on her hanging day. You wanted me here last night, Samuel said. Was that a favor because my father died? It was a mistake, Maria said. Because of a curse? He was as outraged as she'd seen him. That's a fool's belief. Because words have power, and they can't be taken back. Samuel Diaz was a practical man. Yet in his travels, he had seen astonishing things he would never have believed could exist. Such miracles had changed him, convincing him that anything was possible in this world. He had seen golden lions sunning themselves on the rocks of the Barbary coast, whales with long, twisted horns floating under the sea, stars falling from the sky, parrots that could speak as well as a man, clouds of pink birds on the coast of Africa all taking flight at once, a woman with dark hair whom he wanted no matter what the cost. A curse can be broken, he told her, convinced that miracles were not so difficult to find. She shook her head and refused to agree. Causing him harm was not a risk Maria was willing to take. Sell the house or keep it. I can find somewhere else to live. Diaz talked for an hour, then 2. He was good at it, and had learned from the best. He told her what it was like to stand in the woods and watch her on Gallows Hill. His heart had been ready to explode. It was a bird, he said, struggling to be free of the cage of his ribs to be beside her. But she told him that what was done could not be undone. A witch who cast a spell upon herself could not escape its chains with her own magic. No ritual she called forth could undo the damage. It had happened to her mother, and now it had happened to her. There was only one woman she had known who would have been capable of undoing such damage, and Hannah Owens wasn't there to break the curse. If your answer is no, then you stay here, Samuel told her. I'll go. He wished that he had told her he loved her before her hanging day. He wished he had admitted that as soon as he knew, when he thought his life was ending in Curacao and he realized that she was the miracle who had come to him. As they sat across from one another at the table, he gazed at her, doing his best to memorize everything about her. Her black hair, her gray eyes, the mourning dress she had worn since her daughter's disappearance, with its mother-of-pearl buttons, her throat, her moon-shaped fingernails, her beating heart, her beautiful mouth. There was much he hadn't told her, hundreds of stories, perhaps 1,000, and it pained him to think that it was quite possible that he never would. He should have told her the story of stumbling upon the magnolia, how he'd sunk to his knees and cried, overwhelmed by its beauty. He should have told her that while they were on the Queen Esther, he'd wished they would never reach Boston, and how he had worried over her fate in Essex County, and how he would worry about her still. He stood so quickly the chair skittered backwards and fell to the floor. "If you tell me to go, and you mean it, this time I won't come back." Maria Owens looked away, and he had his answer. She felt something pierce through her as she watched him go out the door and walk across the garden. Hollyhock, lilac, sunflower, lavender, thyme. There were all the trees he'd brought to her, each rarer than the next. If Abraham had still been among them, perhaps there might have been a chance for them. The old man was as persuasive as he was intelligent. As Samuel walked into the garden, he thought he glimpsed his father reclining in his favorite chair near the rows of lettuce and beans. But it was only a shadow. What was gone was gone. The ground was muddy, and the herbs and neat rows turned the air spicy and green. It was a good time of year to plant the tree he had brought from St. Thomas, ignored for as long as he'd been here, its roots wrapped in burlap, its leaves still coated with salt. It was not a magnolia, the one genus that might have convinced even the most contrary woman to fall in love, cursed or not. All the same, the roots of the tree of heaven would take hold long after the red flowers fell off and scattered. Samuel hoped it would tolerate the chilly climate of New York, and did his best to help it do so, choosing a sheltered place beside the barn where it would be protected in winter. The mourning period had ended. For 7 days Samuel had wept. He had torn his shirt and cut off his hair as offerings of his grief, which was twofold now. When it was time for him to leave, he did so. He left most of his belongings in the barn, for he didn't need much in the world. He didn't stop to say goodbye, and he didn't plan on returning. There was nothing for him here without Maria. Still, all the while he was gone, he would think of her, and wonder why, if she didn't want him, she had stood at the door on that 7th day. If she had been another woman, he would have sworn there were tears in her eyes. A witch's tears burn. They turn her inside out. They are not meant to be, and yet once they began, they were difficult to stop. A witch could drown in her own tears if she wasn't careful. She could scorch the ground beneath her. As Maria watched Samuel go, she was thinking of Abraham, buried a mile away, an expert on love, who had told her in the moments before his death that he saw love inside her. It looked like a dove, he said, but appearances could fool you. Some people mistakenly believed it was peaceful and calm, but that wasn't what love was. It was a wolf. If you open the door and call it inside, you must sink to your knees and say its name. You must do so whether you are cursed or not. That was the mystery Abraham had come to understand. Always and everywhere, love was the answer. Part 4. The Charm. 1691. 1. One morning Faith awoke to the scent of apple pie, the fragrance so strong she could have sworn that her mother was in the kitchen, baking her favorite treat. She looked out her window to see that her foster mother had pulled up all the plants in her herb garden by their roots, and was busily tossing them into a bonfire. Faith had carefully planted the ingredients for courage tea, currants and thyme, and now they were little more than twigs, along with all the rest. Martha hadn't worn gloves, and her hands bled, pierced by thorns and brambles. All the same, she ignored her wounds as the pious must, and stood close to the heat to make certain it flared. When Faith came into the yard, she was distressed to see her ruined garden. She let out a sob that chased the sparrows from the trees, and a wind rose from the sea, filled with stinging salt. Martha grabbed Faith's hand and surprised her by stabbing her with the small paring knife she'd used to cut down the stalks that now lay in shambles. 2 drops of black blood fell onto the ground, burning through the grass. "It's still inside you," Martha cried when confronted with this sight. After all she'd done to save the child, the girl was still tainted. She'd given up everything for Faith, her home, her house, her past. A bloodline which could not be cured or changed or charmed or made to obey, even if she pretended to be perfect. Martha went upstairs to search the girl's room, and soon found the black mirror and the notebook. She ripped the notebook into shreds, and when Martha broke the mirror, the glass shattered into 1,000 black pieces, one of which stabbed her directly below her eye, leaving a small deep mark, as if she'd been pecked at by the beak of a bird. From then on, the windows in Faith's chamber were nailed shut. Her door would be locked from the outside at night. "I'm saving you from evil," Martha said to Faith calmly, when the girl raced up the stairs to see her room had become even more of a prison than it had been before. "Will you do as I say?" Martha asked. "Of course, Mother." The words burned her mouth, for Faith was not a liar by nature, and she didn't intend to follow this woman's twisted rules. It was a Friday. Faith knew there might be women waiting for her that evening in the cemetery. Perhaps they would stay until morning's first light if she didn't appear, and they were desperate enough. She sat on the floor of her room, a prisoner. And yet even with the window nailed shut, she imagined the scent of apple pie, made with cinnamon and brown sugar, a treat her mother would make especially for her on every birthday. Her true mother, the mother she had lost, the one who told her to always be true to herself, even if she had to hide that truth from others. Her life in Essex County came rushing back to her due to the scent of apples. She imagined the woods where the ferns grew so tall, and the bottomless lake, and the serpent that would eat bread from her hand. She recalled her mother's voice singing her to sleep, and the doll the man named Goat had made for her, and the wolf who had slept beside her bed, and her own natural red hair before it was dyed with bark and ink. She remembered the women who came to the door at night, and the tonics and spells her mother created for them, often asking nothing in return. Apples were used in many of these charms, the seeds worn in an amulet, or a red apple itself pricked with a needle while the name of one's beloved was repeated. A woman was then to sleep with the apple under her pallet, make a pie out of it, and feed it to the one she loved. Faith remembered the book in which everything she needed to know had already been written. It was that night, while locked in her room, that she realized if she continued to obey Martha, she would betray herself, perhaps even lose herself. She must do what she believed to be right. She would not spend another year pretending to be someone she was not. It was the last Friday of the month, and she knew the peddler would be in Gravesend. Perhaps he would help her. As soon as Martha went to bed, Faith took up a garden spade she kept hidden beneath her bed. She hit the cloudy window glass until at last it cracked beneath her touch. When she pushed it out, tiny glittering shards rained down into the garden. She threw down a satchel of belongings, then climbed down the vines holding on to the prickly, twisted creepers. As soon as she touched the ground, she took off running. She knew where the peddler kept his wagon, and she rushed to the Indian path that led through the flatlands of Brooklyn, where he and his horse were settled in for the night. Faith gave him everything of worth that the women of Gravesend had given her. Frankly, it wasn't much, and when she handed over the silverware she'd been given, she worried that he might reject it, for it had all turned black in her hands. All the same, Jack Finney knew real silver when he saw it. He'd heard stories of women back home in Cornwall who turned silver black, and he knew what they were thought to be. But he was a practical man, and he stayed away from anything considered to be magic. He believed in buying and selling, and in taking good care of his horse, and in staying off the back roads at night, when robbers might be searching for a man such as himself, who might have a tin box filled with silver and coins. He thought Faith was quite calm for a child who was running away, but he could tell she was serious. She slept in the wagon, beneath an old quilt he'd picked up when a recently deceased woman's belongings were sold at a good, cheap price. When Finney woke in the morning, Faith had already been up for hours. "We have to leave right now," she told him. "We must be as quick as we can." Martha had fallen into a deep sleep and dreamed she was tied to a chair and drowned in a lake. She was turning blue, struggling for one more breath. When she awoke, she was drenched. Pools of water had formed on the floor around her bed. Some dreams connect to the past, some to the future, some to the very moment you are in. Martha went to Faith's chamber to find that the window was shattered. She peered outside to spy footprints in the sandy earth. They disappeared halfway down the road. Perhaps a wind had come up, or perhaps it was what occurred when a witch's foot wasn't nailed to the ground. She managed to escape. It was then Martha heard a clacking sound. It was somewhere in the wall, and when she put her ear to the plaster, the clatter was so loud she felt deafened. She went downstairs and the clacking followed her, mocking her, it seemed, tracking her like a dog, though it was nothing more than a black beetle that had come out from the walls. Martha grabbed her cape and left the house, the door swinging open behind her as she took off running. She wore the white bonnet she'd sewn years ago in Essex County, and she spoke to the Lord as she raced up the lane, for she considered herself to be doing His work on earth. She refused to lose what she had gained, and was ready to fight evil with everything she had. When she got to the Indian path, she saw the treads of the wagon and followed. Her breath rattled inside her. She had not come to the end of the earth here in Brooklyn to lose what she wanted most in the world, whether or not it rightly belonged to her. By now it was early morning, and the air was pale but growing brighter, throwing down bands of shadows and light. The peddler had stopped in the village to deliver an order of several bolts of cloth on his way out of town, for he would likely not be back to Gravesend for a long time, and the transaction, how much the fabric was worth was at issue, had slowed down their departure. Faith was anxious, her stomach a nest of nerves. As she waited, she bit off her fingernails, but knowing a person's nails and hair could be used in a spell, she swallowed the bits of her nails, then felt them scratching inside her. "That took long enough," she said to the peddler when at last he returned to the wagon. She already knew some things were not worth bargaining over, not when you were in a hurry, not when your future depended upon it. The air still smelled like apples, though there was not a single such tree in all of town, and Faith was aching to leave. She knew she was being called home. She thought of her mother's clear gray eyes and the song she had sung. "The water is wide, I cannot get o'er it, and neither have I wings to fly. Give me a boat that will carry two, and I shall row, my love and I. Love is handsome and love is fine, and love's a jewel while it is new, but when it's old, it groweth cold, and fades away like morning dew." "Don't worry so much," Finney told Faith. He supposed he had no choice but to escort her. "We're on our way." They headed through the flatlands as the seabirds were circling above the dirt road, dropping their breakfasts of mussels and clams so the shells would split open. Martha had been running through town when she spied the cart in the distance, as it was about to go over a small wooden bridge. She still heard the echo of that beetle in the wall, even out here where there was nothing but marshland. The sky was a brilliant blue, and foxes in the marsh were walking through the muddy shellfish beds, the vixens calling to their kits. Martha called out for the wagon to stop. When she shrieked, the foxes grew silent. "What on earth?" Jack Finney turned to see what he at first thought was a ghost in a white bonnet, her gray cape flying out behind her. "Good God," he said, for she looked a terrible sight. "Don't stop," Faith Owens told the peddler. She was changing the future right now, minute by minute. If she hadn't been wearing the iron cuffs, she would have seen the fate she had made in the palm of her hand, a path that led across a deep river. Though her sight was gone, her courage was not. She thought of the tea her mother often made her. Never hide who you are. Do what you think you cannot. "If that's what you're running away from, I can't say I blame you," Finney said as he charged his horse to go forward. The horse was an old steed, one that had been treated cruelly before Jack Finney stole him, and Finney didn't regret his thievery for a moment. He'd needed a horse, and he'd seen this one being beaten by a farmer on the shores of Gowanus Bay. The beast had one eye and a resigned expression. Finney himself never used a whip. All he need do was say a word or two, and the horse was ready to comply. "Let's go," the peddler told Arnold, for that was the name of the horse, dubbed so because his shaggy white mane reminded Finney of an old uncle in Cornwall, a plodding, kind-hearted gentleman who could always be relied upon. Martha was behind them, doing her best to keep up with the carriage. "You're stealing that child," she called. "I'll have you arrested." Finney looked over at Faith, who was staring straight ahead, as if she couldn't hear the woman's voice. "I'd hate to be arrested," he said. "You won't be," Faith assured him. She was more herself than ever, despite the iron cuffs. It was freedom that gave her a bit of the sight. It was the wind and the clatter of the horse's hooves, and the opportunity to say whatever she pleased without being punished for her thoughts. It was simple enough to see this Cornishman's fate. He talked about his homeland in his sleep. "I've seen your future, and you live to be an old man in a place called Pennycumquick," she told Finney. He was a good man, and deserved good fortune. In fact, he'd been born in what the Cornish called Pennycumquick, a village on the Foul River, referred to as Pennycumquick by outsiders. It was here that his wife and daughter had been buried, and his one wish was to return before he passed on, so that he might be buried beside them. He felt a chill along his backbone. No one on this side of the ocean knew where he'd come from. He thought perhaps he had a special little passenger. As a Cornishman, he understood there were those who had the sight, and this girl was obviously such a person. Whatever she was, he wasn't likely to let her fall into the hands of the shrew at their heels. He told Arnold to race. All he need do was to ask him nicely to please gallop, and the horse picked up speed. That was when Martha Chase tried to catch up, on the small wooden bridge where there was barely space for a carriage, let alone a woman charging ahead. Arnold was lumbering and huge, and there was not enough room for this woman to run past the carriage on the narrow bridge, so that she might reach Faith. They heard her cry out, a sharp cry that chased the gulls from the marshes. The birds rose up in a flapping cloud of white and gray, circling in a swirl above them. There was a thud, and then the shouting stopped. Jack Finney called for the horse to halt, and Arnold complied, heaving from his exertions. Finney and Faith turned to look over their shoulders. Behind them the bridge was empty. There were hundreds of gulls still wheeling through the sky, as they often do when they spy something that might make a meal. "Stay here," Finney told the girl. The peddler climbed down and walked back to the bridge. He had long legs, and he wore a brown jacket he'd had for nearly 20 years that had served him well. Finney was a rough man with a tender heart, and he had a lump in his throat. He didn't need the sight to know that something was wrong. He put a hand over his eyes, for the sunlight was bright, and his vision wasn't what it once was. The peddler was 40, but he'd let himself go, for he'd had no reason not to do so, and the fact of it was, he drank too much. All he saw below the bridge was the brackish water and the weeds and the black stones and the sand. And then he saw that the water was red. Finney went in, even though salt water was bad for his boots. He turned the lady over, but it seemed she was no longer alive. There was blood coming from her skull, a small trickle that mixed with the water in a red swirl. A shadow fell across Finney, and he gazed up to see Faith standing behind him, her face set. There was a white bonnet, floating downstream. There was the woman herself in the water, exactly as she had dreamed it, lying in the shallows beside the cattails that were as tall as a man. Finney shook his head. "I told you to stay where you were." "I thought you might need help." Faith gazed down at Martha. The bright light didn't bother her one bit. She could feel the cold water reaching up to her ankles. She didn't mind if her boots got wet. "I think she's gone." Finney waited, but Faith was stone-faced. And when there was no response, he added wryly, "I can see you're broken up by the situation." Faith was taking the opportunity to study Martha, something she had never dared to do before. She reminded her of the thin, tall, poisonous weeds that grew in the marshes and burned your skin if you tried to cut them down. "Shall we bury her?" Finney asked. "If you want to live long enough to go back to Cornwall, I suggest we leave her where she is." For an 11-year-old, Faith sounded very sure of herself. "If a sheriff is called, we should have the flatlands behind us when the body is found." "It's not as if we had a hand in killing her. She's done that all on her own. I suppose we should feel sorry for her." "She took me from my mother and locked me in a room. For 5 years I've been waiting for this day," Faith told her companion. Finney felt it was their duty to honor the dead. He dragged the body to the shallows and set her on the watery bank beneath the bridge. It was the least he could do, even though she was heavier than he'd imagined, and he was sweating through his clothes. He felt as old as Arnold, who huffed and puffed at the end of the day. "Perhaps we should say a word or two," Finney asked Faith, once he'd scrambled back up to the dusty road. The girl was still below the bridge on the stony bank, the water running over her boots as she contemplated the scene before her. One of Martha's legs had been crushed by the wagon and was twisted underneath her body. Her stocking torn off, her flesh white among the black stones. "What you do comes back to you threefold," Faith recited. "That's what happened to this woman." Faith had a pretty serious face, but that dyed black hair didn't look human and wasn't. She couldn't pretend to feel sorrow. Now that this day had come, it was no surprise that Faith had no feelings at all. It wasn't just the lines on her left hand that had changed. "If what you say is true," Finney said, "this woman was evidently responsible for some terrible actions, for this is a terrible death." "She made horrible jam," Faith said, "and she tried to have my mother drowned." "That's enough for me." Finney felt lucky to have such a smart horse, and an even smarter girl beside him. It was only now that he was in constant conversation that he realized how much he had despised being alone. "We can leave her where she is, and let her discuss her actions with the Lord." "I'll take a minute, if you don't mind." Finney nodded and walked back toward the wagon. Faith stayed there beside the creek while he hoisted himself back on the carriage bench and took up the reins. It was then that Martha spit out some water, which trickled into the rising tide. Faith didn't move or shout out. She had been told lies for so many years. Why they had to leave on the ship to New York. How evil would find her if her hair was red. How her mother had never cared for her. Standing in the shallows, she closed her eyes and let the person she'd been forced to be go. That obedient girl Jane she'd pretended to be, who did as she was told. She breathed in the chill morning air the salt stinging her lungs, and she might have forgiven Martha her wrongdoings, but she could not forget that she had been robbed of 5 years of her life. She would not allow another minute to be stolen. Inside Faith's mind, Martha Chase disappeared. A shadow growing smaller until it was the size of a wasp, then a stinging ant, and then no size at all. A spirit vanished. A death wish can be a powerful spell by witch or mortal alike, and Faith shook with the bitterness she felt and her willingness to ignore the rules of magic. If Martha wasn't quite dead yet, she would be by the time she was found, her eyes open, looking at the flat blue sky. And if she was aware of her surroundings at the very last moments of her life, if the black beetle crawled out from the folds of her clothing, if she called out Faith's name, no one would have heard, for the seabirds were screaming like mad and circling above, and the tide was rising quickly, the way it does in the marshes, so that one moment it was possible to see a figure of a woman, and the next it seemed that a long gray dress was floating in the deepening water. Faith climbed up the embankment, then hopped into Finney's carriage. The soles of her boots were covered with muck and her stockings were soaked. The lines on her left hand were changing before her eyes, and she noticed a red splotch in the palm of her hand, as if Martha's death had marked her. She paid it no mind. The past was behind her now, and the future lay ahead. And yet she blinked back tears, not for Martha, but for all the years that woman had cost her. Finney wasn't the kind of man to speak about such matters. Anyway, the likely cause was the bright Brooklyn sunlight. "Where are we going?" he asked, practical as ever. Faith's mouth was set. She might be 11, but she was extremely sure of herself. "To look for my mother." Finney might well have argued against that notion. Brooklyn was a big place. But since this girl had shown herself to know more than most, he decided to do as she said. He found that he was suddenly more curious about the future, nearly hopeful, which was something he hadn't felt for many years. "And what happens when we find her?" he asked. "Then I'll be where I'm meant to be," Faith said. "And you'll be rich." When they stopped for the night, Faith looked through the cart until she found a handsaw, which she quickly handed over to Finney. She nodded to the iron bracelets. "Work away," she told him. Finney took a step back when he realized that she wished him to saw through the iron bracelets she wore, fitted tightly to her wrists. He didn't have great confidence in the steadiness of his own hands. He often drank to forget, and had tremors, along with a lack of faith in himself. And he was a gentle man, who hated to cause anyone pain. He shook his head and put down the saw. "I might hurt you." "I couldn't be any more hurt than I already am," Faith replied. "I lost everything. You're just helping me find it again. When we get to where we're going, you'll be rewarded. You'll have more than you've ever dreamed of." "So you say," Finney laughed. "I assume you have hidden riches?" "I assure you," Faith said, sounding insulted. "My mother will see that you're repaid." When she stared at him so pitifully, he had no choice in the matter. Faith sat perfectly still, and if the handsaw nicked her now and again, she didn't wail or complain, not even when there was a line of blood, which was black and sticky and burned through the floor of the wagon. She had grown up drinking courage tea, and the effects of that brew had lasted. When the bracelets came off, blue marks circled her wrists, and where the skin had been pinched for so long there were deep indentations in her flesh. She would have these marks all her life, and they would serve to remind her of what some people were willing to do for what they told themselves was love. Faith could feel her power increasing immediately. A breath, a sigh, and she was herself again. She glanced at the sky and knew it would rain if she wished it to. She gazed at Jack Finney, and with the sight was able to see through him to the young man he'd been when he lost his wife and child. She saw the grief he carried with him in a tight web that sat beside his heart. When they stopped to rest, she spied the souls of the murdered Lenape, the original people who had lived in the marshes, for their spirits had gathered in the blue dusk, and their weeping sounded like the cry of the seabirds. Faith was overcome with emotion, and if she'd been another girl, she might have wept. But instead, she walked out to where Finney couldn't spy her, and she danced as the moon rose. She was herself again, it was true, but she had also been changed. Inside there was a line of bitterness that reached directly to her heart, so strong it brought her to the brink of tears. This is who she was, the girl who had climbed through the window to save her own life. They stayed at a farmhouse on Rabbit Island, called Conian Island by the Dutch and Coney Island by the English, referring to the ancient name for these creatures that was used in the King James Bible. It was here, near the seaside, where a Cornish woman named Maud Carty lived on her own. Although she and Jack Finney had forgotten how they were related, they had cousins who were cousins, and she always had a room for him should the need arise. Maud loved Brooklyn, and how wild and lonely it was, for she was wild and lonely as well. She'd come across the ocean because of a man, but that affair had been short-lived, and many other men had been in her life. 40 years had passed since she'd thought of that fellow, except once in a while when the tide was high, or the moon was full, she remembered to be grateful to him. "Who's this?" Maud asked when she saw the strange, dark-haired girl. Maud was suspicious no matter the circumstances, and wise to be so, for she lived all alone in this odd blue land, where it was possible to see for miles and where robbers and ruined men had settled among the good people of Brooklyn. "I'm his niece," Faith was quick to say. Her gray eyes gave nothing away, but for every lie she told, a white spot appeared on her fingernails. Maud pursed her mouth and studied the girl. She wasn't sure what she was looking at. "That's who she is," Finney agreed, wondering how he'd ever gotten so involved when he'd spent all his years on this side of the Atlantic having nothing to do with other people. "Is she now?" Maud had lost a few husbands and children herself, and had a dozen nieces in Cornwall. She knew a bit about the world. There was something else at work here. "She doesn't look a thing like you." "She's lucky then," Finney replied. "The good Lord didn't make a mistake there." That night Faith slept outside, so that she could see the stars. She thought of men and women who spent years in prison, unable to see the heavens. That did something to you. It drained you inside. In the morning there were white and red roses growing in the place where Faith had slept. They had bloomed from the withered plants Maud had brought with her from England, that had never grown well in the sandy soil. Maud had wondered about Faith from the start. Now she was certain this was no ordinary girl. To be sure she was protected from any witchery, Maud carried a piece of rose quartz she had collected from the beach in Cornwall, a stone that is known to cure most ills. One look at the stone Maud Carty had tucked in her sleeve, and Faith knew she'd been found out. It was best to make friends out of enemies. "I'd like to repay you for letting me stay," Faith said to the old woman. "Would you?" Maud said. "Can you make me young again?" Faith gave her the last bar of the black soap she had made in the cemetery. It wasn't quite her mother's recipe, but it could take a few years off anyone's age. "Well, I won't be 20 again using that," Maud said. Faith couldn't debate that fact. "Then ask me for another favor." And so the two went out in the dark of morning so that Faith could help the old woman chase the rabbits out of her garden. It was a thankless task. For every 10 Maud had chased away, 20 more appeared. Because of these creatures, most of the farms here had failed. "I can get rid of them," if that's what you wish," Faith said. "But once they're gone, they won't come back." "Do so." Maud had her hands on her hips. "I won't miss them." Maud noticed that where the girl's inky hair was parted, there was a pale red line of color showing through. Red-haired people were said to have talents others did not. Perhaps this girl had a knack for making things disappear. The rabbits were multiplying as they stood there, and Maud was interested to see what this girl was capable of. Faith put down salt around the garden as she spoke words Hannah had taught Maria, to keep unwelcome pests out of a garden. It was a Latin spell, and it sounded otherworldly spoken here in the flatlands. Coming from Cornwall, Maud knew something about the nameless art. She most certainly could spot a witch. As soon as the spell was cast, the rabbits moved on to Maud's neighbor's place, a good 10 miles away. There were so many that the sandy ground shook as they ran east. Impressed, Maud invited Faith into her parlor, her best room, one Jack Finney had never set foot in, for there was a precious Turkish carpet there that was far too good for the peddler to stomp upon with his muddy boots. To Faith's surprise, a black mirror was set upon a small wooden table. "One favor deserves another," Maud Carty said. "Perhaps you'd like to look into the future." Maud came from a long line of what people called the cunning folk, not among those born to be a witch, but practiced in healing, descended from a tradition of women who could see what others could not. She'd sat at her grandmother's knee and heard about how to bring a baby along when it refused to be born, and how to save a man in the throes of a fever. Faith sat in a hard-backed wooden chair and gazed into the mirror that had belonged to Maud's grandmother in the time when not many could afford mirrors. It was an old piece, in use for more than 50 years, and though the glass was silvered and the black paint thick and peeling, its power was strong. Many women had seen what was to come when looking into it, for it was pure and asked for nothing in return. Faith placed her elbows on the table and looked down. Immediately she felt as if she were being pulled under water. There was the lake with no bottom, and the serpent she'd fed crusts of bread, and the blue-green sea they had crossed while aboard the Queen Esther. There was the marsh where Martha Chase lay dying, her eyes fluttering open to see how bright the world was before she left it behind. In that black mirror, Faith saw the time she'd been away pass quickly, like pages turned in a book, 5 years that had vanished in the blink of an eye. For all this time, Keeper had searched New York for her. He was full-grown now, not a leggy, skinny, half-starved creature, but her familiar, her heart and soul, in pain over his loss. When he howled at night, those who heard him shivered in their beds, well aware that there was never a dog that made such mournful cries. Faith could hear him now, across the water, her familiar, who had chosen her. She dove in deeper as she stared into the glass, so deep that all she saw was underwater, both the present and the past. Floating there between worlds, she could spy her mother in the silk mourning dress she had worn ever since she'd lost Faith, a black veil shielding her face. She saw Maria walking through the muddy streets, crying even though it is said witches cannot cry. They can, but doing so changes them and leaves them unprotected, for that's what real love can do. Faith was drowning in the black mirror, going deeper and deeper. She held her breath. She peered through the murk of the muddy currents. She had come to the river of hell, a dark, bottomless canal that was filled with bodies of those who could not swim. Faith might have never surfaced. She might have been trapped there inside her mind, drowning in that cold, brackish place, if Maud Carty hadn't grasped her arm and firmly pulled her away from the table. "That's enough, girl," Maud said. "Let's get you back here." Faith gasped, and when she did, she spat out river water. Maud went off to retrieve her smelling salts, so she might revive the child, She returned to find that Faith was dripping wet, a pool of black water around her feet. Whatever she was, whoever she was, Maud knew she was powerful. The girl's face shone and her hair was damp. Faith's heart was pounding because of the flash of vision she'd seen. "Where did you go off to?" Maud asked the child. "It's on the other side of the river that crosses hell," Faith replied. She had no idea where that was, only that her mother was there waiting. She'd been waiting all along. Faith didn't need any more answers. Her mouth was set and she felt fearless, as if she had consumed a pot of courage tea. She felt like a bird that was about to fly away from this cloudy blue countryside. "That's where I must go," she told Maud. "I know the place," Maud informed her, pleased she could figure out the puzzle of the girl's vision. The East River was divided by Hell Gate, a natural rock sill where there were swift currents and jutting ledges that had caused many ships to sink and many men to drown. Still, it was the way to cross over to the docks that were teeming with sailors. "You'll be wanting to go to Manhattan," Maud Carty told Faith. "And if anything's a vision, it's that city. Remember, once you're there, keep your purse closed and your eyes open, and every wonder will be there to see." Two. Keeper escaped from the yard one fine August day. One minute he was there, and the next he was gone. Maria went to search for him, at last spying the tracks of his huge paw prints in the muddy lane. He was heading east, to the riverside, a dangerous place populated by the sort of men it was best to avoid, sailors and criminals alike. Both Britain and France hired pirates to bolster their military, lawless men who dressed however they pleased, happy to offend those who believed men shouldn't dress in Persian silk and calico, and happier still to fight for whoever paid the highest price and to thoroughly enjoy their time in New York. The city's most famous pirate, William Kidd, was so devoted to Manhattan, he'd had his men hoist the stones to build Trinity Church, and would, in only a few years, pay for much of the first Anglican parish. But that didn't mean many of the others did as they pleased, and that the lawmen in New York had little hope of controlling such men once they went riot. Maria followed along to Dock Street, the location of the first printing shop, then to Wall Street, the only paved road in the city, where a wharf had been built near Broad Street. The first coffee house in the city had opened nearby, and there was a crowd milling around outside. Despite the strong aroma of coffee, it was still possible to smell apples, even here by the riverside, as if the scent of the pie Maria had baked that morning had reached this far and made people's mouths water. Maria finally spied the wolf on a pier, not far from the ferry building. He was staring across the East River, alert, his hair standing on end. In his gaze was a ferry boat, so packed with passengers it appeared to tilt as it made its way past the currents of Hell Gate. The sky was bright blue, and it pained one's eyes to stare into the shimmering distance. Maria shielded her eyes with one hand. She could spy the fading moon, still a white slip in the sky. A ferryman was perched at the edge of the dock, ready for the incoming boat, there to tie up the ropes when it docked. He kicked the beast at the edge of the pier and shouted for the creature to get away. The keeper stayed where he was, his lips pulled back so he could show his teeth to his abuser, making it clear that he could not and would not be moved. Seagulls wheeled in the clear sky, their quick yellow beaks ready to snatch any fish they might spy in the flat water below. Maria dashed toward the ferry as it docked, elbowing past an unruly throng of people waiting for the boat to be unloaded, so they could then have their turn to board and be taken across the water. She pushed back her veil, so she might see what was before her more clearly. And then she felt it, the heartbeat she had once carried. Her daughter, born in a circle cast for protection on the luckiest day of the month of March. The time had come. It was happening right now. Maria felt weightless, as though she were rising, as the first of the arriving passengers pushed and shoved to make their way onto the dock, alongside carriages pulled forward by teams of horses, some calm, others in a panic state, desperate to get to solid land. There were wagons piled high with vegetables grown in the sandy flatlands, barrels of potatoes and cabbages, and men carrying bags of live chickens and ducks, and women who had never before left Queens or Kings County and now blinked in the mad whirl of Manhattan. The crowd disembarked, all headed in the same direction in a crush of flesh and blood, some ready for the chaos that awaited them, others cringing at the sight of the mass of humanity before them. None of it mattered to Maria. They might as well have all vanished. She saw not a single one. The wolf bolted on board before the boat was completely unloaded, leaping onto the seat of a wagon before anyone dared try to stop him. "Keep it moving or I'll charge you double," the ferryman called to the petrified wagon driver, who now found a wolf beside him. It was Jack Finney who sat motionless, a block of sheer terror in his chest, even though his young passenger laughed when the beast leapt up. She threw her arms around the wolf, insisting the huge, devilish creature in the wagon was a dog and nothing to worry over. "He's mine," she assured Jack Finney, "and I am his." Though it seemed madness to Finney, this girl could convince him of nearly anything, so the peddler clucked his tongue to urge his horse on, even though poor, gentle Arnold was shaking from the nearness of a predator. From where Maria stood on the dock, all she could see was the nervous Cornishman driving a wagon drawn by an old horse with one eye, and Keeper beside a girl who scrambled in order to stand on the seat of the wagon. Maria narrowed her eyes. This tall, angular girl had raven-black hair falling to her shoulders. She was pale and lanky and wearing a dress that fit like a sackcloth and fell nearly to her ankles. She was all arms and elbows and freckles, unfamiliar in every way, and yet she was calling out, "Mother," waving her arms as joy spread across her face. There was her darling girl, her vanished daughter, who now, 5 years after she had disappeared, stood on the carriage seat, a fearless 11-year-old, who had gleefully journeyed through Hellgate on an ordinary day when miracles happened. In the time they'd been apart, Faith's gray eyes had paled to silver. Her red hair had been dyed with ink, although a few blood-red hairs shone through. Her narrow, expressive face was marked by a sharp intelligence that included both wit and suspicion. It was possible to see the woman she would become, and yet something of the child she'd been when she'd been taken still showed in certain aspects of her features. Her wide grin, for instance, and the brand of mischief in her eyes. The black mark of her bloodline on her left hand, which Martha Chase had tried her best to scrub away with the use of a stiff wire brush and lye soap, rubbing until Faith yowled with pain. Try as she might, none of Martha's efforts had made the slightest difference. When you are so marked, you are marked for life. Faith climbed down from the wagon and raced to her mother, and Maria hugged her close. Her child smelled of salt, for she was still a girl of the flatlands, sunburned and wild. Yet in her mother's arms she was a child again. Maria might have never let go of her if she hadn't caught sight of Jack Finney climbing down from the wagon. She didn't take the time to look inside him. For the instant she spied him, she imagined he'd had a part in abducting Faith. Maria ran toward him in a fury. Before he could step away, she held up a paring knife she always carried, so close to his throat he felt the blade. "What you've done you will pay for," she told him. "You have it wrong," Finney assured the outraged woman. He'd broken into a sweat, which made him appear to be a guilty man all the more. "I'm the hero," he said in a voice that wavered as he spoke. don't bother to lie." The blade had already nicked Finney's throat, so that a bead of blood oozed through his flesh. If he was a liar, he was a good one, for there were no white spots on his fingernails, and no blisters on his tongue, and she saw no evil within him. Still, he had her girl, didn't he? Faith ran to her mother. "He is the hero." She spoke with the authority of someone twice her age. When a child is forced to save herself, she is a child no longer, and Faith had no issue speaking her mind, even to her mother. "He should be rewarded. Without him, I'd still be in Brooklyn." Maria apologized to the peddler, and was soon convinced to invite him to stay with them on Maiden Lane, for he had nowhere else to go, and Faith was insistent that they treat him like family. Truthfully, she knew him better than she knew her own mother. "Thank you. Much appreciated." Finney could use the rest, for sleep had eluded him ever since they'd left Gravesend. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw an image of the tall, awkward madwoman who thought she could outrace a horse over a narrow bridge. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd cried out at the moment she fell to the marsh below. And worse, if she'd still been alive when they left her there. That was the thing that haunted him. When he'd gone to peer down into the shallows, the woman was face down, her gray dress and bonnet soaked with salt water, unmoving. She didn't give any sign of life when he dragged her to a higher water mark. And yet, looking back on it, he could swear he'd seen the flutter of her back as she inhaled more water than air before he climbed back into the carriage to wait for Faith. "Go on," Faith had told him. And he had. He had done as an 11-year-old girl ordered him to do because she was fearless, and he was not. Finney had actually been shaking as he stood there gazing into the creek. He knew the difference between life and death, a flutter, a heartbeat, and yet he had climbed up in his wagon, and he hadn't looked back. "What's done is done," Faith had told him when at last she'd scrambled back onto the carriage seat beside him, her boots and dress soaked, her hair streaked white with salt. He'd looked at her and nodded, and knew it was likely they had killed someone. But the sky was blue, and there were miles to go before they made their way across Brooklyn. And it was true. What was done, and could not be undone. Faith and Keeper walked side by side, completely at ease with each other. Maria had grown dizzy with emotion, but fortunately, Jack Finney brought out smelling salts to revive her. "You'll be fine," he told her. But she wasn't as certain. It was a shock to see someone come back from the great unknown. What was gone could return, but not necessarily as it was. "I assume she was with the lady who took her from me," Maria asked, once she'd recovered her senses. Finney had helped her into the wagon, and they followed after Faith, who seemed to welcome the mayhem of Manhattan. "She wasn't a lady," Finney said. "I'd say she was more of a monster." Maria looked at him more closely, and she liked what she saw. A kind-hearted, wounded man. Perhaps he was a hero after all. "Anyway, the girl's the one who found me," Finney went on. "She's got the sight, you know." "Does she?" Maria's back was straight. She had been taught never to discuss the nameless art with outsiders. "I've known such people before, in the town where I grew up. But none as young as your girl. She's a special one. Seems it's in her blood." When they reached Maiden Lane, the first thing Maria asked Finney was to build a fire in the yard. And as soon as it was lit, she tossed her mourning veil onto the flames. Without the veil, the light of day was so bright, there were tears in her eyes. Finney led Arnold inside the barn and unhitched him from the wagon. Maria felt a tug inside her, thinking of the night Samuel had slept there, and how long he'd been gone. Maria and Faith sat in the garden as the fire burned and the sky darkened, together for the first time in 5 years, ill at ease as if they were strangers. Now that she was in her mother's presence, Faith had questions, ones that had haunted her. "Martha told me you gave me to her. You didn't want me. They had me in jail, and she promised she would take care of you. She would do so until I could come for you." "And you believed her?" Faith's eyes were narrowed, a suspicious daughter glaring at her mother. Somewhere inside herself, Faith had always wondered if any of Martha's claims had been true. A monster makes you hers in small ways. Each time she insists you must behave. You must not disagree. You must never show your feelings. And if you're not careful, you may start to believe what she tells you. No one else wants you. No one else cares. You are nothing without her. You are nothing at all. Maria pulled at the collar of her dress so that Faith could see the mark of the rope. "They tried to hang me. I had no one to turn to, and I didn't want you to be in jail." "But I was in jail," Faith said softly, eyes shining with resentment. She was picking at the black mark on her hand, a nervous habit. "I couldn't escape." She held up her hands so that her mother could see the indentations from the metal bracelets around both wrists. "She had me in irons." Maria blamed herself for all that had happened, and mostly for trusting Martha. Though it could be so difficult to see inside someone who was bound and determined to trick you, who hid her intentions beneath a scrim of false kindness. Even a witch can be betrayed. Faith nodded to the barn, where Finney was seeing to his horse. "He was the one who sawed off the cuffs. That's why we must reward him. He deserves whatever his heart desires. You should see that he gets it. I wouldn't like to be thought of as a liar." "Of course. I'll see to it." Maria had a strange lurching feeling in the pit of her stomach. Faith had power, that much was certain. This girl of hers was a complicated being. Faith was thoughtful, biting her lip. "Does a person have to pay for any life they've taken?" Finney had begun to wash off the carriage, carrying buckets of water from the well. Maria assumed he was the reason Faith had asked about penance. "Did he kill Martha?" Maria asked. "No," Faith said grimly. "It was me." There was a film of black behind the girl's pale gray eyes, the mark of guilt. Still, she was a child. "No," Maria said. "You didn't." "I might as well have," Faith admitted. "I watched her die. I could have pulled her out of the tide, but I left her there to perish as it rose around her." If anyone was to blame, Maria felt it was herself. She thought of the wax figure and the pins, and the fire that had melted it into a black pool as Martha's name was recited. You get what you give. You walk into the dark, and the darkness abides within you. "I wished her ill and tried to cause it to be so," she told her daughter. "I used the sort of magic we must never turn to." "What sort is that?" Faith asked, her eyes bright. Maria shook her head. "We should not discuss it." Faith showed her mother the red blotch in the palm of her hand that had appeared as she climbed up from the stream in the flatlands, away from the rising tide. "A bar of black soap should wash that away," Maria said. "You are not responsible. And likely, neither am I. Whatever we might have wished for, the truth is, Martha Chase made her own fate." Faith shrugged, defiant. She knew precisely what she'd done. "What you put into the world comes back to you threefold. I watched her die and was happy to do so." Faith had walked through the door into vengeance, and in doing so she had lost her childhood, but she was still young, and there was time enough for her to reclaim her life. "For every evil under the sun there is a remedy," Maria said as she embraced her daughter. "Let love be one. Let it heal what had been broken. Let it open the door to hope for the future." Time had passed too quickly and not at all. What was done could not be undone, but they were in Manhattan now, under the tree of heaven, and after all this time, they were together. Faith was delighted to discover the small room under the eaves that had been waiting for her since the day the house was purchased. It was a child's room, but she still adored it, even though she hadn't the thoughts or emotions of a child. There was comfort to be found here, and for a few moments she could imagine she was the person she'd once been. She grinned as she held up the poppet she had loved when she was little more than a baby. "I remember this. Gogo made it for me. Poor goat. I wonder what happened to him." "Poor? That's far from what he is. This is his house." "Is it?" Now Faith was curious. She had noticed the ring on her mother's finger and wondered if there was a man. She was accustomed to looking at details, no matter how small, for her life had depended on such things. The door unlocked, the window open, the mint or sassafras growing by the side of the road, the blink of her foster mother's eyes when she was beginning to anger. "And are you his wife?" she asked her mother. "The ring is a token, nothing more. I'll never be anyone's wife. I lived because Samuel Diaz changed the rope on my hanging day. But before I leapt, I vowed that anyone who fell in love with an Owens would be ruined. I did so to protect us all." "I don't care," Faith assured her. "I never want to be in love. But poor goat. He was always in love with you." "You were only a baby. You couldn't know how he felt." "I saw the way he looked at you and how hurt he was when you teased him." Maria did her best to make light of the topic. "What do you know about love?" "Only that I never want to have anything to do with it." Faith had learned that during her time with Martha, who had so often professed her love for her. "You are mine, now and forever, my daughter, no one else's. Remember that." Faith had never once shown Martha the pools of black hatred behind her eyes. She'd been a perfect child, so as not to receive any punishments. No nights locked in a dark cellar, no beatings with a switch. But then, and now, love in all its forms dismayed her. She wasn't sure she could love anyone, not even her own mother, who could not do enough for her. Baking apple pies, ordering new clothing from the dressmakers, reaching for her hand every time Faith was near. Faith kept her thoughts to herself, as she had for all those years in Brooklyn. Now that the iron bracelets had been removed, she could see into people's hearts, but most of what she saw was a disappointment. "I'm afraid that one day you may be angry at me for what I've done," Maria said thoughtfully. "You'll despise me for setting down the curse. You'll want to be in love." It was then Faith knew it was her mother herself who regretted the curse. "I doubt that. But I intend to learn all I can about love. How to make it behave and how to stop it. Teach me and you'll see. I'm a good student." Fortunately, Martha had allowed Faith to learn to read the scriptures, and she had become a compulsive reader, hiding books in the hollows of old trees and in the cemetery and beneath the floorboards. Now that she was living in the room under the eaves in Samuel Diaz's house, she set up a lantern so that she might read magical texts late into the night. These were the books she'd brought along and kept hidden from her mother, for there were those who might say she was too young for these volumes, and others who might believe no one should have access to this knowledge. She'd taught herself Latin and Greek, so she could immerse herself in Agrippa's occult philosophy, the Ars Notoria, a section of the Key of Solomon, which included ways to increase one's mental abilities and focus. Jack Finney had found a translation of the ancient Arabic text Picatrix, which contained all manner of enchantments, and a copy of the Arbatel, a spell book the peddler had uncovered in an abandoned farmhouse, which he kept swathed in cotton batting, for it had burned his hands when he'd first taken hold of the book, as many powerful texts did. Faith was fairly certain this was the magic her mother didn't wish to speak of. Black magic, blood magic, left-handed magic, powerful and ancient and dangerous. Often Faith sat on the stairs, listening in when women came to see her mother to ask for charms and cures. Maria avoided love as best she could, but when women came crying, when they felt they had been destroyed, she gave in. The hue of henna that had been mixed with lime and roses, the tea boiled and simmered overnight, would reflect the strength of a woman's love. The deeper the color, the more genuine the love. For love to last, one must wear an amulet with apple seeds. Rosemary and lavender oil would give a person willpower. And to break a simple hex, one must use salt, coconut oil, lavender, lemon juice, and lemon verbena. Faith memorized many of Hannah's remedies when she read her mother's grimoire, but was even more intrigued with Rebecca's runic spells that bordered on dark magic. In a few weeks' time, she was delighted when her mother presented her with a book of her own. She saw the rules of magic that must never be forgotten written on the very first page. Do as you will, but harm no one. What you give will be returned to you threefold. The lines on Faith's left hand had changed so radically they were unrecognizable. The red splotch that had appeared was still there, and sometimes it burned. She dyed her hair with madder root, which turned it a blood-red color. In truth, she didn't care for rules of any sort. Rules made little sense to a person who had grown up in a world without compassion or pity, where there was no moral code by which to abide. The rules that applied to the nameless art seemed childish. What she desired most of all was to find a grimoire of the dark arts. She wanted protection and revenge, all that she might have used to defend herself when she was made to wear iron bracelets and pretend she was a perfect child. Magic without rules, dark and deep and endless. Some people grow weak when they are victimized. Others grow stronger. And still others combine those two attributes to become dangerous, even if the person in question is a girl who has recently turned 12. Faith soon grew accustomed to Manhattan and came to know the markets quite well. She regularly visited bookstalls to search through old piles of water-stained manuscripts. She would know the text she needed when she found it. It would feel like a nest of bees when she touched it, swarming and alive, ready to do damage once it belonged to her. Keeper followed at her heels, clearly disapproving of her mission. He growled at the booksellers and at those searching through the stacks. Occasionally, Faith was asked to leave a stall and take her hellhound with her. She began to leave him at home when she went searching, though the poor beast clawed at the door and howled, startling the birds in the branches of the tree of heaven. And then one morning, in a bookstall on the outskirts of the fly market, among piles of ruined and rotted manuscripts, Faith found a handwritten treatise of the dark arts, a grimoire that should have been burned on the day of its author's death, but had managed to escape the fire. It was called the Book of the Raven, dated 1600, London. The prose was written on thin pages of vellum in alternating red and black inks, then bound in black calfskin that had been tied together with knotted black thread. When Faith set her ear to the spine, she could hear it humming as the book came alive. The grimoire's mysterious author was a woman with a huge range of knowledge, writing in both Italian and English. She'd been born in Venice and had become a member of the court of England. She knew more than most educated men about politics and falconry and music and myth. The author maintained that she was a poet, which was thought to be impossible for a woman, yet her claim was true enough. She had been the first woman to publish a volume of poems, a text that had gone largely unrecognized, not due to the quality of the work, but to the particularity of the sex of the writer. On the first page of her grimoire was a quote from a man, who many claimed had written love songs of admiration and desire for her, celebrating her strengths. In the old age, black was not counted fair, or if it were, it bore not beauty's name. The author of the Book of Raven was dark in every way, not a traditional English beauty, but a beauty all the same. There was no cure for the sort of passion her admirers felt for her. It was an illness, a devastation, and often a crime. Those who desired her wondered if their love was natural, or if it had been induced by the use of magical incantations. Love's fire heats water, water cools not love. The author of this grimoire knew more about love than most, for at 13 she'd been given over to a lord of the court who was 3 times her age. She looked at love with a cold, clear eye, and a heart that was as practical as it was passionate. The Book of the Raven was the author's book of spells and enchantments, lost at the time of her death nearly 50 years earlier. Know what you want, and be sure of it, for regret gives birth to more regret, and nothing more. The author could call up strange maladies, force a liar to tell the truth, conjure demons that would haunt men's dreams. She had studied astrology with a great master in Italy, and the written conjurations and charms formed by the power of her words were so intense and beautiful they turned silver in the dark, and could be read by the light of their meaning alone. She had been trained to be charming, but she gathered knowledge solely to make certain she would never again have to do anyone's bidding. The men who had used her, she used in return. Always it was words that saved her and renewed her and gave her freedom, even when she appeared to be chained to her life by love. The Book of the Raven. What I have sacrificed, what I have given, what I have hidden from the world, what is needed to do the same. A wand of hazel will be needed. Rose water should be beside you at all times. The pentacle of Solomon should be drawn on the floor to summon the spirit of Oberon, the king of magic. Stand in a circle that unites the 4 sections of the world and the 4 elements. Then burn myrtle wood and sandalwood. Burn white nettle, the herb of the archangel. After this process, one would be able to see into the future, control the elements, enchant mortals, subdue enemies, and invoke a malediction for enemies. I conjure you by fire, by blood, and by memory, so that you may perceive your eternal sentence. Let it be so. This thing of darkness I acknowledge to be mine. What had been done to Faith, she would give back to the world 3 times over, then 3 times again. Darkness begets darkness, and nothing could be darker than her own imaginings while locked away in Brooklyn. Had she been capable of ridding herself of her iron cuffs, she would have burned the house down. To carry such vengeful thoughts was a heavy burden, and it was a relief to have found a volume whose author seemed to know her very soul. As Faith paged through the Book of Raven, her fingers were burning, her mind was inflamed, and her hair turned a deeper, darker red. It was on this day that she became a woman, for there was blood between her legs, and the woman she had become was one who wanted magic more than love. She would have stolen the Book of Raven if need be, but the bookseller considered it worthless and gave it to her for a single silver coin. A woman with a small white dog was watching, and she looked displeased. "These are not rants meant for children," the woman warned, for it was such a strange and unsettling volume. Faith was young, with freckles dusting her cheeks, and a somber expression in her pale eyes. The magic books at this stall were concealed by a white shroud to keep them from catching on fire and from influencing both the bookseller and his buyers, for such texts were known to change a person's temperament, so they became nearly unrecognizable even to themselves. Though Catherine Durant did not introduce herself, she was concerned, for she recognized the girl to be Maria's daughter. She saw inside her, and she worried for her future. "I think it's best if you don't sell it," Catherine Durant told the bookseller. "Be assured the book is not for me." By now, Faith was a brilliant liar. She couldn't be shaken from a false statement, even when interrogated, a skill she'd learned at Martha's hands. "Have you tried to work magic? Have you spoken to anyone in town? Have you collected herbs? Have you been yourself?" "I can't read," Faith told the woman, a white spot appearing on her fingernail as she spoke. "It's for my grandfather." "Sold," the bookseller said. So few females could read or write, it was easy for the vendor to believe her. And there was yet another reason he didn't argue with the girl. He knew enough of the nameless art to know that he didn't wish to quarrel with someone who could turn silver coins black, and he now realized that the coin Faith had paid him with had turned so. Nor did he wish to return it to her, magic or not. Coin was coin, no matter the color, and the woman, Catherine Durant, was not a customer of his. The grimoire was wrapped in black paper, so that it might remain hidden as Faith carried it home. Even in New York, witchery was a private endeavor, one best kept to oneself. As for the bookseller, he sold not another book or manuscript all week. It was only then he realized he would have been wise to take advice from the woman with the small white dog. On her way to Maiden Lane, the binding of the text burned through the paper wrapping. The package throbbed, as if it had a beating heart, as the most potent books sometimes do. The dark grimoire itself was a protective talisman, one so strong that when a thief suddenly approached Faith in an alleyway, he stumbled back as if pushed when he tried to grab the package. Faith could hear the snap of a bone breaking in his hand. The thief cried out, then glared at her as if it were she and not the book that had been responsible for his pain. "Wait," Faith called out as the thief ran away, about to do her best to apologize. But then she thought better of it, and stopped herself. The truth was she wasn't at all remorseful. The time for apologies was over, and her mouth was set in a thin line. She'd had enough of being a victim, and never intended to be one again. She made a vow then and there to do harm to anyone who might wish ill upon her and those she loved. That very night she began to study the Book of the Raven. She told her mother she had a stomachache, forsaking a supper of spring chicken with cream sauce, locking herself in her small chamber. She didn't stop reading until the first light of day. By then, Faith was in a fever, her imagination on fire. She would no longer practice the tradition she'd been born into. She'd forsake the nameless art in favor of left-handed magic, black magic, the most ancient form of all such arts, begun before Babylonia had been built, before the flood washed away most of the world. A practice that originated with a secret text titled The Key to Hell. She'd thought of hell quite often while she was in Brooklyn, and how she might send Martha there. If only she had possessed the Book of the Raven then, she would have known what to do, even when restricted by iron. Wax, pins, fire, hair, fingernails, blood, bone, belladonna, skullcap, henbane. This thing of darkness I acknowledge to be mine. Faith was still a novice, but she practiced the black art faithfully, learning maledictions by heart, until she was skilled at her craft. Soon enough she was nearly 13, the odd age between childhood and womanhood, when a person becomes more of what she is. A locked door was not enough privacy for her studies. She kept a blanket thrown over her to shroud the magic and contain it within a circle. then drew the Pentacle of Solomon on her floor with invisible ink. It was easy enough to hide her practice. Maria Owens had the sight, but all mothers see their children as they wish to, and the truth of Faith's studies escaped Maria's sight. Faith had helped that to happen, casting a see-what-you-please spell, so that Maria viewed Faith as a perfect child who set the table for supper, swept the floors, tended to the garden, and kissed her good night. Yes, her hair was a darker shade of red. Her skin had a new pallor with the freckles disappearing. Her eyes were indeed fevered. She had learned to be deceptive from her years with Martha, and now she did so again quite naturally. She was in the midst of the left-handed magic of revenge, using malice and spite to get what she wanted. In no time the magic had changed her. When she found a baby swallow and lifted it off the ground, it turned to ash in her hands. She dusted off her hands and felt a shiver of fear over what she now carried inside her. But what was done was done. She had chosen her path. In her practice, she used the wild purple orchids that have 2 tubers, one for white magic, one for black, a plant that could heal or hurt, and was called Dead Man's Fingers in a play written by the man who adored the author of the Book of the Raven. Near the Monetta stream, there were old trees with hollows in their trunks, doors to other worlds where words were said backwards, widdershins spinning left, the witch's path that was counterclockwise. It was here that Faith gathered blackberries, long used against serpents' bites and for setting curses. The Book of the Raven had taught her transference magic, shifting the sorrow or disease or the ill fate that a person carried into another object or being. She had small glass bottles filled with hate and fever and rage and grief, which were stored in a cabinet in her chamber, and at night they glowed with green light, as if stars had fallen from the sky. In time, she could turn a blooming flower black, stop a bird's heartbeat, confuse men so they forgot their own names or lost the power of speech. Love was a common thing to her now, the foolish territory of those without her discipline. She knew that to undo an attraction, one needed black paint, blood, a bird's broken wing, pins, and a thin strand of lead, handled carefully and with gloves. One night she cut her arm, and let her blood sink into the ground, and in that place a stem arose, with a single red rose. That rose was the magic inside of her, and every day the rose grew darker, until one morning the petals and the stem were black, and the thorns were so sharp, not even the bees would come near. Faith wrote down the skills she had studied onto slips of paper to see what practice would best suit her. Invisibility, sight, healer, love magic, revenge. She left the papers to float in a bowl of water overnight to see what her future might be. In the morning, one scroll had bloomed open. Faith's heart beat quickly as she reached for her fate. Her place on earth had been decided. She'd known what it would be before she read the floating word, for it was already in her heart, and the black rose in the garden had grown to be as tall as she. Revenge was what she wanted. Three. Magic continued to flourish in Manhattan, for most New Yorkers look the other way when faced with the unusual, be it magic or not. There was a freedom of spirit in the city that couldn't be found in the other colonies, perhaps because of the settlement's Dutch heritage. Respected Amsterdam minister Balthazar Bekker had published The Enchanted World, arguing that Calvinism was mistaken in stating that Satan walked through the human world. The devil was nothing more than a symbol of all the evil that resided inside mankind, and belief in witchcraft was the work of ignorant, superstitious men. The governor, Peter Stuyvesant, agreed that the search for witches was far-fetched nonsense. He'd been schooled on this issue when his own sister-in-law, Judith Varlett, was accused in Hartford in the witch craze of the 1660s, and rescued from Connecticut in the dead of night to avoid prison. That near-tragic incident was close enough to the governor to give him pause when it came to supernatural claims. He was a logical man who demanded proof. Proving Satan's existence was a fool's errand, and he had declared so in his remarks concerning such arrests, stating that sentences for witchcraft should not end in execution, no matter how dark the accusations might be. In Massachusetts, scores of people had been arrested and held for preposterous reasons, with claims that they were in league with the devil and could torment people from miles away. Though not present in bodily form, those charged were said to be able to ruin crops, induce babies to fall ill, make loyal husbands go mad with lust. Serious men, including Cotton Mather, son of the illustrious Increase Mather, president of Harvard, believed that evil could be found in the personages of old women and fishwives and children, that it emerged from their mouths, that the dark world had encroached on everyday life, so that the line dividing the two had vanished into thin air. Cotton Mather was at work on The Wonders of the Invisible World, a treatise that claimed Satan wished to overturn the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and used witches to do so. He was convinced that black magic grew in the woods and in the pastures, a bloody black weed. Magistrates continued to rule on spectral evidence, which was supernatural and invisible and therefore impossible to refute. A madness had taken hold in the colony, and each day more women were arrested. Those with property, those who were poor, those who had married the wrong man, or who were spinsters, or had angered a neighbor. The original accusers were young girls, beginning with the daughter and niece of Reverend Samuel Parris, and their slave, Tituba, who had little choice but to agree when questioned, and the mania spread like a fever to more girls and young women who swore witness against satanic acts they had witnessed. Bite marks, bruises, cows whose milk ran red with blood, stars that exploded in the sky, a black horse seen from a window, a mark on a woman's face in the shape of a moon or a star or a sickle, all could be counted as proof. In a wicked turn of events, several of the accusers soon found themselves suspected of witchcraft. Many of the settlers of the town of Salem had come from Essex County in England, home of Matthew Hopkins, the witch-finder general, who had sent 100 women to their deaths, persecuted simply for being women without power in the world. No one in New York had been arrested for any such reason. The two trials that occurred decades earlier, one in Queens County, the other in the town of Setauket on Long Island, both involved people from Massachusetts, and no one was found guilty. Still, magic continued, the sort of practical magic that cured and healed and helped both with love desired and love gone wrong. Every day, people had their horoscopes written out and visited fortune-tellers on Miller Street, also known as Mud Avenue, after downpours in the spring. There were magical items for sale in many of the markets, often hidden behind the counter or found in a back room or kept under cloths. Most residents did not trust doctors, who were often unschooled and lost more patients than they saved, using worthless remedies. Saltpeter, tinctures of distilled powdered human bone used as a cure-all, a false remedy that was called skull moss, a plant grown from the remains of violent criminals who had been hanged, which was inserted into a patient's nostrils and was said to staunch bleeding and stop fainting and fatigue. Folk medicine was far less dangerous than the work of medical doctors. Practitioners of the nameless art were held in high regard when it came to their talents and their knowledge of curative tonics. Seeds to induce sleep or cure insomnia, packets of dried lavender and rose hips for teas that would calm the nerves. Cures for common illnesses. Linden root and yarrow for racing hearts. Oatmeal and almond meal for cleaning one's face. Rosemary oil for the hair, or a tonic of lemon and rosemary, lavender for sleeplessness, ginger root for diarrhea, cabbage leaf poultices for wheezing. Darker ingredients were in demand as well. Squid ink, thought to make tangible whatever was written in script, the hollow bones of birds for divination, mushrooms for erotic adventures or for revenge, seeds and oils to end a pregnancy, a knotted rope to burn, and the ashes then eaten to bring forth a child. And there was love, always love, which was in the highest demand. Some unscrupulous vendors sold merchandise that was nothing more than wilted weeds, or a smudge of ashes said to be made of a dove's heart, but were nothing more than pipe leavings swept into tins, or perhaps rosemary oil, flecked red with paint pigment or madder root, all of it dubbed with false Latin names. These unprincipled merchants played at magic, cheating clients in exchange for false cures that either wouldn't work or, in some cases, might cause real harm if ingested. The names of those who were true to the nameless art and could be trusted were passed from friend to friend and sister to sister, as valued as silver. Women came to the door of the house on Maiden Lane, as they had in both Essex counties. They came at dusk, making certain they would not be recognized by neighbors or friends. Some had recently traveled across the sea in search of missing husbands, of which there were many, men who had left their wives behind in Ireland or England, so they might disappear into new lives in Manhattan, often claiming not only new names after they'd vanished, but new wives as well. Try as Maria might to avoid love, it arrived at her doorstep time and time again. And despite her resolve to stay as far away as possible from the madness of raw emotion, she gave her clients what they wanted most in the world. How to bring a lover home. Cook honey with nightshade, add a curl of his hair, and let it rest on the windowsill. If your beloved is nearby, he will appear. But if he has disappeared into the wilderness, a bird will take his place. Tie a scrap of paper with your name written upon it to the bird's leg and let it fly out your window. If your beloved is alive, the bird will find him, and he will return, though it may take months or years. Nail a wishbone over your front door. Stick 2 silver pins into a red candle. When the flames burn down to the pins, your lover will arrive. Are you sure you want him? Maria would always say about the man in question before she began an enchantment, for it was possible for a woman who had been unburdened by a husband to begin a new life in New York, one that she alone commanded. "Oh, I'm sure," most would say, not minding Maria's disapproval. These women had put effort into their desires, arriving in the dead of night, leaving the rented rooms of their boarding houses, or the cots set up in the parlor of a relative's flat, all to regain what they'd lost. But every now and then, there were those who reconsidered, leaving without any help from Maria. And then there were those who found the men they'd searched for, only to return for a different sort of remedy. "He's changed," these women said. "He's not the one. It's all a mistake. Save me, help me, give me back my own life." Love was complicated. Faith had understood that, even before she took to sitting on the stairs to watch these women come and go. She shook her head in wonder at what fools humans could be. Let them throw their lives away and weep over lovers who would only cause them pain and agony. Let Maria Owens trade in the thing that had caused her grief. Faith had studied love, but it wasn't her business, and it never would be. She had something else in mind. She had been in Manhattan for close to 2 years, and had grown up faster than most. By now she was tall, with a newfound grace and a cool, distant gaze. She hadn't left the practice of acting like an obedient girl, but she was anything but mild-mannered. Faith climbed out the window on Maiden Lane, just as she had done in Brooklyn. Habits died hard, and she had the habit of doing as she pleased, even if that meant there were those who must be deceived. She set up her practice near the grove of linden trees beside the Minetta stream, where indignant men lived in canvas tents and the poor were buried without stones to mark that they had ever walked on this earth. This was where her craft had led her, to a hollow where the ferns were as tall as she, and the earth was muddy and damp and vengeance came easily. Faith felt it inside her, spreading out from the red splotch in the center of her left hand that she had never been able to wash away. She was called to dark places such as this. The birds did not sing here, and the frogs did not call, although there were hundreds of peepers on the banks of the stream. If a woman wanted something other than what she could find in Maria Owens's kitchen, she came here. If she had been mistreated and damaged and betrayed, if she wanted revenge, she came up the path, no matter how perilous it might be to walk alone in the dark woods. Come to me, and I will never judge you. I am just a girl, and you can tell me anything. Who hurt you? Who you wish to defy? Who should pay for their acts against you? The hysteria in Salem began in the winter of 1692, stretching into the spring. Bridget Bishop was the first woman to be arrested, and the first to be hanged, on June 10. By September, 20 people had been executed. When the news about what was occurring reached New York, there was shock, especially among the Dutch community, who did not agree that the devil walked among men, or that it was proper to make use of spectral evidence, based exclusively on dreams and visions with no practical proof. The original Dutch settlers were serious-minded people who believed what they saw with their own eyes. But such was not the case in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. In May of that year, one of those set to be arrested was a 16-year-old girl who had first seen a jail cell when she was a child, who accompanied her grandmother, Lydia Colson, visiting Maria Owens after her arrest. When young Elizabeth Colson heard there was a warrant drawn out for her signed by the magistrates, she disappeared into the woods. Her grandmother packed a basket of food and told her to go to New York, where she could find a woman Lydia Colson had once helped, who might assist them in return. One could hope that their kindness would be remembered and perhaps repaid. By the time Elizabeth arrived in Manhattan, she was exhausted and terrified. She'd stopped in Cambridge overnight, then made her way to Connecticut, where the witchcraft mania had spread to New Haven. Her cousins there had helped her leave in the middle of the night, but the hired carriage driver had beaten her and stolen what little she had. She made the rest of the way alone, all the while in fear of the large wildcats in the hills of Connecticut. At last she reached Manhattan, taking a ferry that disembarked near the Fly Market. She asked vendors if they might know a woman named Maria Owens. The fruit seller knew such a woman, and the fishmonger did as well, although neither knew her address. The fishmonger's daughter, however, called Elizabeth aside, for she had gone once for a love charm, and she knew exactly where Maria Owens could be found. When Elizabeth rapped on the door, a suspicious red-haired girl appeared, her black dog at her side. Faith was an unwelcoming figure, glaring at the unexpected guest with narrowed gray eyes, for the sight allowed her to know where the girl had come from. "You're from Salem," Faith blurted. "I've come to see Maria Owens." Elizabeth lowered her voice. "I fled before the constables could arrest me." "For what crime?" Elizabeth certainly didn't appear to be a criminal, but then neither had Martha. People could surprise you, each and every time. When Elizabeth hesitated, Faith assured her that she could be trusted. "I'm Maria's daughter. We have no secrets." It was hardly true, but Elizabeth wished to believe Faith. They were not so far apart in age, and perhaps she imagined she had found a friend in whom she could confide. She glanced over her shoulder to the crowded street. There was a good deal of foot traffic and several carts and wagons, but no one paid the girls the least bit of attention. Witchcraft. Faith held back a laugh. You're not a witch. True enough, but the truth won't save me from hanging. Faith took the other girl's hand and looked into her palm. I see that you'll live. Are you a fortune teller? Several of those arrested in Salem had practiced palmistry and other forms of parlor magic, in which they promised to divine who future husbands and wives might be. Not at all, Faith said, drawing the visitor inside. I just know that if you're here with us, you'll be safe. They had a dinner of chicken pie closed into a coffin of crust that had been flavored with rosemary, and to celebrate their guest's determination to make her way to New York, Maria fixed a delicacy called hedgehog pudding, consisting of bread and raisins, sweet cream and eggs and butter, which was then decorated with slivers of blanched almonds pointing upward like spiky spines. She was delighted to see Elizabeth so grown up and remembered what a dear child she'd been, but the evening took a turn when Maria heard the details of what was transpiring in Salem. She felt a deep sense of foreboding, and when she asked who was at the heart of the witch mania, she was not surprised when John Hathorne's name was spoken. He was one of the magistrates hearing the cases of the accused, well known to be the most unforgiving among the judges, badgering the women who were called before him, forcing admissions from prisoners who hadn't eaten or slept, but had been beaten with sticks and leather straps, accepting spectral evidence of the worst sort, pure madness and gossip masquerading as truth. Faith noticed that her mother shivered when she heard about this judge and his deeds. Do you know this man? She asked. I don't believe I ever truly did. But she certainly knew what he was guilty of. Seduction, betrayal, lies, abandonment, pride. Despite the Owens' hospitality, Elizabeth had decided she would not be able to stay. Her Connecticut cousins had confided that when the constables came to arrest her and found her missing, they had taken her grandmother in her place. She realized she had erred in coming to New York. You can't go back, Maria told Elizabeth Colson. It's far too dangerous. Still, it was clear the girl wouldn't desert her grandmother in the old woman's time of need. Elizabeth had an honest heart, and was young enough to believe that she was dealing with reasonable men, who would release her grandmother when she gave herself up. She stayed a single night and left in the morning. Before they'd gone to bed, Faith had whispered she would leave something for Elizabeth that might be useful in the rear of the garden. She'd kept her word. There between the neat rows of rosemary and cabbages was an amulet for Elizabeth to wear close to her heart. Inside the velvet pouch was powdered vervain, used in dark acts of magic, and a slip of black rope tied into knots to protect her 3 times. A note had been written upon black paper with red ink that disappeared as soon as it was read. Travel well. Trust no one. Jack Finney was happily ensconced on Maiden Lane. He'd planned to accept a few days of hospitality, but he'd stayed on for a year, and then another, putting to use his talents of seeing to odd jobs, fixing the roof of the barn and fashioning a room for himself inside the stable, replacing the wooden windowsills so they would close tight against bad weather, setting out a new garden gate. He had traveled for so many years that he still never knew where he was when he opened his eyes in the morning. Maria had rewarded him financially for his help, and though he was far from rich, he was no longer poor. He'd spat on the pile of blackened coins he'd been given, shining them up with a handkerchief, grateful to possess what he considered to be a treasure, and perhaps even more grateful for a home in Manhattan. He'd had enough of Brooklyn. When he thought of King's County, he imagined the woman in the gray dress chasing after them across the flatlands, an image that caused him to shiver. In the past, he'd always moved on when he wished to escape bad memories, hoping against hope that a different landscape would renew his spirits and help him forget. But now he felt at home on Maiden Lane, and had taken a stand at the fly market to sell his wares. He'd seen Faith slinking about near the vendors that dealt in foul merchandise, poisons, dangerous herbs, books hidden in black covers. One afternoon, Faith came to sit in the grass while Finney polished his coins, a habit he'd come to enjoy, for counting his money was a new pastime. He grinned and tossed a coin to Faith. As soon as she caught the disc, the silver turned black. "Never do that in public," Finney advised. "I'll do as I please." She made a face at him, and the peddler shook his head. "So said the criminal on his hanging day," Finney said. He worried about Faith, for he believed that a man was responsible for whomever he rescued, although sometimes he was confused as to which of them had saved the other. "If you insist," Faith said, "I'll pretend not to be what I am." "Join the human race. That's what we all do." Faith had a spot in her cold, dark heart for Finney. She believed she would still be in the attic bedroom in Gravesend with iron bracelets around her wrists if not for his help. He was a man who carried his sorrows close to his heart and never discussed them, who would surely never mention what had happened on the bridge. If he suspected that Martha was still breathing when Faith left her there in the water, he never said so, and he never would. "You should have something better than silver as your reward," Faith decided. "I'm happy with all I have. Your mother has been very generous." Jack found Faith to be amusing and intelligent, but at times she was a bit frightening. She looked like a girl, but her thoughts were often those of a grown woman, one who was more canny than most. "You should have a wife," Faith decided. Though he never said so, she knew how lonely Finney was. He talked in his sleep, and when they'd shared nights in the wagon, he'd often called out for someone named Rowena, and had wept until morning. "I had a wife." Finney's mood darkened with this topic of discussion. He didn't wish to think about all he had lost. Mourning the life he'd once led wouldn't bring it back, and who was he to complain? Every man lost all that he loved in this world by the time his life was through. It happened to some sooner and some later. For now, he had his horse, his wagon, his freedom, and a huge pile of silver. He could do as he pleased, as no married man could, even if Finney wasn't quite sure what good the freedom he'd claimed did him. "I don't see anyone breaking down the door looking for someone like myself," he informed Faith. "Maybe the old washerwoman down the street would like to have tea with me." "I can find the right woman." Faith was utterly sure of herself. "Let me try." Try? Now Finney had good reason to tease the girl. "Are you saying I'd be the first to benefit from this service?" He was well aware that Faith had talents. He had seen so himself in the flatlands of Brooklyn when she chased away the rabbits and dreamed of crossing hell to find her mother. That didn't mean he wished to be part of an experiment. If she was a witch, she was a novice, and beginner's luck was rare. "I don't think I want you mucking about with my fate. For all I know, I could wind up living in a cave with a bear, or married to a turtle under the sea, or sleeping with the washerwoman, and I'm not sure she would be the best of those bargains." "I'll find someone who will bring you happiness." Faith was serious about this matter. "You deserve that. You can't stay in the barn forever." "You think too highly of me," Finney responded. "To be honest, I didn't even want to save you. But it was easier to let you tag along with me rather than leaving you with that old bag." Another man, even a good man, would have left her to fend for herself in Gravesend. Finney was more than decent, and therefore he deserved more than silver. Faith knew he still had dreams of Martha chasing after them, her white bonnet flying into the air. He'd given up salt, for it reminded him of the air that day, which had been so salty and blue. "You know I drowned her." Faith almost sounded like a child, though there was nothing childlike about her admission or the cool expression on her face. "Not rescuing her isn't killing her. Listen to me, girl, you didn't kill her." Faith had a habit of biting her lips when deep in thought. Her dark red hair was braided, and she wore a dress that was the same color as her silvery eyes. She might be beautiful someday, but not yet. "I've already decided," she told her friend. "I intend to pay you back for all you've done." Finney eyed her, uneasy as she brought out a small bottle. "It's the 10th potion, the strongest there is. We're told not to make it, but I broke the rules. It can make anyone fall in love with you, and you with them. It's unbreakable." Finney gazed at her, concerned. "Does your mother know?" "This is between you and me." The elixir was set before him. It looked like wine, but the scent was of something that had been burnt. Finney had put up a good fight, but now he relented. He took a sip and considered. He'd had worse. "Trust me," Faith said. Her hands were folded in front of her. She was a very serious girl. Love was not her business, but repaying Finney for all he'd done was. "I trust you to bury me if I die," Finney quipped. Then he grew silent as he thought of his deep loneliness and all he'd lost. He gulped down the elixir. "God help me," he said. Faith ignored him and recited the incantation. "Let the one who drinks this wine be granted true love divine." Nothing happened. "Your experiment has failed," Finney was quick to say. "I have to decide on who the right woman will be, and she must drink as well. Once she does, there is no going back." "That's not exactly comforting." Finney patted Faith's head as if she were a child, then got up to see to Arnold. "I only hope it doesn't work on horses." Faith laughed and went into the house. She and Keeper set off for the butcher, where she would get a bundle of bones and meat scraps. She had a few women in mind for Finney. The fruit vendor's daughter at the market, a neighbor who had recently lost her husband, a woman who sold books. She'd planned to take the 10th with her, but in her hurry she left it on the garden table. Faith was happy to be with her beloved Keeper, forgetting that once magic has begun, it cannot so easily be put away. The tree of heaven was blooming with the last of its red flowers when Maria set to work in the herb garden that day. She had been attempting to grow mampuritu, an herb from Curacao that was accustomed to warmer climates. It was a very stubborn herb. She had tried lighting a fire near it, to warm its roots, to no avail. Perhaps she should rid the garden of the herb, for it made her think of Samuel Diaz, even when she didn't wish to, and she was glad to be interrupted when Catherine Durant arrived at the gate, her little white dog following close behind. Catherine had been using Maria's black soap, which so refreshed her that she looked 10 years younger than her age. "Is this what happens to all of your customers?" she called to Maria, who was down on her knees weeding between rows of parsley and sage. "Once we use your soap, we can't live without it." Maria laughed and clapped the soil from her hands. She would always be grateful for the simple pie magic that had brought her daughter home. "For you," she told Catherine, "the soap is always a gift." Catherine was thirsty from her walk from the Bowery, and when she saw the glass of wine on the table, she sat on a metal chair and took a sip. Her dog jumped on her lap, barking, but Catherine ignored him. and intrigued by the taste, she continued to drink. Her mouth began to tingle once she'd drained the elixir, as if she'd eaten nettles. She immediately knew there was an enchantment at work. Ordinarily, she would have been indignant, but not on this day. What was meant to be would be, whether or not you approved. The truth was, she was curious to see what would happen next. Finney walked out of the barn, smelling of horseflesh and sweat. He intended to tell Faith to stop the spell. There was no point going any further, not in his case. Love was an impossible, ridiculous goal for a person such as himself. What he'd had, he'd lost, and he thought it better to accept his life as it was. Finney would leave Manhattan and the false notion that he had found a home. He would go back on the road, perhaps to Connecticut, unknown territory devoid of memories. He was meant to be alone, and he'd become quite good at a solitary life. His horse was more than enough company. But there in the garden, the peddler stopped, as if struck. A force went through him, heart and brain, body and soul. The whole world seemed a wonder. The table and the chairs set out in the grass, the red flowers falling to the ground, the beautiful woman before him. Catherine could read the man in the yard. A peddler, a widower, a man who was lost. But she viewed him through the power of the 10th, and therefore saw that he was a hero who put others first, who cared more for an old horse than most people cared for their neighbors and friends. She could see the young man he'd been, before his heartaches, when he liked to balance on stone walls and raced through fields on his father's horses, when the women in his village claimed he was the handsomest man alive. Her little dog ran at Finney, barking protectively. But when the peddler reached down, the dog flopped over on his back, ready to be petted, as if Finney were a long-lost friend. Faith came home with her purchase from the butcher shop to find Maria waiting for her, furious. "You've created mayhem, and it's unbreakable. There's nothing I can do to amend it. I told you you aren't ready to work magic." Faith returned her mother's gaze and held it. As it turned out, they were now the same height. "I am ready." Maria felt a chill go through her. "When I say so." "It's my fault," Finney was quick to claim. "She did so on my behalf." "I believe it was on my behalf," Catherine said. Already, Catherine Durant could not be kept from him or he from her. They had an unspoken pact that they would never be parted. Two spellbound people who left together for Catherine's farm on the Bowery without looking back. Maria narrowed her eyes. It had been too long since she had really looked at her daughter. Now she saw the edge of darkness inside. "You haven't enough practice for such things." Faith shrugged. "It's only love." "You think love is so simple." Maria thought of the day she saw John Hathorne in the blue dining room in Curacao, and the morning Samuel had brought the magnolia tree to Salem, so she thought the snow was falling. "Take my advice," she told Faith. "Stay away from it." "If that's how you feel about love, why are you still wearing Gogo's ring?" Maria had tried everything to remove the gold band from her finger, but the wedding ring wouldn't come off. It was likely the reason she thought of Samuel Diaz so often. She wondered if Abraham had known that would happen, and why such rings were worn, to make you think of the one who had given it to you. "You're the one that played with love," Faith said to her mother. "You called down a curse on us. You didn't care what I thought or what I wanted." Try to do what's best for your children, and still it could all go wrong. What you knew today, you didn't know yesterday. What you wished for then, you might come to regret. "You never told me what happens if someone falls in love with us." "We ruin their lives," Maria told her daughter. "It seems you've already ruined the goat's life," Faith told her mother that day. "You might as well love him." Part 5. The Remedy. 1693. 1. There were so many women in love and in trouble in the city of Manhattan that Maria hadn't time for all who came in search of a charm or a cure. Often a dozen or more waited in the garden, some disguised by shawls or cloaks, others so desperate they didn't care who might spy them visiting the witch's house. What was a witch, if not a woman with wisdom and talent? Here in New York, such things were not a crime. Maria's clients perched on benches or sat in the dewy grass counting out pieces of silver, removing wedding bands, reciting small prayers that Maria Owens might help them find health or solace or love. When she looked out the window to see how many women were in need, she was overwhelmed. A woman who had renounced love should not be so close to so much emotion. It would surely affect her. Love was contagious. It passed from soul to soul. It woke a person up and shook her even when she wanted to be left alone. There were times when Maria looked in the black mirror to search for a client's fate, and all she could see was Samuel Diaz. She had no heart, she was sure of it, and yet something inside of her ached. "I could be your assistant," Faith said as they looked out the window at the women waiting there. "In Brooklyn, people came to me to be healed." She had recently learned how to construct figures out of the bark of the black hawthorn. When melted over a fire, the love for the wrong person would melt as well, and a client would be freed of foolhardy desires. "Well, that was in Brooklyn," Maria responded. "They should not have gone to a girl." "I know more than you think I do," Faith insisted. She knew the expression on a woman's face when she realized she had only a few more breaths to take in this life. She knew that when she was in a cemetery at night, she could hear the heartbeats of the dead. She knew that a girl whose father doesn't want her will be both stronger and weaker than she might have been had he ever loved her. "I'll take the one seeking revenge," she chirped. "We don't do that here," Maria said. "You do all sorts of things," Faith said archly. "For the benefit of those in need." "Maybe you don't think I have the power." "That's not true. I believe in you. You're just not ready." "I have been ready since I was 6 years old and you left me." Maria stepped back as if slapped. "I told you I never wanted to leave you. I had no choice." "I thought we all had choices," Faith said, her gaze turning to ice. "If you hadn't gone to Massachusetts, none of it would have happened." The lies Martha had told Faith had done damage, and she carried the scars of abandonment. She went inside and sat on the floor beside Keeper. He had a distant, somewhat removed character, and resembled Faith in that way, but now he put his head on her lap and she stroked his fur. Here she was in her own home, and she was still invisible, her true self lurking in the shadows. Every witch wishes for a pair of red boots, and Faith had hoped her mother would grant her a pair as a gift on her 13th birthday. But when the day came, she was given a sky-blue shawl. She didn't need protection. She didn't need luck. She wanted her one and only life, and the freedom to live as she pleased. She had been paid well by her clients, which was a good thing. She would order her own boots at the cobbler's. Anyone who had the sight, and the ability to see inside Faith to her core, would see the damage there, the iron wound, the nights in a locked room, the open window, the cemetery in Gravesend, the salty land and the seabirds in the sky, the loneliness, the bitter taste in her mouth, the father who never showed himself, the mother who wished to believe that all was well with her daughter, when there was a crack in everything, and the world was coming apart. Faith would be ready for magic when she said she was ready, not when her mother allowed it. She had said yes to magic years ago in the flatlands, with the salt stinging her eyes, so that she almost cried. Not that she had the ability to do such a thing, not then and not now. Maria Owens could cry. But that was unusual for a witch, and was likely a sign of weakness in Faith's opinion. Faith herself was nothing like that. Even if Maria had wanted to see inside her daughter, Faith had blocked her from doing so. It was a murky and solemn spell she had worked at the Moneta stream, a fitting place for dark acts. She had used her own blood and hair and the bones of a small sparrow, and had thereby grown invisible to the person who loved her best in the world. A part of her longed to be saved from the path she had taken, so that she could become the person she might have been if she hadn't been a stolen child, if she hadn't learned early on that there was evil in the world. What plunged her further into the dark was an ordinary day when she was cleaning out the barn after Finney moved out. She stumbled upon an old satchel, one that belonged to Samuel Diaz. Inside was a rope, a book of maps, and a letter from Maria Owens, left for him when the Queen Esther docked in Boston after their trip together from Curacao. He had kept it all this time, though he could only tolerate reading it once, for once was more than enough. I don't know what might have happened between us. I am in search of a man named John Hathorne. He is my fate and the father of my child. Faith sat back on her heels, her heart pounding. She had never known her father's name. To her eyes, the letters were sharp as glass. She could hear her mother calling to her from the garden, where she was planting rosemary and mint. Instead of answering, Faith lay in the straw. She paged through the book of maps until she reached Essex County. Navigators can never touch a map without plotting the journey ahead, and Samuel had marked the path with spots of ink. Faith thought of the unfurled paper that told her future, and how vengeance had settled inside her like a bird in a nest, fitted close to her heart. From the start, she had been ready to seek revenge. That evening she had supper with her mother, a cod baked with spring onions and cream. Then Faith went up to her room under the eaves. She had been trained to keep her feelings to herself. She set the lock and burned a black candle. Her father was the magistrate who had judged the women who stood before him with their wrists in iron chains and their legs bound by ropes. If she reached back inside of herself, she could recall his appearance, a tall man who had stared as if willing her to disappear. When your father doesn't love you, a stone forms inside of you, hard and sharp enough to pierce through bone. The dark was rising in her soul, and she was glad of it. She was at the age when innocence seems like a flaw. Do what you must, or do what you will. Adhere to the rules, or break them in two. Faith would not be 13 forever, but that's what she was now. She had picked up her red boots at the cobbler, and they fitted her perfectly. Before she left, she wrote a note to her mother, folded it, and placed it upon her bedside table. Faith had been stolen once before, and she wanted Maria to know that this time she was leaving of her own accord. She would stand before the magistrate, and she would judge him, although she already knew she would find him guilty. She would see that he paid the price for all that he'd done. On the day that Faith left New York, the air swirled with a cold mist that soon changed to a smattering of hail, for out at sea there was an unexpected storm that raced toward harbors and coastlines. Everything was white, air and sea and sky, but the weather and the high seas didn't deter her. She had looked in the black mirror and had seen that it was her fate to go to Salem. She paid for her passage with coins earned from women in need of her talents, those who wished for revenge and escape and reprisal, and she silently thanked them as she stood on the dock, equally ready for revenge. The ship's purser thought the coins were false, for Faith was only a girl, and how had a girl come into possession of such a sum? Then he rubbed one with his kerchief and found that it shone in his hands. "Go on, then," he told Faith, though his gaze was on Keeper. "But that beast stays." Faith certainly didn't intend to leave Keeper behind, for the loyal creature would have leapt into the freezing river to follow her if he must. When the purser went off to see to his other duties, Faith withdrew a figure made of hemlock bark. She held a match to it and recited an invocation from the Book of the Raven, watching as the wood melted into a black pool. Each time she recited a spell from the text, she felt a change inside her, as if her blood burned more hotly and her bones became sharper. Her hair was so darkly red it looked black in the shadows, as if the person she once was and the child Martha had stolen had magicked into one being. She was made of blood and heart and soul, and it was blood magic that she practiced. She was no one's little girl now. From a distance she appeared to be a full-grown woman, and men were attracted to her. She seemed different than other girls. It was the manner in which she looked at the men who stared at her so directly, as if to see who they truly were. When the purser returned, he no longer noticed Keeper, and failed to say another word about the wolf's presence. In fact, the purser's vision was cloudy, and would remain so. It was the first time Faith had used left-handed magic for her own selfish reasons, and later in the evening, when she bit into a slice of bread she'd brought along for her supper, she tasted blood and found that a tooth had broken. Blood magic had a price. Faith felt a chill, and she wondered if she was about to go too far. What you send out comes back to you threefold. What you give to the world returns in kind. Blood begets blood. She huddled close to Keeper to stay warm. Several of the sailors looked her over, for a girl of 13 traveling alone was considered fair prey. Keeper growled low down in his throat to warn them, but that was not the only thing that kept the sailors away. It was Faith's silver eyes, cold as coins. It was how she appeared to be one thing, a red-haired girl, and then suddenly she seemed to be a woman, with black hair it was best not to cross. They arrived in the morning light, with Salem glittering before them in the cold spring sun. The harbor had nearly frozen solid, even though the new leaves on the trees gleamed green. Men in rowboats had to cut through the forming shell of blue ice so that the ship might dock. It was foul weather, and people on board whispered it was a sign of foul things to come. As for Faith, she pricked her finger on a piece of wood, and her blood boiled on the deck, and red steam rose into the chilly air. She remembered little of arriving in Salem when she was a babe, only the bumpy carriage ride and the deep forest and the trees with black leaves that were strewn along the path to an imposing house with diamond-patterned glass windows. The docks were quiet now because of the storm, and Faith's red boots made a clicking sound on the ice. She went to a tavern where there were sailors who were more raucous than usual, trapped on land as they waited for the ice to thaw and their ships to set sail. When Faith took a table, no one disturbed her as they might had she been another girl who had wandered in unaccompanied. They were wise enough to let her be, for she had a protector who lay at her feet, his eyes glinting. Not one of the men in the tavern had ever seen a dog that looked like this one. The girl and her beast appeared as a single creature that had been joined in some wicked way, she in her black cape, he with his long black fur. A young serving maid was told to wait on her, for the older server could already tell this red-haired girl was trouble. Faith asked for 2 bowls of stew, one for herself, one for Keeper, and a pot of boiling water for her own brew. Tea was dear and often unavailable, and so Faith carried her own courage tea. She placed a tarnished silver coin on the table. She could see the serving girl's hunger, as well as a silence she had been trained for. The girl was being mistreated on a regular basis. Across the room, the owner of the tavern was watching them with a lazy eye. He had the nerve to nod at Faith. "Is he the one?" she asked the girl. The maid was quick to look over her shoulder and even quicker to turn her gaze away. "I don't know what you mean. He's nothing." "If you say he is, I should believe you." Faith knew from her own experience there were times when it was impossible to do anything other than lie. "I want to find a man named John Hathorne," she went on to say. When there wasn't a flicker on the serving maid's face, Faith set another coin on the table. The server swept the silver into her hand before anyone could see. "You'd do better to stay away from the magistrate," she murmured. She confided that a cousin of hers had been brought up on charges and was awaiting trial. Her only crime was to have taken a walk with another woman's betrothed. She'd been accused of witchery shortly thereafter. "Most of us don't dare to say his name aloud." "Do I look as though I'm afraid of any man?" Faith's voice was soft but steady. "And you shouldn't be either." She reached into her satchel and handed the girl a figure stitched from red cloth and black thread. "Burn this and the man causing you trouble will disappear." "Will he die?" The mild serving girl was shocked by the idea, despite her wish to be rid of her abuser. In her experience, punishment came with every attempt at freedom. "He'll only disappear." When the girl continued to appear nervous, Faith added, "To Rhode Island or Connecticut, not to hell, just far enough away not to bother you." Faith and Keeper were given 2 heaping bowls of stew, and by the time they left, the serving girl had managed to unearth the address of the magistrate's house, south of the courthouse on Washington Street. Faith's breath came hard as she walked through town. The streets were slippery, and the roofs of houses looked slate blue in the dusk. She saw the elm trees before long, the leaves unfurling, the black bark slick and wet with melting ice. The temperature had risen, and the ice storm was all but forgotten. Now that she had returned, Faith remembered the banks of white phlox in bloom, and the boy she had waved to, and the shock of her mother's face when she saw him. She felt her heart beat faster as she approached the door. Her heart had been beating just as fast on the day they ran away from the little boy in the garden and the woman who was calling out to him. Keeper went off toward the woods, where he could go unnoticed, for he certainly would not be welcome here. Faith, however, was just what Ruth Gardner Hathorne had been looking for. There was a hired woman who came to help with the laundry, and another to cook on the Sabbath, but the household work was never done. When Ruth opened the door to find a lovely girl in need of work, one who declared herself an orphan, but solemnly promised that she could cook and bake and clean as well as anyone, and had no aversion to using strong lye and washing sheets in the large kettle set over a fire pit in the yard, Ruth Hathorne thanked the Lord for this day and for His wisdom. Caring for 6 children had worn her down. This girl with nowhere to go was a godsend. "You must be freezing," Ruth said as she drew the girl inside. "Snow in April means a hot summer to come." Ruth was a kind-hearted woman. You didn't need magic to discern that. All you had to do was gaze into her calm blue eyes. She had been a year older than Faith when she was married with no say in the matter, having lost her parents to exile in Rhode Island because they were Quakers and considered to be enemies of the Puritan colony. Her experience had caused her to be generous to girls who had nothing other than their own abilities, for she wished someone had come to her rescue and let her be a girl a while longer. Perhaps then she might have had a choice in whom she was to wed. She no longer thought about the years when she stood at the garden gate, her hands gripping the posts, wondering what would happen if she walked down Washington Street and just kept walking through the colony, through Connecticut, going as far as she could. But she had the children, after all, and the fact that her husband paid her little attention suited her fine. He assumed she was still a foolish girl who had cried when he took her to bed and wept when she was confronted with running a household at such a tender age. He thought she knew nothing at all, but she'd learned quite a bit during their years together. She had seen the mud on his shoes, back in the time when he would disappear at night. She remembered the woman with black hair who came to knock at their door. If anything, these things made her even more compassionate to those who had nothing. For no matter how fine her house was, or how much china and silver were in her pantry, she sometimes wished she could change places with them. "I hope you'll be happy here with us," she told the reserved girl who had appeared at the door, calling herself Jane. Faith had given the last name she'd been made to use in Brooklyn, when she was her other self, the well-behaved girl. To Ruth's eyes, she looked in need of a good meal and a place to lay her head. "I'm sure I will be," Faith assured her. She was now fully the obedient girl who never talked back. She had a certain smile when she acted this part, a shy, innocent expression. "Then you were meant to be here." Ruth was happy to lead the girl through the house, reciting a litany of what her duties would be. The snow had all but ended, and was just a flutter of soft flakes. The April sun was strong, and beneath the ice the world was already green. It would be a perfect day. Ruth Gardner Hathorne showed Faith the cot and the scullery where she could sleep, and the peg where she could leave her damp coat. And if the inappropriate red boots the girl wore gave Ruth pause, it was too late. The offer to work had been extended, and the girl had hugged her, as if Ruth were her own mother, then carefully hung her coat upon the hook. 2. A woman who loses a child twice will be acquainted with sorrow, and yet the second loss will hurt just as much as the first. It is a snake that circles around to bind you hand to foot, heart to soul. If it comes to pass that the child runs away again, there is no magic strong enough to bring her back to you. In the natural order of things, children do leave, but not with bitterness and in secrecy. Maria knew Faith was gone before she opened the door to her daughter's room. She had dreamed of a dark wood, where the birds were silent. She saw the Book of the Raven in a hollow tree. "I know more than you think I do," Faith had said in the dream. Maria could hear her voice, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. She awoke in a panic, and sure enough the window in Faith's chamber was open, and there were footprints in the damp grass. On the bedside table was a note, written with red ink on black paper. "Do not follow me. You should have told me who my father was. If you try to stop me, then you will be the one I never forgive. This is my life to live." Making her way to the farm in the Bowery, Maria went immediately to Finney, who seemed to know Faith better than anyone. Finney was working in the garden, the white dog digging up mud to bury a bone, but he put down his shovel when he spied Maria. Why would she run off, Maria wanted to know, and to Massachusetts of all places? Finney told Maria of Faith's vision in Brooklyn, in which she had to cross through hell to reach home. They'd assumed the vision had been of Hellgate in the river, but perhaps there was another meaning entirely, and it was her fate to return to Salem. "She's as smart a girl as there ever was," Finney assured Maria. "Surely she's got her reasons to go." But Maria disagreed. "It's a dangerous place, and no matter how smart she might be, she's only a girl." "If you decide you want to go after her, I'll leave with you today." Finney insisted they go first to Catherine for advice, and although Maria felt humiliated to ask for another woman's help in such a personal matter, she agreed. She had a new admiration for those who came to her for cures, for they opened themselves to reveal their most private thoughts and deeds, an act that now mortified her. "Have you not worried about your daughter?" Catherine asked Maria. "No more than any mother would," Maria said. It was a wonder how those you loved best were often the ones you could not fully see. "She's gone over to the dark," Catherine told her. When Maria's expression was still puzzled, Catherine explained. "You didn't want to know, so it was easy for her to fool you. She works left-handed." "No, that's impossible." Maria looked up at Finny, who couldn't meet her eye. "Isn't it?" "She's a good-hearted girl," Finny assured Maria. "No one is saying she's not, but she was locked away for 5 years. It could turn anyone." "You had lost her before she left for Massachusetts." Catherine had the little dog on her lap, ignoring how muddy he was. "Now let's see if you can get her back." Catherine filled a glass bowl with cool, clear water. She placed 2 sticks of bramble into the bowl, which helped to invoke the spirit of the person in question, along with a stalk of thistle for protection. The water turned black, the better to see into. On one side of the bowl was the future as it was now. On the other side, the future as it might be. There was fire on one side, waves on the other that leapt from the bowl, splashing onto the table. Catherine turned to Finny. "When the girl dreamed of hell, how did she cross over?" "Through water," Finny said. The women exchanged a look. They both knew that meant a drowning, to prove witchery was at work. Maria rose to her feet, thanking her hosts, ready to leave, telling Finny he need not accompany her. She would find her daughter. Catherine held her back. "Listen to me," she said. "I have seen this before. I know black magic. I have seen more than you could imagine. Following the girl isn't the answer. I know what people are capable of in Essex County. I know what they did to me. But this is her fate, not yours. She has to cross through hell to come out on the other side. Otherwise, she will be trapped in her own darkness." Maria shook her head. She held back tears that burned her. "There's only one way for you to help," Catherine told her. "The first and second rules combined." Maria saw then that Catherine was older than she appeared to be, older than any mortal should be. Women in the Durant family lived too long, and in the end lost everyone they had ever loved. That was why Catherine had come to New York, to begin anew. She was grateful to Faith for invoking the 10th and giving her a new life with Finny, a good and decent man. She would now return the favor and help Maria win her daughter back from the dark side. If you want your daughter, save someone. That's the way to win back her life. Wait, and the chance will come to you. When it does, don't let it pass you by. For weeks, Maria looked out the window, barely able to eat or sleep. Days passed, and then one bright morning, a minister's wife came to Maiden Lane. Catherine had vowed that a sign would appear, and now it had arrived at her door. Maria could feel her caller's sorrow, another grieving mother, one she must help at all costs. The woman was the English wife of a well-known Dutch minister, who introduced herself as Hannah Decker. As soon as Maria heard that the stranger had the name of her beloved adopted mother, she was certain this stranger was the woman who would lead to her daughter's rescue. You receive what you give threefold. Save someone else's daughter, and you'll rescue your own. Hannah Decker had searched out Maria Owens in desperation. Her daughter was in the throes of a fever that had grown worse with every passing day. There seemed nothing to do but watch the poor child sink more deeply into sickness and pain. The family's dear friend, Dr. Joost Vanderburg, an esteemed elder with the Dutch Reformed Church and a physician, had found no success in fighting her affliction. He had given the girl an elixir made of crushed bones collected from crypts, thought to heal bone pain, but to no effect. If anything, the girl grew weaker. Hannah Decker had overheard furtive conversations about Maria Owens that took place among women when they thought no one could overhear. She didn't believe in witchcraft, and had no experience with the nameless art, but when there was nothing left to try, it could not hurt to believe in something, however preposterous it might seem. Hannah made it clear that she was willing to pay any price for a cure. "When your daughter is well again, you can decide what it's worth," Maria said as she gathered her cape and her black bag of herbs. She would have her payment, but it wouldn't be silver or gold. Save a life, win a life. She knew of Jonas Dekker by reputation. He was prominent and well respected within both the Dutch and British communities and had lived in Boston, but was more comfortable in New York, among more free-thinking individuals. Seeing as the girl was too ill to leave her bed, Maria would call at the Dekkers' home, something she rarely did. When she arrived, the family's lavish mansion appeared to be a house in mourning, with the damask curtains drawn and the candles and lanterns snuffed out. Maria was led upstairs by a servant, and then asked to wait in the dim hall. Dutch paintings lined the wood-paneled walls, and hand-knotted French carpets could be found on every floor. All the same, wealth was no protection from sorrow, and when Maria entered the bedchamber she felt great compassion for the patient, a pale 10-year-old girl named Annika, who writhed in pain. Annika was in a fever, her bedclothes drenched, her delicate face set in an expression of agony. The girl's mother could not look at her without bursting into tears. They had tried leeching and cupping, none of it effective. And Dr. Vanderburg had been stymied in his diagnosis, for he was most familiar with diseases of the Netherlands and New York and the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and this girl was in the grips of a tropical disease. Maria immediately recognized the illness as break-bone fever, so common in the West Indies. The family had been to Aruba to visit relatives, and when questioned closely, Hannah recounted that the children had often been at the shore, where mosquitoes clouded the sky on hot summer evenings. Maria had brought along a selection of dried and fresh herbs, including 2 it was clear the girl needed. Dried blue violets as a tincture for mouth sores, and linden root and yarrow for a racing heart, for the child's heart was pounding so hard she kept her hands on her chest, frightened her heart would fly out from her body. Fortunately, Maria kept tawa at hand, and grew it in pots on her windowsill, ready if Samuel Diaz should return with a recurrence of the disease, though it seemed unlikely he would ever come back, for she hadn't received a single letter from him since his departure. The Dekker girl's illness was far worse than Samuel's. She had begun to bleed internally, and when she cried her tears were red. There were purple bruises blooming along her arms and legs. She could barely stand to be touched without crying out. She could not open her eyes when asked to do so, for she was too weak. Maria decided she would stay beside her patient until there was some improvement. On her way via a small corridor to the kitchen that was attached to the house, she passed a room that was filled with books. She went inside and stood at the desk. The minister had been working on a letter, open on his desk. Too much is attributed to the devil and the witch or sorcery. The minister was well acquainted with the Mathers, a family that had been instrumental in the witch trials, whose beliefs Dekker had come to believe were ridiculous opinions for godly, rational men. Maria thought over the minister's writings as she soaked clean rags in cold water and vinegar to bring down the girl's fever, and then asked the cook to begin a fishbone broth. She boiled water to make tawa tea for her patient and courage tea for herself. There was a reason fate had led her here, and she wished to be strong enough not to back down from what would come next. She was fighting darkness, which arose when it was least expected, in this case in the heart of a young girl, her own daughter. Though the minister's wife did not believe in magic, she said nothing when Maria poured a line of salt along the window ledge and hung the brass bell above the door, or when she dressed the child in a clean blue nightdress. Maria rubbed rosemary-infused oil over Annika's aching bones before spooning tawa-tawa tea between her parched lips. The poor child had been speaking to herself in a fever. She wished to be put out of her misery, and no longer had the will to live. Hannah sat on a chair beside the bed, quietly weeping until Maria whispered they must show the girl they had faith in her recovery. She then went to tend to the child. "We will rid you of misery, and you will live until you're a very old woman with white hair," Maria assured Annika. "But you will never be a child again," she thought, "not after such pain. You will be a person of compassion, who will be unable to walk past another's suffering without doing your best to aid them." She crooned Hannah Owens' song, the one that had comforted her when she was a babe, and that she had then sung to Faith on board the Queen Esther and in the woods of Essex County. Annika begged for her to sing it again and again, and Maria was happy to comply, for the song always reminded her of home. "The water is wide, I cannot get o'er it, and neither have I wings to fly. Give me a boat that shall carry two, and I shall row my love and I. When cockle shells turn silver bells, and mussels grow on every tree, when frost and snow shall warm us all, then shall my love prove true to me." The minister heard the tune and came to stand in the doorway of the bedchamber, dismayed by the old folk song as he stood watching the stranger care for his daughter. It was a song sung by the cunning folk, people he held in low esteem. He watched as Maria washed the child's matted hair in a bowl with warm water and black soap that had a distinctive sweet scent. Rose and rosemary, sage and lavender. Maria had a beautiful, clear voice, and Annika, who had tossed and turned in the throes of pain, at last lay quietly, taken up by the song. Her improvement was so quick, it appeared that magic was at work, had there been such a thing, for the minister didn't believe in enchantments, only in the ignorance of those who had faith in sorcery. Maria did not leave Annika's side, remaining by her bed, where she hemmed the girl's nightdresses with blue thread. The minister drew his wife into the hallway. "We don't know a thing about this woman you've brought here. Who's to say she won't poison our daughter with her potions?" Hannah Decker went to her knees and begged her husband to allow Maria Owens to continue to treat Annika. When he saw how distraught his wife was, the minister had no choice but to agree. Still, when he returned to the room later that night, he found that Maria was burning a white candle onto which she had carved the name of the disease, the name of the child, and the date. He was ill at ease, and insisted on tasting the tea Maria was feeding the child. Once he had, the bitterness of the drink worried him. "Will this not make her more ill?" he asked. "I know breakbone fever, and you either will trust me to do my best, or I can assure you, your girl will not live." The minister sat beside Maria and watched the candle flicker. He had one child, and Maria knew what that was like. You carried your heart in your hand. "You can have me thrown in jail if I fail you," she told him. "You can have me hanged." The minister exhaled a soft, brittle laugh. "I prefer not to do so. I prefer that my daughter lives." "Then we're in agreement. That is what I prefer as well." Maria was in the corridor carrying a basin of cool water and vinegar when the minister's close friend, Dr. Joost Vanderberg, arrived. The doctor was a tall man, of huge influence, who regularly visited the governors of both New York and Massachusetts, and was highly regarded by all. She overheard the doctor speaking with Decker about the trials in Salem. They were both skeptical that a human being could make contact with the devil, causing death and destruction at that person's will. The doctor believed there were issues with the accusers rather than the accused. It was clear that both he and Decker saw the entire process of witch hunts as insanity. Neither believed that any of the accused could hit and bite victims when they had been seen miles or more away at the same exact time as the attacks. It was lunacy to think such acts were possible, with Jonas Decker stating that the accusers were ill and deprived of their sanity. The two men were not alone in their opinions. There were many who were in power in Massachusetts who had begun to see that the trials were a sort of hysteria, although some would not understand the horror of what had been done until later. Increase Mather, the president of Harvard, had published Cases of Conscience, making an argument against use of spectral evidence in witch trials, in direct opposition to his son Cotton Mather's The Wonders of the Invisible World, which insisted spectral evidence was valuable in a court of law, with the elder man writing, "It is better that 10 suspected witches should escape than one innocent person be condemned." One man among those in power, who had not changed his mind at all, however, was the chief examiner of the witchcraft trials, appointed in 1692, John Hathorne. He had once been a man who had dived into the water fully clothed, who had stood in the moonlight to pick apples from a tree in the courtyard. When she'd asked him why he had abandoned her, he'd merely said, "People change." Perhaps he wanted to believe this was true, but you were who you were. A person might be changed by ill fortune or circumstance, as Faith had been, but every individual carried a soul within him, unchanging and eternal, a light, a heart, a breath. Dr. Vanderburg brushed by Maria, barely glancing at her. At this moment, his only concern was the patient he'd come to visit. He examined the girl, then went into the study, calling Maria to join him, closing the door so they might speak privately. Vanderburg's brow was creased, and he looked disturbed, not over the state of his patient, who was much improved, but rather in regard to his own apparent lack of judgment and expertise. "I suppose you think I'm a fool." He was certainly looking at Maria now. "Not at all. I've had experience with this illness in Curacao, and merely recognized it for what it was. You cannot know what you haven't seen." The doctor was grateful for her kindness, though he believed that in this case he had indeed been an ignorant fool. He was known to be a somewhat arrogant man, assured of his vast knowledge, but he now humbled himself and asked for her method of treatment, and she shared the curatives she'd used, all of a practical nature. Wet washcloths with apple cider vinegar, basil tea with ginger, fishbone broth, all simple enough, but most important was the use of tawa-tawa tea, which she would be happy to supply if he came upon more patients with the disease. If she first became ill in Aruba, among her cousins, she was likely infected by them. It travels in the breath, he concluded. "No, by the bite of an insect. It's not like the pox. You cannot be infected by a person who is ill." "What was your name?" the doctor asked, quite taken with her. "Maria Owens." "And mine?" She stopped him there. "I know who you are, sir." Everyone in New York knew of him. He was so esteemed, a friend to those in power and those in need. The doctor poured 2 glasses of port from the minister's glass carafe. "I celebrate you," he said. People were usually so dull in his opinion, but not this woman. "I must say, I can't help wonder what it is you'll do next." Maria glanced at his hand. His fortune was changing as he spoke. She had never seen a man's fate change as quickly. When she peered into her own palm, the same thing was happening, a twin to the pattern on the doctor's hand. Their meeting had changed everything that was to come. "Fate is what you make of it," Hannah had told her. "You can make the best of it, or you can let it make the best of you." Maria and the doctor were now tied together by choice, by intent, by happenstance. Fate had made it so, but Maria would make certain it continued to her benefit. When they said their goodbyes later that evening, it would not be the last time they met. While Maria was watching over the vastly improved Decker girl, she came to understand what she wished to receive as her payment for this cure. She knew why the line on her hand ran identically to the doctor's. She found paper and pen and ink in the minister's study and stayed awake till dawn writing, producing a letter that was 3 pages long. By noon, Annika was sitting up in bed, starving and calling for fishbone soup. She wolfed down buttered toast and was strong enough to bathe and have a change of clothes. The girl's mother had been directed in what she must do should the disease reappear, and was aware that it might be a constant fight, though one she could win. "Must you leave?" Hannah Decker asked when Maria began to pack up. "I have a daughter of my own," Maria said, "and you know how to care for Annika." She asked if she might meet with the minister before she left for home. "I've told him to give you whatever you ask for," Hannah told Maria. "I am always indebted to you, no matter what you might need." "I might want something he doesn't expect me to ask for." "No matter what it might be, it's yours," Hannah assured her. The women embraced, for they had been through the darkness together and come into the light of day. It was true. When you saved someone, they belonged to you in some small way, but it was also true that you belonged to them. They would stay with you and enter into your dreams and your thoughts, as you would enter into theirs. Maria found her way downstairs. She had not slept or washed or eaten. Still, she felt elated. She knocked on the door of the library, then ran a hand through her hair before entering when the minister bade her to do so. She thought of the girl she'd been, breathing in smoke, watching everything she had ever known and loved burn, knowing that Hannah Owens had saved her not once, but twice. That was when she'd made a vow that she would never watch another woman burn. "I'm told I must give you anything you ask for," Decker said, gesturing for her to sit across from him. He was grateful to her beyond measure, but also glad that the ordeal was over and that Maria Owens would be leaving. "Name your price." Maria placed the letter on his desk. She had lovely handwriting and a fine turn of phrase. "I want this delivered." Decker picked up the letter, but after only a moment, he turned to her confused. "This is addressed to Governor Phipps. Why are you handing it to me?" "We share the same beliefs. Neither of us wishes for innocent women to hang." He gave her a look, then turned back to the letter. Once he'd begun reading in earnest, he could not stop. Maria sat in a velvet chair that had been fashioned in Amsterdam, its feet and arms made of polished wooden claws streaked with a patina of gold leaf. She watched the minister's increasing concern as he read on. 200 people had been arrested, and already 19 people had been hanged on Gallows Hill, and 1 man had been crushed to death by stones. Maria had heard that Elizabeth Colson and her grandmother were both in jail awaiting their sentences. Essex County had become a truly dangerous place for women and girls. "I could not have done any better," Decker said, when he'd finished reading Maria's letter. "I'm impressed by your logic and your prose. It's convincing beyond all measure. But what shall I do with this missive?" "Ask Dr. Vanderburg to sign it and present it as his own to the governor of Massachusetts." When Decker stared at her, mystified by this request, Maria went on to explain. "He's your dearest friend, and he believes as we do. I can tell he's a good man who wishes to do right." Decker shook his head, displeased, convinced that to have a man sign a letter he hadn't composed was trickery, especially if that letter was written by a woman. But Maria was not about to give up. He would have no trouble signing a letter his scribe had written at his bequest. "Anyway, it doesn't matter if you think it's a wrongdoing. We are beyond that. Your wife said you must grant my wish, whatever it might be. If you won't help me with the doctor, then I'll have your daughter." "Pardon me?" Maria stood, as if to leave the room, and the minister followed her into the hall. If he'd been another, less genteel man, he might have grabbed her arm. "You can't be serious," Decker said. "Anything I want," Maria reminded him. "Your wife will not deny me. I gave the girl her life, and that life now belongs to me. Send her to my house." "She's our daughter," the minister said, shocked by the turn in the conversation. "I could have you arrested." He looked into Maria Owens' gray eyes and saw that she was not alarmed by his response. "My words are not just a threat," he said. "You could do many things, but I hope you will choose to speak to Dr. Vanderburg. And I wish to go with him when he travels to Boston. I don't think he'll mind my presence." Maria went home and packed up everything that mattered to her. Jack Finney would take care of the house, for she might be away for a long time. She might never return. She tossed her clothes into a small satchel so that she could use her trunk for herbs and plant cuttings and bulbs, all wrapped in brown paper. What was most precious was her grimoire, which she would carry in her purse. She went into Faith's room to collect some of her daughter's clothing. Then, overcome by emotion, she sat on the bed. In her hands was the poppet Samuel Diaz had made on board the Queen Esther when he thought he would die, even though Maria had vowed that he wouldn't. "Do you believe me?" she had asked him once. "Should I?" he had responded. She took the poppet downstairs, and as she tucked it into the satchel, the fabric tore. It was sailcloth, strong but hastily sewn, a crude toy that Samuel Diaz had told her she must never lose. She'd kept it for 13 years. She had been a girl of 16 then, and was now a woman of nearly 30. When the poppet split open in her hands, she began to cry, an act she should not be capable of, but again and again Samuel Diaz caused her to weep. Perhaps she had inherited this trait from her father, who could cry on command when he was a player in a tragedy. Maria's tears were hot. They burned through the sailcloth as the poppet split in two. Inside, there was a small blue pouch, embroidered with the letters SD. When she emptied the contents, she held 7 small diamonds in her hand. This is what she had seen in the black mirror when she was only a girl. The man she was fated to love, one who never stopped talking, who wasn't afraid to love a witch, who searched for a tree with white flowers that was so ancient it had grown on earth before there were bees. The man whose ring she wore, whose bed she had slept in, who she had foolishly not understood, had always been the one. The house on Maiden Lane was shuttered, the doors locked, the garden put to bed. Maria wore a pale blue dress and her red boots, her dark hair wound up, clasped with the 2 silver clips that had belonged to her mother, which had blackened even more with age. It was not acceptable for a woman to be a scribe, so they would say she was the doctor's serving woman when they arrived at the governor's home. Dr. Vanderburg was impressed by the document Maria Owens had written, and he had signed his name with a flourish. He thought Maria to be quite extraordinary, in both her literacy and her strategy. Everything about her appealed to him. "I've asked if you could stay at the governor's house when we reach Massachusetts," he informed her. "There's no need. I'll be going on to Salem." When he gave her a look, she added, "I lived there once." "You were fortunate to leave it." He studied her. "But you'll still go?" "There are things I need to accomplish there." She'd come to enjoy his company, and said a bit more. Save a life, win a life. "Whose?" he wanted to know. "For you? Every woman who will not be hanged. Each of their souls will be saved by you, and all that is righteous will come back to you." "And you? What's in it for you?" "I have a daughter in Salem." "I see." Joost Vanderburg looked out at the hilly green landscape. They would spend one night at an inn in Connecticut, but he was beginning to see there was no hope for him. Maria wore a gold ring, and when he'd asked if she was a married woman, she told him only that it was indeed a wedding ring, a very old one, fashioned in Spain. "You're such a logical woman, I'm surprised," he said to her. When Maria gave him a look, he laughed and said, "You clearly believe in love." Vanderburg was a reasonable man, who felt sentiments and passions could be tamed and cured, as diseases were, and that raw emotions were nothing more than a nuisance. He had always believed that madness could easily be born from an excess of feeling. That was what happened in Salem. People's emotions had gotten the best of them, and jealousy, hatred, and fear had turned into self-righteous vengeance. "Love is many things to many people," Maria said. "It either is or it isn't," the doctor responded. Maria smiled. She enjoyed arguing with this man, a great believer in the rational mind. A fly was buzzing around, and now the doctor reached to catch it in his hand. "This creature exists. We can hear it, touch it, see it with our own eyes. Can we do the same with love?" He was, in his own way, arguing that she should spend the night with him, that such an engagement was the logical conclusion of minds that were so in tune. He was not afraid of a woman who was his equal, both in his bed and in his life. "Would you say it was fate that brought us together, or simply that it was the practical outcome of our interests? It's sensible that such a connection leads to desire." When he offered to take her for his own, his hand held out to her, Maria politely declined. That afternoon she served the doctor a cup of fall-out-of-love tea, made of ginger, honey, and vinegar. It was one recipe that worked every time. Once they'd reached Boston, it was over and done between them. They were partners in dismantling the witch mania, nothing more. They shook hands, and Maria thanked the doctor for all he had done, both for her and for the accused women of Essex County. He had changed the world, and her world had changed as well. "Never deny who you are," Hannah Owens had told her, "no matter the price." She had a heart, and there was nothing she could do about it. That was why she had left a letter on the table at Maiden Lane in case Samuel returned. She certainly couldn't give her heart to this good, serious man, a logical doctor who didn't even believe in love. What was meant to be had already begun. The future had already been written in a tree, a kiss, a vow, a rope that would fray, a man who did not believe that love could ever be a curse. 3. John Hathorne didn't often eat with the family. On most days he left early, and came home when everyone was already asleep. But one morning he came into the room like a windstorm, very much in a hurry, for there was to be a meeting of the magistrates, called at the last moment by a clerk who ran from one judge's house to the other. Fortunately, the courthouse was steps away, and he would have time for some tea and toast at least. He was tall and dark and self-important and handsome, though he was more than 50. His coat was perfectly pressed and his shoes well polished, despite the muck in the streets. Faith took a step back, her breathing labored. It happened to her whenever she saw her father. This man and no other was to blame for crimes against her and her mother and the women of Salem. They had the same high cheekbones and long legs. He pursed his mouth when deep in thought, as she did. And just like Faith, he was particular about his diet. She had made cornmeal pudding and fresh speckled eggs cooked with parsley. She'd risen from sleep while it was dark so she could bake an apple pendouty, a crusty pastry perfect for afternoon tea. Apples were used in love charms, but also in spells of remembrance. For that purpose, she had also added rosemary, an entire sprig, finely chopped. Let him recall his actions against them. Let him be haunted by them. Let him repent. That was why she had come all this way, to face him and damn him, so that he would be the one pleading for mercy for once in his life. Faith wished to be thought of as a servant, and to not have him look too closely at who she might be. So far, he hadn't even noticed her. To assist in the effort of being invisible, she had pulled her hair tightly away from her pale face and drawn it into a knot atop her head. Over that she wore a white cap, so not a strand of her hair showed forth, for he surely would have recalled her red hair, if he remembered her at all. She used ink to darken her eyebrows and a bit of pencil shaving to turn her eyelashes black. Faith could see that the magistrate carried ambition and worry in his heart. She intended to bring bad fortune into his house, with its dull mohair-covered chairs and pine tables. Already her presence was affecting the household. She'd noticed that the oldest son, a handsome boy, a year or so older than she, couldn't keep his eyes off her. Had he never seen a girl before? Perhaps due to their Puritan beliefs, he had never been as close to one as he was to Faith, for his bedchamber was directly above the storage room where she slept, and she had a habit of appearing in his dreams. The younger children paid her no attention at all, which was just as well. They were innocents, and had likely suffered from having the same father as she. She had told the mistress of the house that her name was Jane Smith, and said she had grown up on a farm in Andover, and was an orphan who was grateful for any honest work she could find. "My husband will take tea," Ruth Hathorne reminded Faith when she stood there staring. "And perhaps a slice of the pendouty, for he won't be back this afternoon." "No cake," John said, his nose in his notes for the day's meeting. His children knew well enough not to interrupt when he was at work, and he was always at work. Faith poured him a cup of tell-the-truth tea. She spilled a few drops on the tabletop. He noticed her then. "Who is this?" he asked his wife. "A godsend," Ruth responded. "Jane. She's been here for weeks. She can help me with everything. She's a wonderful baker and very knowledgeable about cooking. She even makes her own tea." The tea supplied from England was so expensive many people drank raspberry tea, called Liberty tea, which was not half as good as Faith's mixtures. "We're so fortunate," Ruth was happy to say. "Do you have a voice?" the magistrate asked Faith. "I do indeed," she answered. They gazed at each other, and for one confusing moment, each seemed stunned by how similar the other's tone was. Arrogance and intellect. Fine for a magistrate, not so fine for an orphaned girl. Before another breath was drawn, Faith lowered her eyes, though she was reluctant to do so. "I expect I will not be hearing much of your voice while you live here," he said to her. "My house is a quiet one. The voice we listen to is the Lord's." "I thought it was yours," Faith said bluntly. "Sir." The younger children gazed up at her then, and the son, also called John, who had once been a little boy peering at Faith through the white phlox, and who had swallowed his emotions for a lifetime due to fear and fidelity, had a rush of color in his face. The magistrate looked at her again, puzzled. "Go on," he said. "Do what's expected of you." Faith went to fetch the biscuits, knowing young John watched her as she left the dining room, turning to give him a quick smile. It did not hurt to have an ally here. He was her brother, but by half, and that half did not include the blood that made her who she was. Faith simply could not puzzle out what on earth had made her mother fall in love with John Hathorne. She assumed he must have presented himself wrapped up in a lie, as many men were known to do. When she returned to the dining room, his tea was gone. "The oddest thing just happened," Ruth told the girl called Jane, for she was dazed by her last interchange with John Hathorne. "My husband announced that he was afraid to go to his morning meeting. He thought the magistrates might be disciplined, He's never said that he was afraid of anything before. Perhaps your presence is a good influence, she murmured. I doubt that, ma'am, Faith was quick to say. Tell the truth tea could affect even the most challenging of liars. Those who were false not only to those they loved, but to themselves as well. It seemed her recipe had worked wonders. He'd told the truth to his own wife, an uncommon occurrence. I'm sorry he missed the biscuits, Faith said. I think he would have enjoyed them. Ruth patted her arm. You're a good girl. The maid appeared to be an innocent, and a poor judge of character who wished to see the best in everyone, even in Ruth's own husband, who was, after nearly 20 years of their marriage, still a complete stranger to her. Faith stowed away bones and leavings from her supper, wrapped them in a handkerchief, then sneaked them into a basket and went off, saying she would return from the market with some vegetables and herbs. She wore her cloak and her boots even though the weather was fine. The fiddlehead ferns were unfolding. Bloodroot and trout lilies grew in profusion in the marshland. There was a shadow following her, as there always was, her dear wild heart, her other, who pretended to be what he was not, just as she did. People looked out their windows and swore they spied a black wolf that wore a dog's collar, skulking down the cobbled streets, though most in the area had been killed for bounties or for their fur. Faith found her way across the meadows and headed into the woods, allowing memory to lead her. The town had grown, but there was still plenty of wild land and acres filled with pine and oak, old chestnuts and elms, witch hazel and fragrant wild cherry, with its delicious fruit and poisonous seed. At last Faith came to a muddy clearing where Maria had made a path. When she scraped at the ground with her boot heel, the blue stones Maria had carried from the ledge of the lake were still there. The roughly made slatted fence ringing the garden had tumbled down and was covered by wild ivy. There was the tiny tilted house, a neglected hunting shack her mother had worked so hard to make into a home. The windows had been covered with thick translucent paper, but that was torn apart now, for raccoons and weasels had taken up residence inside, and one year a bear had made its home in the cabin through summer and the last smoldering blaze of autumn. The seeds of the grapes he had eaten had sprouted, and there was now wild grapevines growing over the roof, with wide green leaves unfolding. And there was something Faith didn't recognize, the tree Samuel Diaz had brought here from 1,000 miles away, planted in the hours before Maria Owens left Massachusetts. People in town said that if you stood beneath the magnolia, your beloved would come to you, no matter the season or the time. And when its flowers bloomed, those who passed by became confused, imagining there had been snow in May, or that stars had fallen from the sky. Even a bitter, hard-hearted girl could feel wistful upon returning to the first real home she'd known. Faith climbed over the broken-down fence and cleared away the ivy. There she discovered what she was looking for, the apothecary garden. It had gone wild, and there were jumbled weeds abounding, but there were still stalks of belladonna, along with the root that took the shape of a man, and was said to scream when plucked from the ground. Faith filled the basket with the ingredients she needed, then noticed that a small sparrow had tumbled from its nest, one more ingredient, fallen into her lap. She took it in her hands, for it was what she needed for her dark spell, the bones and heart and liver. She closed her eyes as she wrung its neck, and as she did so she could feel the wrongness of her deed, pulsing as if a hive of stinging bees were under her skin. Whoever was charmed by the spell would feel the pain he had caused others. His deeds would be pulled out of him and bite him, as if all his wrongdoings were sharp teeth, and he would feel the stab of remorse. As Faith took the life of the sparrow, Keeper threw back his head and howled, overcome by loss, as if Faith had been stolen from him once again. The sound sent shivers along her spine, but she didn't stop. Her blood was on fire. When she opened her eyes, the bird was lifeless in the palm of her hand, and Keeper was gone. He was done with her. She was not the person that he had been attached to, the one he'd come to of his own accord, for a familiar can never be called. He must make his own choice, and Keeper had made the choice to leave her. Faith wrapped the bird in a bit of flannel cloth and placed it in the basket of herbs, then went to search for Keeper. There were muddy footprints that led past the lake where she had fed handfuls of bread to a huge eel, but when she searched the cliffs and caves, Keeper was nowhere to be found. Faith cried out for him. She whistled and clapped her hands. Still there was no sign of the wolf. Her most loyal friend had deserted her, and for good reason. She was not the girl he knew. It is easy to become what your actions have made of you. "Go ahead," she called in a broken voice. "If you leave me, then you are nothing to me anyway." Her face was burning as she ran through the fields. She went back to the house with the elm trees and began to simmer her cursed stew over the fire in the kitchen. When she cut up the bird, the lifeline on her left hand stopped. If she had glanced down that afternoon as she swept the Hathorns' house and boiled their laundry with ashes and lye, she would have seen that she had made her own fate out of bitterness and spite. According to the rules of magic, she would have to pay a price for the actions she had taken that had been born of vengeance. Samuel Diaz had returned to New York to stand at Abraham's gravesite, where he said the Kaddish to honor his father's passing from the world. He had been gone to Jamaica and Brazil, and to islands that had no name, and seas where there was no wind. He'd spied dozens of trees he might have brought back, beautiful, unusual specimens that had never been seen in New York. Pink trumpet trees, blue jacarandas, rosewood trees with green and white flowers, but this time his only cargo had been barrels of dark rum. Samuel left the trees where they were, though each one had made him think of Maria Owens. All the same, a gift given to someone who wants nothing from you is worthless. He knew that now, though he still dreamed of the expression on Maria's face when she looked out the window of the jail and declared the magnolia to be a miracle. Samuel was growing tired of the sea and its loneliness, something he had always been grateful for as a younger man. At night he stood on the deck and watched the creatures beneath the water, and thought of the first ship he'd ever sailed upon, when the navigator his father had enlisted took him under his wing and taught him to read the stars. Back then he could still remember everything about his mother and sisters. Now it was difficult for him to bring up their faces, although there were certain things that he would never forget. His sisters singing as they walked up a hill, his mother telling him his first stories, the bonfire on her burning day, the white hood covered with stars that she was made to wear, how empty the world was without her. He had felt the same sort of aloneness once again when Maria told him to leave. The sharpness of her dismissal was still as fresh as it had been the day he left Manhattan. He was deeply hurt, and it was this emotion that had made him stay away. But it also caused him to walk past the house on Maiden Lane, even though he had no intention of stopping. Samuel had too much pride to go where he wasn't wanted, and yet he was drawn there like a dog. He waited to see if there was a glimmer of life, perhaps a lantern when dusk fell, or smoke from the brick oven's chimney. When he saw none of these things, he went closer, pulled forward despite his will. Spring in New York meant horseshit in the streets, and sewers running into the footpaths, and crowds of newcomers. The city was so alive. Samuel Diaz felt his aloneness all the more here than he did at sea. He went through the gate in the falling dusk, for he was a fool. He admitted that to himself, and his hurt drove him on. The garden was filled with weeds, and the tree of heaven was in need of water. He went to the well and filled a pail, then watered the tree. but he could already tell it would do no good. This genus belonged in the tropics and was never meant to be here. He went to try the door and found it locked. He had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. All the while he'd been gone, he imagined Maria in this house, but now it appeared he'd been wrong, for the place was clearly abandoned, though he owned it still. "You're to be off the property." It was a man's voice he heard, English by the sound of it. Diaz turned to see a fellow with a horsewhip in his hand, then glanced around and spied a spade he could use if he needed a weapon. "Am I?" "Sorry, brother, but this is private property." "I know, it's mine." The other fellow laughed out loud. A Cornishman, that's what he was. Samuel had known many who'd taken to sea, though they all seemed to long for their homeland, and when they'd had enough to drink, they cried, desperate to return to a place they couldn't wait to leave behind when they were young. "Since I'm well acquainted with the owner," the fellow told Samuel, "I can tell you that you're wrong." Samuel fished around in his bag and brought out his key to the door. "If it fits the lock, I may have to believe you," the Cornishman, who said he was called Finney, now allowed. When the key fitted perfectly, there was no fight to be had, and although they were still cautious, the men shook hands. They sat down in the garden chairs, where Abraham Diaz used to spend hours when he realized he loved being on land and became an avid gardener. Finney was made to understand that this man, who was wearing a black coat in the fine weather, as he did every day of his life, for he'd never shaken the chill brought on by his disease, was indeed the owner of the house. "I could tell you many things about why and how Maria came to be here. I could talk all day, but I'd rather you do the talking," he suggested to Finney. He was told that Faith had disappeared, and Maria had recently set off after her, traveling first to Boston, then to Salem. It was clear this fellow Finney knew the girl well, and that Maria had placed her trust in him. She had gone to see him in the Bowery the day she left. Because he'd saved her life, Faith would forever owe him her loyalty, a situation Samuel understood, for his life had been saved as well, and his loyalty was unwavering. "The way I see it, the girl owes me nothing," Finney said. Yet she had appeared with a gift before leaving for Salem, for they might never see each other again, and she offered him an elixir she called Live Well Tea. She advised that he drink it every morning. He had done so, for he trusted Faith Owens, and his life had indeed improved. His new wife, Catherine, could not have children, but a little girl had been abandoned in the fly market with a note pinned to her dress. "She is yours." Finney and Catherine had adopted her, and now called the child their own. It was his heart's desire to be a father again, one he'd never spoken of, and yet Faith had seen through him. She had given him what he wanted most in the world. "I worry for her," Finney admitted. "The art she's working is dark, and it takes a toll. Maria's gone to save the girl from herself." Finney's eyes brightened. "Maybe you should go after her." "No," Diaz laughed. "I couldn't. I've been told to stay away." "You don't seem a man who will do as he's told." When Samuel shook his head, Finney went on. "I'm asking you to go after them, and that cancels out what she told you. I'm asking on Faith's behalf. She thinks I'm the one who saved her, but she's got it all wrong. I was a dead man when I found her in the flatlands. My life was over and done with. She's the one who saved me." Samuel thought this over after Finney had left. He was a man who enjoyed a good argument, but he was humble as well, and could admit when he'd made a mistake. He thought perhaps the Cornishman had been right. Samuel had saved Maria's life on her hanging day, so perhaps he was not the only one with a debt to pay. Perhaps they owed their loyalty to one another. He sat in the garden until dark, when a chill sifted into the soft spring air. Then he went inside, still trying to make his decision. It had been a long time since he'd been home, and though the house was empty and dim, It was still so familiar, it was as if he'd been here only days before. There was a lantern on the table, and he took out the small brass tinderbox that he carried to strike a light. He sat hunched in his black coat. He could have started a fire in the fireplace or gone upstairs to sleep. But he spied a letter on the table, his name on the envelope that had been sealed with red wax. Samuel knew the script, those perfect black letters. Perhaps the sight had allowed her to see that he would come back. He took his knife and slit open the envelope. We do things when we're young that we regret. I believed that love was my enemy, but I was wrong. He folded the letter into his coat and made certain to lock the door when he left. It took less than 2 hours to get together a crew willing to sail to Salem, for there was no cargo, and the lighter the ship, the faster the journey. He was in a hurry. That much was true. He recalled the woman who had given him directions to the jail and went to her house straight away. Anne Hatch spied him through the window and opened the door, beckoning him to come up the stairs. "I remember you, the man with the tree." As she had years ago, when he first arrived in Salem, she fetched him a plate of chicken stew. He thanked her and ate, ravenous, and when he was finished, he told her he had come for Maria once again. "If she ever did come back here, I figure she'd go out to that house she had," Anne said. He took the path in the woods, headed to the spot where he had planted the tree. It was dark when he arrived and the air was damp and cool. Exhausted, he lay down in the grass, using his satchel as a pillow and his coat as a blanket, falling asleep so quickly he didn't hear the clacking sound in the ground beside him. A wretched noise he would have recognized as the one he'd heard outside the jail on Maria's hanging day. The sound of a beetle no one in this world wishes to hear. Hathorne was enraged when he returned home, for the final meeting of the magistrates had been filled with petty jealousies and hostilities, with judges blaming each other, now that Governor Phipps had dispatched a decree that the witchcraft trials must stop, and those in custody be allowed their freedom. A clerk whose aunt was currently in jail left the courthouse and was quick to spread the news throughout the town. Soon there were families all over Essex County who were celebrating. They praised the governor's wisdom. They lit bonfires in the fields and brought wreaths of wildflowers to the hidden graves of those who had already been hanged, their bodies stolen by their families, so that they might be secretly buried, for those deemed witches were not allowed even that last bit of dignity. Faith was washing up after dinner. The family had dined, but Faith had made the cursed stew meant for John Hathorne alone, and had baked a crust for revenge pie, fixed from the bramble, what some people call blackberry, used in transference magic. Into the pie she baked the bird she had killed. After a few bites, his luck would turn. His roof would blow off in every storm. His son would set off to sea. He would not have a night of sleep. He sat at the table when he called for her. She brought out a tray with the stew, and a plate of pie, and a pot of tell-the-truth tea. Everyone else in the house was asleep. The peepers were trilling with their shivery song, for it was the time of year when everything comes alive, birds and bees and frogs. Faith had the Book of the Raven tucked inside her dress, burning her chest. She had a talisman in hand, made after finding a blackthorn bush in the woods, a wild, bitter plum whose shimmering black bark was covered by large black spines. She'd collected a handful of spines, even though her fingers bled, and she pressed them into a ball of wax and hatred, a charm to carry with her, which would increase her power and cause this man who was her father pain throughout his body, something unnameable and incurable. If she attached it to him, the revenge would be threefold, strong enough to burn a hole right through him. What she wished for was that forever after, throughout history, Hathorne would be remembered as a man who had no conscience as he had called for the murder of 20 innocent people. The colony itself seemed cursed. Crops failed, smallpox spread, and many wondered if God saw fit to punish them for acts against blameless people. A day of humiliation would be declared, a day of prayer and fasting, in the hopes that God would forgive them. But Hathorn would never ask for forgiveness. He would never ask for any sort of pardon from men or from God. "At last," he said, when Faith set down his supper tray, so annoyed he might have been waiting for hours rather than minutes. Faith watched as he ate the stew. Afterward, he downed a large tumbler of water. He was parched from the start of the enchantment. Faith felt quite thirsty herself. Perhaps being in his presence affected her more than she would have imagined. "I have no need of an audience," Hathorn said, when he realized her eyes were on him. "I'm ready for my tea." He, like so many men in Salem, most often took his meals alone, away from the distractions of his family. Faith cut him a piece of pie. Hathorn didn't usually like sweets, but after one bite, he couldn't stop eating the blackthorn revenge pie. "Ruth was correct about one thing," Hathorn allowed. "You know how to bake." "I know more than that. I know you. But you, do you not know me?" Faith asked when he was through. "I know when a girl is rude and improper, if that's what you're trying for." He felt defeated, for the governor's edict and letter had made those who had judged the witch trials seem like fools, and worse, like criminals themselves. It was said that a Dutch doctor had influenced the governor to end the trials. John thought perhaps he would fight it. He had time before all of those now incarcerated could be processed and released, if they ever were. Lydia Colson, Elizabeth Colson's grandmother, had already died in jail due to the harsh conditions and her frail health. Hathorn would have chased the housemaid away after his supper, but he had a sudden urge to tell someone the truth about his life. Now that the governor had stopped the trials, he feared how the world would judge him. They would laugh at all he had tried to do in an attempt to rid the world of evil. Tonight he himself wavered in his beliefs. Perhaps all along the beast had been inside of him. "I thought you might tell me something about love," Faith said. He laughed at her sheer nerve. Ruth really had no business taking in strangers. Hathorn stood up, for he knew the intimidating effect of his height on most people, although right away he could see this girl wasn't the least bit cowed. "I'll have you let go in the morning. You should pack tonight." "So you know nothing about love?" He gave her a dark look. Girls her age were foolish, dreamy things. You marry as you're expected to. He was blathering on for no reason, telling her the truth of his feelings. Well, what did it matter? She'd soon enough be gone. "So yes, I know nothing about love. Perhaps I'm incapable of it." "Wasn't there a woman some time ago? You must have loved her." "In Curacao," he said, before he could stop himself. "I left without saying a word. I didn't know what to do with her. She wanted too much, and all I wished for was to be left in peace. It all went wrong before I thought it through." He had no idea why he'd said all that. It made him sound as if he were a coward, and then, quite suddenly, he realized that he was. His eyes and throat burned. As a child, he was caned if he wept, but now he feared that if he weren't careful, he'd soon be crying in front of this housemaid. Love was nothing he thought about. It hadn't affected him in the least, except for a day or two when he was enchanted, when he seemed to be another man entirely. Hathorn thought of his wife on their wedding night, weeping for her parents. He didn't say a word to comfort her. He just did as he pleased. He imagined the women on trial begging for their lives, the ones in prison, the ones who'd been hanged. Hathorn had seen evil everywhere, but now it resided within him. That was the truth, if he was to tell it. That was what he was saying now. I would change things if I could. I would be another man. He shook his head and pushed the tea away. I was that for a while. Men don't change who they are deep inside. You must have hid yourself from her. Hathorn narrowed his eyes. It had been a hellish day, and that hell continued now. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? The girl replied. And then he knew. He looked closely and saw what was directly before him. She was indeed his daughter. Too smart for her own good. He was impressed, despite himself. The cool, gray gaze, the fearlessness, the way she could hold her own against him. He wished his son could do as well. It was then that the black charm fell from the folds of Faith's garment and rolled upon the floor. Hathorn knew it for what it was, some sort of wicked curse. He should have expected as much. She was not only his daughter, but also the daughter of a witch. Evil is drawn to evil. Truth is drawn to truth. Before he could reach for it, Faith picked up the charm, though it pierced her hands. I've decided not to use it, Faith said. It was true. She'd done enough damage, and had already changed his fate. She had seen her likeness in his eyes. A wounded person who wounded others. I had it with me in case you acted against me with ill will, for my own protection. I think we shan't wait till morning, he said. You can leave tonight. I will do so. Faith untied her apron, then pulled off her cap. Her red hair shone in the dim light of the room. You've been making me say all I've said tonight. You'll leave here now and not come back. If you were anyone else, I would have you arrested. But the witch trials were over, and if anything, he might face charges for having a child outside of his marriage. Best to be rid of her, as he'd rid himself of Maria. He took out a purse of coins, which she quickly refused. He shook his head. She was nothing but trouble. You're very like your mother, he said. Thank you. Faith's eyes were burning. I was afraid I might take after you. She threw out the rest of the pie, so no one else in the household would mistakenly eat it. Inside were the bird bones, fragile little things that made a sob rise in Faith's throat. This is where left-handed magic had brought her, to the black edges of revenge. As it was, the cursed stew would change John Hathorn's future and his standing in history. Faith left a note for Ruth, thanking her for her kindness. She wondered if Ruth had known who she was, and had taken her in to make up for how John Hathorn had wronged her. It didn't matter anymore. Faith no longer wanted anything, not even revenge. It had changed her into something she didn't wish to be, and the price was too high. She made sure to lock the door when she left. She had met her father, and he had met her, and she didn't know which of them was the worse for having done so. 2 farmers spied her in the field, in her black cape and red boots, running as fast as she could. They knew immediately what she was. She was followed by a dark shifting shape, a wolf with silver eyes. When she left the Hathorns, she'd found that Keeper was waiting in the garden. No matter what she had done, he still belonged to her, and she to him. She went on her knees to embrace him before they ran off together, stumbling into this wretched place where men found evil in everything they saw, in shoes, in cloaks, in wolves, in women. The farmers would later tell the constable that she had set their barn on fire, but in fact they themselves overturned a lantern in their hurry to chase after her, guns in hand. When there is murder intended, murder will be the result. They shot into the dark as if the dark itself were their enemy. They had both been there on the day the crows died, and it was an event that still thrilled them, for they had embroidered the story with an attack of murderous crows sent by the devil himself. When they heard a howl, they thought it was a she-wolf. But it was Faith, crying out as Keeper fell into the grass. She sank to her knees and held her hands over the bloody wounds, reciting an incantation of protection, but it was impossible to staunch the flow of blood. She was reaching for the Book of the Raven, so distraught she didn't notice when men came up behind her, guns ready. The barn was in flames now, and the men blamed her, though she had only passed by. A witch's presence can cause mayhem, and now that they had her, they feared her. They wrapped chains around Faith and studied her as she cursed them, a girl drenched in wolf's blood, powerless at last, the sort of girl they'd like to drown. Dr. Joost Vanderburg was kind enough to hire a carriage to take Maria to Salem. Governor Phipps had changed the way an alleged witch could be tried. By October, the trials would be completely outlawed. Because of this success, the doctor had offered Maria an appointment to be his personal secretary, but she kindly turned him down. She did, however, accept his offer to find her a solicitor, and on her way out of Boston, the carriage stopped so that a fellow named Benjamin Hardy could draw up a trust and a will. She had come up with a plan to build a grand house in Salem, one that could never be sold, and always remain in the family. This trust would ensure that the Owens women would always have a home. Maria had not been back to Essex County since the night she left for New York with Samuel. She had been so young the first time she'd seen these green fields and the marshy land abutting the North River, only 17. It was impossible to know then what she knew now. The carriage stopped on Washington Street. Maria had looked in the black mirror to see Faith standing on the path to the door, empty now and covered by fallen leaves. She thanked the driver and went up the path. Ruth heard a knock at the door, and she knew who had come. She felt a shiver inside of her, the same feeling she'd had when she was a girl and the sheriff had told her that her parents were gone. When Ruth opened the door, they recognized each other, as if it had been only days since Maria had been driven along the road in an ox cart, wearing a white sackcloth, her hair shorn. The truth of it was that Ruth had imagined running after her, but she had stayed here, behind the gate. "All I want is my daughter," Maria told her. Ruth understood a mother's love and concern. "I knew she was his daughter. She resembles him, but she's not here now. He sent her away." Hathorne had punished Ruth for taking on the girl without his permission. Look where it had led. He was still coughing up small bits of bird bone. Ruth had been made to get on her knees and recite passages of scripture for hours without a drink of water or a bit of rest. Maria could hear the thudding of Ruth's heart. She did not envy her life. "Tell me where she's gone." "If I knew, I would. I promise you that." Did he know her for who she was? During Ruth's punishment, the tea Hathorne had been given was still at work, and he told her the truth. The girl was his flesh and blood. He did. "I could tell he thought she was clever," Ruth said. He hadn't said as much, but she knew from the way he looked at the girl, each time she hadn't backed down. "Now I see she's very much like you." "Did she hurt him?" Maria asked. "Oh no," Ruth said. "If anything, I suppose she was hurt by him." Relieved, Maria threw her arms around the other woman. Then just as quickly she broke off the embrace and hurried through the garden gate. The black leaves unfurled and fell like rain. Standing in the doorway, Ruth put a hand over her eyes. Maria was already gone, as if she had flown, as people once said she did, when they swore she rose like a crow above the fields at night. Pine, oak, chestnut, plum tree, elm, walnut, ash, witch hazel, wild cherry. Maria could find her way without thinking, running as fast as she could. It might be possible that Faith had escaped the darkest reaches of left-handed magic. Either way, she was desperate to get her girl back. She went through the fields and didn't think about Caden and the night when the men of Salem set out to kill as many birds as they could. She didn't think about the winter when 8 feet of snow fell, the coldest winter, when bread rattled on the plate. She didn't think about her loneliness, a well so deep she couldn't bear it. She didn't think of the man waiting in the trees when the rope broke, waiting for her all this time, waiting for her still. Perhaps she flew as crows do, for in no time she had made her way to the shed that had been their home, the roof covered with grapevines, and the tumbled-down fence meant to keep rabbits and deer out of the garden. She looked at none of it, for on this day every flower on the magnolia had opened, so that the sky appeared to be filled with stars, and beneath the tree was the man she loved. They were older than they had been, but they saw each other as they once were. A 16-year-old girl with diamonds in the palm of her hand, a man of 23 who kept the note she'd left for him in his coat. That was who they were beneath the tree. They had no time, so they didn't think, and for once Samuel didn't talk. They belonged to each other, and they didn't stop, not even to take off their boots. They could hold what they had in their hands. They could see it with their own eyes, and they weren't about to give it up now. They went to town to search the taverns. They looked in the windows of the house on Washington Street and in Martha Chase's abandoned house where the roof had fallen in. They hunted through the woods, peering into shadowy caves where bears slept, investigating the stony ridge-tops where there were still wolves, despite all that had been done to destroy them. Faith was not to be found. After midnight, they were back beneath the magnolia tree. They climbed into the tallest branches, so they might look for sparks in the sky or bonfires lit in the fields, any signs of life. Maria fell asleep for a brief time, there in the branches, nesting like a crow. She dreamed of dark water, and when she woke she was drenched, even though there had been no rain. Samuel sleeping still, holding on to a bough of the tree. Long ago, before they'd ever met, before either of them had come to the 2nd Essex County, they had each made the same promise. They would never watch another woman burn. But there were other ways to be rid of a woman who didn't behave, who did as she pleased, who had courage, who talked back. You held her head under water until she could no longer speak. The farmers locked Faith in a neighbor's barn, for their own barn was smoldering ash. They would have brought her to the magistrate, but the governor had outlawed the witch trials, so they tried her themselves and found her guilty. They had been the judges, and they would be the executioners. It was the Lord's Day when they dragged her to the lake in chains. It was early morning, with a mist rising and the sky breaking into bands of color. The men had frightened themselves with their own cruelty and their own imaginings. They had convinced themselves they had caught a servant of the devil, and not a 13-year-old girl who pleaded for her life until she realized it wasn't any use to beg. Now she was speaking backwards, an incantation from the Book of the Raven hidden in her cloak. That beautiful book a woman had written to help other women save themselves. Women who were bought and sold, women who had no voice, women forced to have secret lives, women who knew that words were the most powerful magic. Faith had vowed to leave the left side and forsake black magic, but she turned to it now. She was wrapped in irons, therefore the spell couldn't do much damage. Still the men's throats began to close up, and when they tried to speak to each other, they could only grunt as if they were animals. Their hands appeared to be changing, as if they had claws rather than nails. It was the spell of the beast, when an individual shows what resides within him, and it is only dark magic if there is darkness within. The farmers were brothers, Harold and Isaac Hopwood, cruel men who were even more brutal after drink, and they had been drinking all night. Their barn had burned down, and they needed someone to blame. Blame a woman, drown a woman, let the Lord be the judge. They carried her to the lake, which was as deep as the end of the world, the waters where her own mother had been tested as a witch, a lake that no man, woman, or child would enter, for it was said to be cursed, and certainly there were leeches in the shallow, reedy water, and the lilies were attached to black weeds that reached all the way to hell. The brothers carried a chair that Faith had been bound to with rope. There were still irons around her arms, chains the farmers used to keep their cows in place. Ready to be rid of her, they could tell she was bad luck, and even though she was a girl, they feared her. They sent her out as if on a boat, so that she drifted out from the shore. Courts and magistrates meant nothing to the brothers. They would make their own law on their own land. The hopwoods were sweating through their clothes, but they were chilled as well, and they still felt the tightness in their throats. What was done, and surely they were in the Lord's favor, and yet there was fear seeping into their bones, as if they were as brittle as twigs, as if they might break and turn into a heap of dust. Faith's black cloak rose up, a dark flower that was disappearing as it sank below the surface. Her face was white, a lily. She remembered when she had a vision in Maud Carty's parlor in Brooklyn, when she was underwater and about to enter hell, and she knew this is what she had foreseen, the dark water rushing in, and her own tears, a witch's tears, tears that burned as if they were made of fire. When Maria climbed down and stood in the grass, she saw a dozen crows winging across the sky. The day was bright, and she could spy the blue center of the lake in the distance. She took off running without a word. Samuel Diaz called to her, but she wouldn't stop, and so he followed through the woods, not knowing where he was going, disoriented as he made his way through the brambles. Maria was in front of him, and when he looked through the trees she seemed to be flying, untouched, whereas he had to dodge tree stumps and branches, cursing as he ran. Maria spied the men at the shore. She knew right away they were the ones who had her daughter. Metal, ropes, fire, water. She saw a long red hair on one of the Hopwood brothers' coats. She spied the aura of disaster, a dark, ashy shade. Maria was almost upon them when she stumbled upon a book that had been dropped on the rough path. Once held in her hands, the Book of the Raven fell open to a spell of protection, meant to stop an attack and hold the assailants at bay. She began the incantation right then, and as she spoke, the branches swayed and leaves fell down and turned the water green. She could not stop speaking it. She must continue until they were driven off. There was the scent of fire, and the brothers felt as if their skin was burning. Still they waded into the water, pushing the chair out farther. It was then Maria heard the deathwatch beetle. Her breath was sharp and cold. The clacking sound was louder. It echoed now. She continued the incantation. She would not lose faith a third time. She recited the spell faster until her lips were burning, until the brothers' skin was aflame. They turned to see her, and later they would swear she was levitating, standing in the air rather than on the ground. They were cursed, and they knew it. There were leeches in their boots, and they had forgotten their own names. They let go of the chair, unable to do any more harm to Faith, watching the witch on the shore as she hexed them. The chair was sinking into the center of the lake that was so green it seemed made of grass. Faith's red hair was still above the water, the color of blood and of hearts torn asunder. By now Samuel had reached the lake. He had already stripped off his black coat as he ran into the shallows, nearly stumbling as he pulled off his boots. The Hopwood brothers tried to stop him as he raced past. Perhaps they thought he was the devil himself, and it was their duty to attack him. but Maria still had the book of magic in her hands, and she made it impossible for them to cause any more damage. They were stuck where they were, unable to move, hip-deep in the water, yet convinced they had been set on fire. The water had turned from green to black, so murky it was impossible to see anything at all. For a moment Maria stopped speaking. Faith and Samuel had both disappeared. In that moment of silence, when she stopped reading from the book, the brothers all but trampled one another as they ran to shore and through the woods, afraid for their lives, desperate to be as far away from Maria as possible, as if distance made any difference to a curse. Samuel resurfaced, then dove again. He was an expert swimmer, but the lake was muddy, and he had to feel his way. A dark creature swam beneath him, a huge eel he could barely see, but the eel pushed Faith upward so that Samuel could grab the girl by her cloak, hauling her out of the chains that bound her to the wooden chair, which now sank and went on sinking to the endless bottom of the lake. When Samuel tried to swim to the surface, he realized the water weeds had hold of him, wrapped around his ankles and legs. He was caught, but he pushed Faith upward and watched her rise to the surface through the bits of sunlight that pierced the cloudy water. Samuel knew that he was drowning. His leg was trapped no matter how he tugged. He moved his arms, still trying to swim, not yet giving up, but it was happening whether he fought against it or not. He had seen other men drown. They had fallen from the riggings of ships or leapt into the currents while drunk, and he had wondered how it felt to be taken by the water, if it was a struggle or if it was more like a dream. He hadn't had a breath for so long, his heart was stopping. He thought of Maria on the dock in Curacao, and how he had fallen in love with her then, even though he was bent over with pain. Samuel now felt an even sharper pain across his chest from the pressure of the water. It began in his heart and seared through his arm, then his throat, and finally his head. He had a single thought, and it was she, and then he gave that up as well, though it burned inside him. The way he was dying felt like a dark bonfire in a lake that had no end. Faith was spitting water, alive, and so Maria didn't wait another instant. She quickly filled her boots with stones, then shoved them back on. She repeated the incantation for protection, calling to Hecate, offering her devotion if only she could be granted this one thing. One time underwater, that was all she wanted. Maria ran into the lake, past her shoulders, past her neck. She dove and went under, the stones in her boots weighing her down. She saw through the darkness, and there was Samuel Diaz, floating in the mucky water, already a dead man. She dragged him out of the tangle of water weeds that had held him down. The threaded roots were green and slimy and black, even though they opened into flowers on the surface. To float once more, Maria kicked off her boots, and as the stones fell into the bottomless darkness, she arose. She pulled Samuel toward the marshy shore, a sob escaping from her mouth as she shivered. Water streamed down her back and into her eyes. Maria had always been able to hear Samuel's heartbeat when he was near, and now she heard nothing at all. She tore open his shirt and pounded on his chest, her own breathing ragged. Faith crawled over, drenched and in despair. "Goat," she wailed, "wake up!" There was no answer, and Faith began to cry. She was on her knees beside her grieving mother, both coated with mud, weeds in the folds of their clothes, lake water dripping from their hair. Diaz's skin was pale, and he was so very quiet. It was clear that he was gone. "You have to stop," Faith told her mother. She knew death when she saw it. She'd seen it before. "Mother, he's no longer with us." His spirit had left him, and he was motionless. The beetle had stopped its clicking, for its work was done. Maria would not let this be their fate. She pounded on Samuel's chest again and again in a fury. They had wasted time because of a curse, Death was always possible with or without magic. Her own mother had confided that there was an ancient bargain a person could make with the darkest powers, one that would bring back the dead to walk among the living. He will never be the same if you do. He will be a shadow self, a dark creature, but you will have him. Mothers had done this with children, only to have the rescued child run away into the woods, a feral creature with no memory of the past. Wives had brought back husbands who had afterward left them for other women, or stolen from them or murdered them in their sleep. Maria didn't care. She was ready to make the bargain. She hit Samuel's chest one last time, ready to take up a knife so that she might cut her arm to mix her blood with his, the beginning of this dreaded spell. But before she could, Samuel opened his eyes. He had been dead until Maria forced his heart into beating. He'd returned from the dark water, from the darkness of the endless depth, where he had seen his father sitting in a garden chair, waving him away. "Don't be a fool," Abraham Diaz called to his son. "She's waiting for you, you stupid man." Maria lay beside him in the grass, her arms around him. You cannot curse a man who has already died and come back. He has rid himself of one life and begun another, a life in which love is everything. He had been dead, but now his eyes were open and the woman he loved was singing to him. "A ship there is, and she sails the sea. She's loaded deep, as deep can be, but not so deep as the love I'm in. I know not if I sink or swim. The water is wide, I cannot get o'er it, and neither have I wings to fly. Give me a boat that will carry two, and both shall row, my love and I." Samuel had to strain to hear Maria's voice, but soon he understood she was saying she wanted to be with him no matter the cost. "Are we ruined?" Samuel asked. The world was so bright and beautiful. Like his father before him, he had a new appreciation of the earth. "No," Maria said. She was as sure of this as she'd ever been of anything. "We're just alive." While Samuel slept in the grass, Faith and Maria sat together in the falling dark. They had made a bonfire and sparks rose into the black sky. Faith gazed at her left palm. The line that had stopped when she found the Book of the Raven had begun again. She would live to be an old woman. She saw that now. But one who couldn't work magic. That was the price she paid when she ignored the rules. She'd lost the sight, and with it her bloodline gifts. She was ordinary now. "If you don't want me to be your daughter, I would understand," Faith told her mother. "You'll always be my daughter. Now and forever in this life and the life to come, no matter what separated them or what brought them together." At the first light, Faith would return to the field and bring Keeper back to the bonfire, so that her loyal companion would be turned to ashes here in the woods where he belonged. They watched the bonfire burn and remembered when they first saw fireflies and thought stars had dropped from the sky. When Keeper was a pup and drank goat's milk, when Caden brought gifts of buttons and keys, when they plucked apples from the trees, when the world of Essex County was brand new. Samuel Diaz was asleep in the grass, his black coat still soaking wet. He was still dreaming when Maria Owens leaned in to tell him a story, one he already knew, and had known ever since he saw her on the dock in Curacao, when she was fated to save his life. And he was fated to save hers in return. Part 6. Fate. 1696. 12 carpenters had worked for a year without stopping to build Maria Owens' house. 15 varieties of wood were used: golden oak, silver ash, cherry wood, elm, pine, hemlock, pear, maple, mahogany, hickory, beech, cypress, cedar, walnut, and birch. The house was tall, with a twisted vine of wisteria that ran along the porch, in bloom at the first surge of spring. In the kitchen, there sat a huge black cast-iron stove. In the pantry were dozens of shelves on which to store herbs. 2 staircases had been constructed. One led to the attic, turning and twisting as if it were a puzzle bending in on itself. The other was made of the finest oak, with a broad landing that offered a window seat framed by damask drapes imported from England, ones very like those that had hung in the Laughlin's Manor House in the first Essex County. Beside the front door was the brass bell that had hung outside Hannah Owens' door. When a traveling portrait painter came through town, he was hired to capture Maria's likeness in oils, rendering her image perfectly, down to the bump she had on her hand, from the day she pounded on John Hathorne's door. When sitting for the painter, she wore her favorite blue dress, with her dark hair caught up in a blue ribbon, and the sapphire that she never took off fastened at her throat. She wore her new red boots, one Samuel Diaz had fashioned in Boston, which she wore every day. It was said that her eyes followed you when you passed by her portrait, and that she could see what was inside you, and that you would know in that moment whether or not you had been true to yourself. There were dozens of green glass windows imported from England, and 2 brick chimneys that towered above the roof. The house was so well made that when a hurricane struck, every other house on the street sustained severe damage, but not a single shutter blew away from the Owens house. Even the laundry out on the line stayed exactly where it was on that day, which led neighbors to gossip even more than before. Maria kept chickens and goats in a small barn, and there was a renegade swan that arrived one day and refused to leave, soon enough spoiled by the crusts of bread he preferred to wild food. Maria called him Jack, and he waited outside for her on the porch every morning, and followed her about all day long, accompanying her on city streets and into shops, so that the children in town whispered that he'd once been a man who'd been turned into a swan, though no one dared to come near him, for Jack had a nasty temper, and was devoted to one person alone. In the garden there grew lily, rue, and arnica, along with fiery onions that could cure dog bites and toothaches. Maria planted Spanish garlic in great abundance, peonies to ward off evil, rows of lettuce, parsley, and mint, and lavender planted for luck by the back door. The original shed had been attached to a glass greenhouse so that herbs could be grown all year long, even in the dead of winter. Behind the foggy windows there were pots filled with lemon balm, lemon verbena, and lemon thyme. The more dangerous plants were kept inside the locked shed, which now boasted a murky glass ceiling so that light could enter. Belladonna, yarrow, black nightshade, wolfsbane, foxglove, lords and ladies with its pretty toxic berries, pennyroyal, which could end a pregnancy. It was there that Maria kept her grimoire and its black toadskin cover, a book that would belong to Faith upon her mother's death, so that she might learn magic all over again from the start, but not until she was a very old woman who had come to understand the importance of the rules. On the first page Hannah had written the rules of magic, and now Maria added a third, doing so without hesitation. Some lessons you have to learn for yourself. Others are best to know from the start. Do as you will, but harm no one. What you give will be returned to you threefold. Fall in love whenever you can. Perhaps the grimoire was the reason toads collected in the garden, or perhaps they merely enjoyed the varieties of greens Maria grew: sorrel, dandelion, spinach, and chard. At the rear of the large yard, there was a small orchard of fruit trees, plum, peach, pear, and several varieties of apple, all having been set into the earth in the dark of the moon. Maria left the acreage between the house and the lake as free and open land, there for all to enjoy, a gift that would bring a blessing to her family. The fence that circled the house was of an unusual construction, black metal with spikes, laid out in the form of a snake with its tail in its mouth, ensuring that the only way someone could reach the door was to walk through the front gate where the ivy grew wild. Maria nailed the skull of a horse she had found in the Hopwoods pasture to a post to send a message to unwanted visitors. That pasture was deserted now that the brothers had disappeared in the middle of the night, headed west, still unable to speak, dreaming every night that they were drowning in a dark, bottomless lake, and waking each morning with mouths full of water. 20 blue stones from the old path to the shed had been used to fashion a pathway to the house. Every night women came for what they needed most, red pepper tea for an upset stomach, or butterfly weed for nerves, or a bar of black soap that could take years off their age, or a charm for love. Love was what Maria was best at, and she didn't fight it anymore. Let the rumors be spoken. Logical people knew that a woman in trouble would never be turned away from Maria Owens' door. If she went anywhere in the middle of the night, wrapped in a dark cloak and carrying her bag of curatives and teas, it was to visit an ill child. All the same, there was always bound to be talk about a household of women, not that it stopped people from coming to the door late at night in search of assistance, particularly in matters of love. Other houses were dark, but the light on the Owens' porch was always kept on. On some occasions, baskets of cakes and pies were left at the door, or freshly made cheese or hand-knitted sweaters, left there by those whose loved ones had been accused of witchcraft, then freed by the governor's decree, for there were those who were convinced that Maria Owens had something to do with his decision. And for this they would always be grateful. The Owens Library opened in May, the most beautiful month of the year, when it was possible for people in Massachusetts to forget winter, at least until it came again. Maria bought the empty jail after Samuel Diaz made a donation that would cover all costs for its renovation. While the carpenters were at work, they discovered a blue journal hidden behind the bricks. Work stopped for the day. Even the most serious-minded of the men were afraid of that slim blue volume, and not one would touch it. When, at the end of the day, Maria came to see what had been accomplished on the project, the carpenters were sitting in a semicircle, waiting for her, their faces ashen. She thought perhaps they had found the remains of a body, for surely there were those who had never left their cells alive. And when she saw that it was her journal that had stopped the men from working, and was the reason they stared at her, unsure of what to do next, she was reminded of the first lesson Hannah had taught her. Words had power. Maria kept the journal in the library to remind those who passed through the doors of what had happened in this building. Before it was filled with dozens of volumes, there was a book that had been written here when women were not allowed to speak on their own behalf. In the evenings there were lessons for those who wished to learn how to read. At first only women attended, many of whom sneaked out and said they were going to a quilting party, but after a while their husbands came to peer through the door, farmers and fishermen who entered the room with their hats in their hands, shyly picking up a book, then fitting their tall, strong bodies into chairs meant for children. The Maria Owens School for Girls held its first classes soon after, with 10 girls in attendance, aged 6 to 13. Faith Owens taught both Latin and Greek, along with poetry and classics. There were still many in town who thought it was a danger and a disservice to society to educate female students. All the same, several local residents allowed their daughters to register for classes, despite the rumors about the Owens women. Faith was not yet 17, but quite well respected by the girls and their families, who ignored the rumors that vowed both Owens women became crows who flew above the fields after dark, and that they would put a curse on you if you wronged them, and that they swam naked in Leech Lake. It was true that Maria went to the lake on summer mornings. She could only float, but that was enough. for she'd been able to dive the one time she needed to do so. If she wanted to swim there among the water weeds and the lilies, with no clothes on and her hair tied up with blue ribbon, who was to say such a thing wasn't a pleasure and a delight? No one knew whether or not Maria was married, but there was a man who spent winters with her and went to sea each summer. Some people swore he'd come back from the dead, and that love had returned him to life. His sailors said little about him when they frequented the taverns, other than to note that he paid them well and was a brilliant navigator. They laughed about his personal habits. He liked to tell stories. He always drank a special tea to give him courage, and wherever they might be, he searched out a certain variety of tree, bringing home so many that the road that led to the Owens house was now called Magnolia Street. It was rumored that if you stood there in May, on the day when the trees bloomed, you were bound to fall in love. But no one believed tall tales such as that, except for those it had happened to, and those couples often married there, rather than in church, and were said to be exceptionally happy. Faith Owens was regularly seen in town with a book in hand, reading as she walked. She wore a wide-brimmed black hat and men's trousers, and she carried a satchel of books to ensure that if she should finish one volume, she would be handily prepared with the next. There was rarely a time when she didn't have her nose in a book, and people would come upon her in the woods, sitting on a rock and reading, or on a ledge by the lake, tossing breadcrumbs into the murky water as she turned the pages. She'd collected dozens of volumes for the new library, meeting with wealthy families throughout Essex County, as well as in Boston and Cambridge, convincing well-to-do patrons that the entire population, men, women, and children alike, must be literate in order for the colony to grow. Several men fell in love with her, but she turned them all down. If they called her beautiful, that was a mark against them, for what a person was could not be seen with the naked eye. She had learned from her mother's mistakes. If she ever fell in love, she wanted someone she could talk to. Although women were not allowed to be students at Harvard College, the esteemed citizen Thomas Brattle, who had written a letter that was critical of the witch trials and was both the treasurer of the college and a member of the Royal Society, had made arrangements for Faith to study in Cambridge. She was closer to Brattle than most people might have supposed, despite their age difference. They appreciated each other's minds, and she was grateful to him for believing in her abilities as a teacher. Faith sat in the back row of the classics seminar at Harvard, allowed only to listen and never to speak. She dressed in boys' clothing in her everyday life, which she found so much more practical than skirts and capes. At Harvard, she could be seen in a black jacket along with trousers and a white shirt and a black tie, the same uniform as the men, so that she might not call attention to herself and her gender, although she hardly went unnoticed due to the red boots she wore every day. "Gentlemen," the professor had told his students on the first day of class when Faith Owens was present, "keep your eyes on me, if you please." Faith had been wrong about many things. She still had the red mark that had arisen in the center of her left palm when Martha Chase drowned. The color had faded, but the blotch was enough to remind her of the bad choices she had made in the past. Every Midsummer's Eve, a sparrow came into the parlor of the house on Magnolia Street. If it completed a circle around the room 3 times, bad luck was sure to come. Because of this, Faith never forgot the bird whose life she had taken for her own benefit when she made the revenge pie for John Hathorne. Hathorne was a successful trader, but people in town avoided him. There was nothing she wanted from him now, because he had nothing to give her. She always chased the sparrow to the window, then gently urged it out with a broom. Faith still had a penance to pay, and much to set right. For this reason, she went from one farm to another on Saturdays to teach any girl whose parents wouldn't allow her to take time from the workday and attend school. She walked so many miles and came home so late at night that Maria worried she would exhaust herself. One dusky evening, as Faith was crossing a pasture on her way home in the gray light of early winter, a white horse approached her and followed her home. It was the field that had belonged to the Hopwood brothers, and the ground there was still ashy. Faith understood that she was fortunate indeed to be chosen again after Keeper's death. She called the mare Holly, and people became accustomed to seeing her riding through the fields at night, wearing trousers and carrying a satchel of books, her red hair tucked up under her black hat. John Hathorne made certain to avoid the Owens women, but Maria and Ruth occasionally saw each other on the street, and when they did, they embraced as if they were sisters. Ruth had begun to teach reading classes, and every time she went through her garden gate and kept walking until she reached the library, it occurred to her that she hadn't told her husband where she was going, or asked for his permission, and she was grateful for the life she led. There were times when Maria and Faith would glance at one another as they set the table for dinner, or worked together choosing ingredients for a cure, or baked the traditional chocolate tipsy cake for birthday celebrations. They had not forgotten the dark time of left-handed magic. But that time was over, and they had forgiven one another. There are none who can fight as fiercely as a mother and a daughter, and none who can forgive more completely. One evening, when Maria was turning on the porch light so that her clients would know they could come calling, Faith followed her outside and handed her the Book of the Raven. She was ashamed of her behavior, and of the red mark she carried in the palm of her hand. "I used it badly. It shouldn't be mine." Maria considered burning the book, for it was bound to cause trouble. There was no one to claim it, and by rights it should have been burned at the time of its owner's death. She might have made a bonfire in the rear of the garden and rid the world of it, but the book was so beautiful, and the writer so knowledgeable, she couldn't bring herself to destroy it. There were reasons dark books were written by women, those who were not allowed to publish, those who couldn't own property, those who had been sold for sex, those who had grown old and were no longer desirable, women in chains, women who dreamed, women who had turned left when it seemed the only choice. If used carefully, by the right person, the magic in this text could be a great gift. Hidden on the last page there was a spell to bring about the end of any curse, but the price for doing so was high, and the woman who did so must be fearless. Instead of burning the book, Maria went through the fields into town late at night, in the dark, as she had long ago, when she was mistaken for a crow. She carried the keys that unlocked the library door. She hid the Book of the Raven behind the loose bricks where long ago she had hidden her own journal. She left that book of magic in the place where she'd looked out the window to spy the magnolia, thinking that a miracle had taken place. She worked a few drops of her own blood into the mortar. In time, an Owens woman would discover the book and use it as it should be used, with love and courage and faith. Maria always wore the sapphire Samuel Diaz had given her. Sapphire was the stone of wisdom and of prophecy that allowed the wearer to be true to herself. When he was gone, she let herself miss him. He was too tall for the bed, but it was empty without him. Maria often sat beneath the magnolia tree when he was at sea. Even in foul weather she found comfort there. When he returned, he would bring back stories of seashells that were as big as cabbages, and mysterious birds with blue feet, of white bears that lived on the ice, and islands where every flower was red. He was arrogant and difficult, a man who liked to argue, but he was a man who could do more than talk. He knew how to listen. She had been wrong about love. She had thought it was meant for fools alone, only to discover it was a fool who walked away from love, no matter the cost or the penalty. They waited for the curse, to see if it could find him, but after a while Maria was satisfied that the curse was convinced Samuel Diaz had remained in the lake that had no end. He wasn't the same person he'd been before he died, and a man could not be cursed twice. On dark nights, when she feared for the women in her family who were yet to be born, she found consolation in the knowledge that an Owens woman was made not only to seek remedies, but to fight curses. Fate can bring what you least expect, and it brought them a daughter they called Hannah Raina Diaz Owens, named after Hannah Owens and Samuel's mother. In this way, 2 women were returned from the ashes and remembered each day when their names were spoken. The baby was born in January, a winter baby, with black hair and dark gray eyes. She could call birds to her with a single cry, and unfurl the bud of a flower so that it bloomed in the palm of her hand. But she couldn't fall asleep unless her father told her a story. It was time, anyway, Samuel announced one morning. He would stop going to sea. Like his father before him, he had come to love being on land, and spent most days in the garden, where he grew vegetables and kept bees that were known for honey that was so sweet strong men cried when they tasted it. Samuel was out there every day, even in winter, spreading hay over the garden, starting hardy seedlings in the sun, wearing his black coat, the baby in a basket beside him. He was always talking, even as he worked, for he had 1,000 stories to tell, and the baby listened so intently she forgot to cry. On the last snowy day in March, when spring was greening beneath the ice, Maria left Samuel asleep in their bed. She tucked Hannah into her coat and walked over the grass that was brittle with frost. Crows clustered above them, and ice shone on the birch trees. As she walked in the cold morning, her breath cutting through the bright air, Maria thought she heard Caden's call. She could remember that day in Devotion Field, in the Essex county of her birth. The fields of snow, the bright blue sky, the forest that was so deep, the woman who taught her the nameless art, the quick black eye of the crow. It was then that she saw what was before them, what she had always seen in the mirror, a black heart in the snow. A nest had been tossed from a branch when the wind swept through. Maria knelt to point out the small fledgling to the baby. The blackbird ignored Maria, but he looked at the baby with his glittering eye, unafraid. You cannot choose a familiar. It must choose you. When Hannah held out her hand, the crow came to her and settled beside her, tucked into Maria's coat. Maria felt the beat of his heart inside him slowing to match the baby's heartbeat. They would take him home and wrap him in a blanket, and Hannah would feed him sugar water from the tip of her finger. In no time he would be hopping around the house, perching on the staircase and on the brass rods above the damask curtains. By the time spring had fully bloomed, he would be flying. He would never be far from the girl who had been born on a snowy day, whose father had come home from the sea, so that he could tell her every story he knew, whose sister took her in her arms to read to her, whose mother would teach her all she needed to know. This is how you begin in this world. These are the lessons to be learned. Drink chamomile tea to calm the spirit. Feed a cold and starve a fever. Read as many books as you can. Always choose courage. Never watch another woman burn. Know that love is the only answer.
Magic Lessons, the prequel to Practical Magic, is available in print